stream right now. What's good, everyone joining up the stream right now? How's everybody doing today? Let me let everyone know on Instagram that we are live right now, and also let me make sure everything is set up for the stream for today. Hopefully everyone is having a good day so far. What's up, what's up, what's up? There's a lot of breaking news that has happened today. Trump posted a whole set of Truth Social posts again. This time, within them, one thing I think is important to talk about that, obviously I'm going to be bringing up multiple times today here in the debates, is that Donald Trump, within what he said, called to denaturalize legal immigrants in this country, right, who don't uphold the domestic tranquility of the nation. I'll pull up the tweet specifically for people so that I can get the exact language. It's diabolical. It is diabolical. And I just want everyone to know how much of a risk this is, because if he starts the process, right, specifically where they're denaturalizing people, they can essentially just decide who they feel like they want to denaturalize based upon that standard, if they're able to do it. Let me let the Instagram know I am live right now. Parker, get a job on TikTok and YouTube. Alrighty. What's good, everyone joining in? Do give it a second for people to get up. Let me get the specific language on the Truth Social post, because we're going to be bringing this up all fucking day today. All fucking day today. This shit is crazy. He's been absolutely unhinged. Oh my gosh. There's just a million different fucking tweets. What the fuck is that? A million different tweets. Oh my gosh. Jeez, there's a million ads too. This is great. Oh, he posted Trump 2028. Yes, he said Trumplicans. He literally just reposted something saying Trump 2028. Yes. Holy shit, he posted that 4 hours ago. Dude, what is going on, man? It's an AI picture of Donald Trump saying Trump 2028. Yes. That's so fucking unhinged. Should I make that? I don't even know what to make my title today. Like, that's fucking unhinged. He's also talking about Biden apparently using auto pen for 92% of the things that he did, which is, there's no evidence of that. Secondly, there's actually evidence of Donald Trump himself using auto pen on the pardons. Alrighty, let me pull up the specific language. We're going to get someone up here in the meantime. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. This is so fucking unhinged. Let's start getting some people up here right now. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty. AutoBen has been around for years, yeah. It's nothing new. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 19.
And what's your birth year?
2006.
Oh, month.
January.
Okay, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd probably vote Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Specifically because he's the only candidate that was going to do anything about abortions.
Okay. And you're pro-life?
Yeah.
Okay. Why?
Because it's a human.
Okay. So, like, you're against the murder of anyone, right?
I am.
So then why would you support a candidate that called for the execution of some Democrats?
Well, at the end of the day, he was the only one that was going to do anything about abortions.
Okay, so you're willing to support him even though he called for the execution of some Democrats, even though he murdered over 60 people off the coast of Venezuela with no evidence given to Congress that they had DRUGS, and even if they did, that would have been a reason to detain them in U.S. waters, not to unalive them in international waters, which is a violation of international law. So are those things pro-life to you?
They're definitely not, but 60 people are a lot less than a million.
Okay. So you think that there's going to be 1 million less abortions per year when Donald Trump overturns Roe versus Wade? Has it happened? Since he overturned Roe versus Wade, has there been 1 million less abortion deaths?
I think abortion actually has gone up since Roe v. Wade has been overturned. Isn't that true?
Okay,
Yeah.
so what's your argument here?
I just think he's the only candidate that's gonna do anything at all to try and prevent it.
But apparently you just said it didn't prevent it.
Well, I definitely think he's gonna do more than just Roe v. Wade.
What?
Specifically, I can't answer that, but I think like out of the two candidates, like overall, like I just feel like he'd do more to prevent it.
Okay, but like you didn't tell me what he was going to do. It sounds like
Yeah,
you
I,
care
I
more
didn't
about
do that.
restricting people's access to abortion than you care about actually saving lives. Because if you cared about saving lives, why would you support a guy that called for the execution of some Democrats and literally is murdering people off the coast of Venezuela with no evidence given to Congress, without due process?
I mean, I can also say that those two things are bad.
Okay. Did you hear what just happened recently? Today? Donald Trump talking about denaturalizing legal immigrants?
I actually did not hear that one.
Yeah, he posted on his Truth Social. He's just spamming things on Truth Social today. Even he posted something saying Trump 2028. Did you see that? How do you feel
I
about
saw that one. I did. Uh, I okay. I don't think it is a good excuse. I do think he is trolling.
that? Do you think that's okay to do?
I definitely don't think it's okay to do.
Okay. Okay, but you just think he's trolling?
I do think he is just trolling though.
And are you just going to say anything he does, you're just going to say he's trolling?
Especially his
Could
truth
if he
social
called
posts.
to execute Joe Biden, would you just say he's trolling?
No, I definitely do agree that he has to have some repercussions for doing that.
Okay. And that should be your support for him?
If there was another candidate that was also pro-life, I would choose them over him.
Would you vote for him for a third term if he did run?
I, I would not know.
Okay. Even though he's a pro-life candidate?
Even though, because I feel like going over the Constitution is a lot worse than that.
Okay, so if he called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, and he violated multiple of people's constitutionally protected rights, would you support him still?
He did do that. I know he did.
Okay, so like if he undermined the Constitution, you just said you wouldn't support him, but he's already done that. So why wouldn't you say that you don't support him already?
Well, I would say to the extent of like actually like especially like it's the 22nd Amendment that's 2 terms.
Yes, I think it is. Or three terms. Yeah, it's 2 terms,
Yeah.
22nd, I think.
Yeah, so I would say like actually like dead serious doing it and then like maybe like winning or something that like completely like throws away the entire amendment. And I feel like it's a lot worse than like being
I
a little
mean, he's
butthurt
already done
for
that in
it.
other scenarios, right? He's specifically violated people's due process rights, which violates the Fifth and the 14th Amendment. He's literally given ICE the ability to violate people's Fourth Amendment rights by not giving them specifically search and seizure rights, by saying that they can like literally like undermine people's rights relating to that because they could cover their face with masks or not identify themselves, etc., which is very bad for this country.
Yeah, I definitely can agree with you there that ICE is insane and Trump is insane for everything he's doing with that. But overall, I feel like just being pro-life is really it's like the most important
So him
cause.
being pro-life is okay to say that you'll accept all of these things, but not if he runs again for a third term. That just doesn't make any sense because these are all violations of the Constitution.
If there was a better candidate that was also pro-life, I definitely would choose them.
Okay, but given that there's not, what would you do?
Between like Trump and like someone else that's pro-choice in like 2028.
Yeah, like say the candidate is Newsom. Who would you vote for, Trump or Newsom?
Oh my God. I think I just leave the US.
You would just leave the United States?
I think I just have to leave at that point.
Well, then why didn't you just say that you wouldn't support Trump in this election? And also, where would you
Uh,
go? No, I'm serious. Where would you
um,
go? Where's this other area that you're going to go to without pro-choice abortion laws.
I don't know. Germany's becoming a little far right,
Germany has pro-choice abortion laws.
but they got that movement going on right now.
What movement? Oh, you want a far-right movement? Why do you want that? That's the same shit that's happening here. That's horrible.
I feel like Germany would probably succeed more than what it is right now in America.
Okay, by the way, Germany is to the left of the United States. You know that, right?
Yeah, like there's specific policies right now, but they
So
have
why would you
that
go
right
to a
wing
country that's more left-wing to get away from left-wing policy?
because they got that right wing party running right now.
They're less right-wing.
No, no, the specific I forget the name, but it's like grown in numbers a lot in Germany. It's
Okay.
it's a far right movement. That's also
And what do you like about their
pro.
far-right movement?
Literally, like the only thing that I like is that they're pro-life.
That's it?
Compared to what I've seen, they're like neo-Nazis and stuff like that too.
Oh, so you'd be willing to support a neo-Nazi if they're pro-life? Wow, the fact that you're silent right now is
Support.
insane.
That is kind of crazy. Support is a little strong,
Like, would you vote for them?
but over a
A
pro-choice
little, by the
candidate,
way, just a
yeah,
little? You're talking about a neo-Nazi, right? What do you
yeah,
mean
I
a
am. I am
little?
a little, a tiny bit.
Do you hear yourself? I don't think you do.
I'm sorry, Parker. I'm trolling. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Let's go on to the next individual. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people. Just letting everyone know, there's been a lot of crazy shit that's happening today. Trump called for the denaturalization of some legal immigrants. It's fucking absolutely atrocious and disgusting. He's also, posted about him running for a third term, Trump 2028, and he put yes underneath it. It's crazy. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Eager.
Disgusting. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Tomorrow, I just want to come home and
Okay, I think they're not even near their phone. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
You see my profile picture? 56.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
What's your birth year?
I say, yes, I do.
What's your birth year?
Do you know how old I am, young man?
Well, one, your fake voice isn't very good, and two, I doubt you could even do the math.
I killed millions of little niggers.
You're so disgusting, dude. So disgusting. What is wrong with people? Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
I did.
Do you right now?
I wouldn't say that, but I did. I just had a general question. Do you believe Donald?
Okay, I'm sorry. We are just looking for some debates for people who specifically, if they could go back in time, would vote for Donald Trump. That's what we're looking for right now. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
What's up, Parker?
Do you support Trump?
18.
Yeah,
What's your birth year?
2007,
What month?
January.
Okay, and if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donnie.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
He lowered the corporate tax from 35% to 21% in 2017.
Okay, and why is that such a great thing, under your perspective?
Yeah, I'm a liberal. I'm sorry. I love you, man.
Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Do give us a second. Alrighty, do give us a second, everyone. Let's get the next individual up here. Alrighty, do give it a second. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? What the fuck is that? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Can we actually get a debate, please? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Genuinely don't understand why it's so fun for some people to just troll. I genuinely don't get it. I don't know what fun they're having.
Hello.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
2007.
What month?
February.
Okay, and if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, what state do you live in?
Australia, New South Wales.
Oh, new state dropped, everyone. New state dropped. Matthew, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Thank you. New state just dropped, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, how old are you?
I didn't mean to, Parker.
Oh, you're good. Don't worry. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. We are trying to get some people up here. I do apologize. Sometimes it takes a second to get people up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm sorry.
You're good. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Alrighty. Do give us a second, everyone.
Oh,
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. And why do you support Trump?
Because he gives way more money to Israel than last president did. And he's not deporting as many people as he said he would. So I'm glad he's not doing that. And I'm also glad that he has Freemason bodyguards near him because I love that.
Wait, sorry, repeat that one more time. Sorry, I was trying to find this quote real
The
quick.
last one?
Yeah, repeat what you just said. I was trying to find a quote real quick.
I said I'm glad he has Freemason bodyguards near him.
Okay, I think you're trolling. You brought up
No,
like, the-
Freemasons are so nice, bro.
Yeah, you're totally trolling. I'm not wasting my
fuck-
time. I'm not wasting my time. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
6'7".
Might have been the funniest troll I've had quite yet. I'm not trolling. I might have just been the funniest troll. I'm not gonna lie. I almost laughed. Might have been the funniest troll that we've had on the stream so far. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
We love Trump. We love Trump.
Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19. Sorry.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
January.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who'd you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Mostly because of his abortion policies and immigration. Also, I'm not that well informed, so
Okay, so like what particular policies? Like, well, actually, here you said immigration. Do you agree with him saying that he's okay with denaturalizing legal immigrants for quote unquote undermining domestic tranquility?
I'm sorry, I don't really know what that means.
Yeah, he posted on Truth Social recently. This is literally within this day, like today. He did it today, and he said that he was okay with denaturalizing legal immigrants that he thinks meet this criteria of undermining domestic tranquility.
I wouldn't say what I would. I'm mostly like if they commit crimes, then they should be. If they're innocent, maybe not so much.
This isn't even like in the context of a crime. And by the way, this is a legal immigrant. All right, legal
Oh,
immigrants, if they commit crimes, they don't get kicked out of the country because they're legal immigrants. He's
oh,
talking
then
about
no.
taking away their
Sorry.
legal residency, their legal citizenship, and denaturalizing them.
Yeah, then no, then that doesn't make sense.
Would you say that's a good enough reason to not support him? That he's advocating to denaturalize some people? I mean, is there anyone in your life that you know, right, that has been a naturalized citizen?
No, I don't know anyone.
Okay. Well, that's very common in the United States that
Mm-hmm.
people are naturalized, and in those circumstances, if they have a threat to their citizenship, I think that's sick
It is.
because they're legally in this country.
Mostly like sorry to bring up religion in this, but it like his beliefs align with my beliefs, like with abortion and stuff. Like that's mostly what I follow him. I'm not the most informed, so if I probably did more research, then maybe I would switch sides.
Okay. Well, do you believe in legal access to abortion? Like, say you could disagree with it, but do you believe in legal access?
Sure, if
Okay.
it,
Well, they're
I think
pro-choice.
yeah, if it depends on the situation. I feel like
Like, so for example, say my girlfriend got pregnant, right, and I paid for her abortion. Should I go to prison?
I don't know because I don't feel like she would if she was okay if you had like sex and then you would know you would get pregnant, then I don't think you should go to jail. I don't think she should have the abortion. Like there's other ways.
Okay. Like, so we shouldn't go to prison. So then, obviously, you don't see it as murder, right? Because if you did, you
I
would say
do.
that. Like, if someone pays a hitman to murder someone, should they go to prison?
Yes.
Okay. Well, in this circumstance, I technically did that under your perspective.
True.
Okay, so then, unless you believe that I should go to prison for that, it probably is the case that you don't view it as murder. So, what would describe why you don't view it as murder? Well, you don't have value for it until the point of sentience. That's what describes your intuition there, as to why you don't think it's murder and why you don't think it should be viewed in a way in which would lead to us going to prison. And if you don't believe that we should go to prison, well, then you're pro-choice. You could disagree with it, morally speaking, even if you want to, by the way. But from a legal perspective, it should be legal.
True. I think it is murder. I mean, like you just said, like you just went on how it's like, yeah.
Okay. So then it seems like you don't have a reason to support Trump then, because if you're pro-choice, you agree with Kamala Harris.
I don't. I just feel like it depends on the circumstance.
Looks like in what circumstance should someone go to prison for getting an abortion?
I'm not talking about prison. Like,
Well, that's what's happening due to Trump's abortion law, is that women are literally being prosecuted. You can absolutely be prosecuted in these states for getting an abortion within the state.
it is murder. I maybe not like go to jail, but like I thought I could be wrong that he made it so certain states get to choose who like if abortions are passed or not. I'm not the most informed.
He did leave it up to the states, but the issue with leaving it up to the states is that it restricts access. The original bill, Roe versus Wade, had it federally protected in terms of access to abortion prior to viability.
Mm-hmm.
So that's and then after the viability, it was left up to the states. So the idea that it should be left up to the states just restricts people's access to it. It means that in some states they can make it illegal. And also
Yeah,
that harms
but
people who are needing to get it in situations of exceptions, like that even people would apply from that perspective, right? And it just leads to, higher maternal mortality rates, which is not good.
true. I guess I'll have to look more into it. Thank you.
For sure. Appreciate you coming up.
How do I leave?
I got you. Sorry, everyone. I'm literally coughing. I apologize. Try to get the next person up. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's go on the next individual. You're so disgusting, dude. He literally swiped out himself. What an idiot. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if that's the criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello? I am 25 years old.
I feel like you're trolling.
I'm not.
Maybe I'm wrong for that, but I don't know. The profile picture definitely looked like they were trolling.
Yeah, bro.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 30.
Do you support Trump?
Big time.
Yeah?
Do you not know what big time is, bro?
Let's go to the next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, okay. Let's go to the next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Nigger.
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Are they gonna... No. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Let's go to the next individual. Do give it a second, everyone, for people to join up. It takes a second sometimes. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Hello? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty, do give it a second. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. I heard this happen to Dean too earlier, so I apologize, everyone. Once we get the debates going, it'll be better off. I apologize. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Who, me? Ramon?
Yeah.
44.
Do you support Trump?
No, I don't, man. I want to play devil's advocate.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you coming up. I'm just looking for some debates. I actually don't bring people up here to do devil's advocate. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
42.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
1987.
Okay, for sure. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
1980, 42. Okay. Yeah, I don't think that makes any sense. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
Do you shove fingers up your asshole?
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Hopefully we can actually get a debate. I'm sorry, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? You know what I genuinely thought was so fun yesterday? I literally rage baited that one guy that is so obsessed with Dean that does lives about Dean. I forgot what his name was. I got him to leave the live. That was the funniest thing. Honestly, that was the best part of yesterday. I'm not gonna lie. The best part of yesterday was so funny.
Hello, Parker. How are you?
Hey, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 23, born in 2002.
Do you support Trump?
May. Yes.
And what's
And the
your
reason
birth
I
year?
voted from.
You said what?
My birth year? Yeah, I
Yeah.
said 2002.
2002. You
March.
said you're how old again?
23.
Okay. Yeah, and you said you would support Donald Trump. So why do you support Donald Trump?
Well, initially, why I voted for him was largely due to like pro-life policies. Pro-life. I assume you're pro-choice, right? I assume that you stand to that position.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Why are you pro-choice, by the way? I just wanted to ask.
Yeah, because I value personhood based upon sentience, past or present, and future subjective experience. I think that's the quality I see to be valuable. So
Yeah, but like, why do you give the female the
I don't see any
choice?
reason.
I'm talking about like
women.
the idea of pro-choice in itself.
Yeah, so if you're talking about like why do I give people the choice? Well, because I don't think it's morally wrong.
Mm-hmm. Would you say like a female's body is her property and anything
A
she chooses to
woman.
remove from her property?
So
Yeah, like
a
their
bodies
bodily
are
autonomy.
bodies are property. So like I think that terminology is commonly misunderstood. I think that people have rights over their own bodies. Would you agree with that terminology?
Rights over their own bodies. Yeah, but then you also have to account for the fact that there's another body inside of that body.
No, there's no personhood until the point of sentience. So
Says who?
Says me under my perspective.
Yeah. How do you know that fetus doesn't feel pain?
Well, it doesn't have an ability to have an experience of such because it doesn't
Yeah,
have
how do you
the
know that?
subjective experience until 20 through 24 weeks because
Mhm,
of
yeah,
the
who told you that?
integration in the mind and body, neuroscience papers.
Neuroscience papers, right? Would you say that's 100% accurate?
I would say that it's most likely.
Would you say like you're saying like the probability is above 0.5, right?
Yeah, for sure.
For sure. Yeah. How do you know that?
The studies?
The studies?
Yeah, they increase the likelihood of something being true when there's research.
Oh, really? So if I
common
flip a
research
coin,
that justifies the
if I
same
flip
position.
a coin a million times and it keeps landing on heads, that automatically increases the likelihood of it landing on heads the next time.
So I think that's what we are going to commonly use, but I don't think it's going to be a mechanism that could be useful in every circumstance. This is just an increase in the probability or the likelihood of something being true. But you have to understand that it's grounds for evidence that an increase of the probability of something being true is definitely going to be representative, right? At least to some degree, at least from a certain respect, that it's going to be more reasonable to accept that comparative to the otherwise, unless you have other information, like the other information that would tell us that actually there really is no difference, particularly between the likelihood. I think it's actually like a very small portion based on the weight of it, but like that's it. You know, there's
Yeah, I
there's
think
no different than
I
that.
think it's very disingenuous of you to think like that, because if you're gonna hold by that standard, then you would also have to say that, like, say, the African American population, how they make up like a minority and they commit most of the crimes, right? Just based on statistics, and you can't
No,
automatically
that's just
entail that
wrong. You're
they
wrong.
commit the most.
Wrong.
They're gonna
Lies.
continue to commit crimes in the future.
Lies. How do you feel about the fact that white people specifically make up over 70% of child pornography production? Do you have an issue with that? Do you think that's a problem specifically representing of white people, like white men specifically, who are engaging in the production of child porn? Literally child sexual abuse material?
Yeah, can you please bring up the studies for that?
Yeah, I could give you over 70%, I think it was 74%, right, of people who specifically produce child sexual abuse material are white. Did you know that?
I didn't know that. No.
And given that that's the case, do you think that that's like something in like off the basis of the fact that someone's white that they do?
No,
that?
exactly. I don't hold to that position. You hold to that position.
I don't hold to that position. That's
You
what you were
you
just
held
saying.
to the position that just because you believe that, did I ever claim that I held to that position? I called you out for holding to that position.
How are you? What position did I hold to?
The position that it automatically there's like a higher likelihood just based on like statistical reasoning, right? So if you just like
So
take what happened in the past, you
here was the
automatically-
argument. I said that I accepted neuroscience papers. You said, oh, so why do you actually accept neuroscience papers? What reason do you have to believe that? I say it's the most likely thing to be true, and you responded to me with, I have to accept that. That makes no sense.
Yeah, how do you know it's most likely to be
That
true?
was incoherent, dude. What is your thought process?
You're just
bro?
assuming that it's most likely to be
Wait,
true. That's an
wait,
assumption.
no, hold up, stop real quick. What was your thought process there, like genuinely?
What's my thought process?
Yeah, I'm trying to ask you, like genuinely.
Yeah, my thought process is just like the fact that I just don't accept everything that science just comes up with, right? So I hold to the position that I believe that a
You
fetus does
don't
feel
accept
pain.
science?
Not-
Okay.
No, I don't accept all of science.
You
I
look
accept,
very
like,
smart
anything
holding
that
this
doesn't-
perspective that you don't
anything that
accept
doesn't
science. He's like, you would have gone up to the science teacher in science class. You know, I actually don't accept any of the information that you're giving to me right now because I actually disagree with the whole basis of medicine, science,
but
and
could they
actually the
prove me wrong,
entirety
though?
of the field. Because I don't think that you guys can actually come to legitimate determinations because I don't think you have 100% likelihood of this being true. And even though you say it's most likely to be the case and that all the evidence indicates this,
Yeah, do you
because
know
there's
it's
a
most likely
possible
to?
chance that it could be wrong, I'm not going to
Parker,
accept it.
calm
And that's
down,
why I
Parker.
don't do
Parker,
anything.
please.
I don't do anything with science.
You're an
That's
intelligent
what
dude,
your
Parker.
perspective
Yeah,
can
how
be
do you-
logically reduced to.
Yeah, so when you say that it's most likely to, yeah, how do you know that?
Yeah, so
You're
based
making an
upon the
assumption, right?
evidence.
Is
Based
that
on the
an
evidence.
assumption? That's an
No,
assumption.
I think evidence is not an assumption.
No, but your assumption is most likely to.
So
But-
neuroscience
but-
papers,
yeah, so
neuroscience
if
papers
the-
are
yeah, so if the
assumptions.
evidence,
Yeah,
like-
yeah, dude.
So
Yeah,
if the
dude.
evidence
They're
is
just
like
making
100% of
assumptions,
something,
right?
that doesn't automatically mean it's like 100% true, right? So it's like, suppose if I flipped a coin 100 times
Yeah.
and 99 times
Wait,
it
can
lands
you
on
can you
heads,
prove that your
that
mom
doesn't mean that
exists?
it's most
Wait,
likely
hold
to
up,
land on-
hold up. Can you prove that any of your family parents exist or family exists at all?
I told you,
Under your view?
that doesn't mean that I automatically reject.
Do you think your
like,
family
everything.
exists 100%?
No.
Is it 100% the
so-
case that your family exists?
My family
Okay,
exists?
but is it logically possible
no.
that you could be a brain in a
No,
vat?
they
and it is the case that this
axiomatically
which isn't.
exist.
Wait, hold up. Oh, wait,
Yeah.
that's an assumption, right?
No, it's not an assumption. That's a given.
You're just assuming that your family exists. You don't actually have evidence.
I'm not assuming that my family exists. It's a given truth. It's not
Wait,
like a high
but
probability
you just
that they exist.
axiom. What is it? Was an axiom?
It's an implied truth.
And okay, so if you're just saying it's an implied truth, what is an assumption?
An assumption? An assumption is an implied truth. It's just like an implied like.
So if an
reasoning.
assumption is an implied truth, and that's
It's
also
not
an
a
implied truth,
A
then
truth means that yeah, a truth means that it can't hold like any like false, values to it. Which in your case it can't hold false values. It's not 100%. So a truth means it's 100%, right?
truth means it's one. No, I don't think.
Yeah,
that's
it's
true.
yeah, it does.
Wait, no. So then
like,
you
say
don't.
if-
So then
say
hold up,
something's
hold
like
up,
an
stop.
absolute truth, right?
So
That
then
would be
you
an
don't. So
absolute
stop.
statement.
So then you don't think your family exists because that's not 100% like that's not 100% because
No,
there is a logically possible scenario where that's not the case, where it's just an
Yeah, can you
experience
please
that's
give me
being.
that scenario?
Like, yeah, I'll give you the scenario. Just please stop talking. You're a brain in a vat, right? And it specifically is the case that it's a projected experience that you're going through that is not actually real. And you're the
Oh, so
only
you're saying, like, I'm
mind that
hallucinating?
exists. So that's a logically possible scenario. I don't think that this is true, by the way. I'm just saying that this is a logically possible scenario.
Yeah,
Right? Which
you're
would then
talking to the
discount
wrong
the
person
idea,
here
hold up,
because-
under your view of it being 100% the case that it's going to happen. So under your own perspective, you don't think it's true that your family exists. That's ridiculous.
Well,
Okay?
yeah,
Everyone
Parker, you're
does not
speaking-
use that notion of truth. That's an absurd notion of truth.
No, I'm not
No
saying
one
that I
uses that.
completely reject everything, right? Like, I'll reject what I choose
Yeah,
to reject.
you reject
right?
your family's existence, yes.
No, I'll accept that they exist.
You'll accept it.
choose
Okay,
what
so
I
why
pick and
can't you do that
choose.
with science? Why can't you do that with science?
Because obviously you think I'm gonna hold to like say evolution. Obviously I wouldn't hold to that. I believe in Adam and Eve. Why would I hold to that?
Okay, stop. You're trolling, bro. Right? You're trolling?
How am I trolling?
You believe in Adam and Eve? How old's the Earth?
The Earth, I would say it's roughly like 10,000 years old.
10,000 years old. So you
Yeah,
know that we
yeah,
have
so I-
we have fossil records of humans that go back longer than that.
Yeah, so I would say that God made
Like
it in
literally,
such
we have
a
fossil
way-
records of Homo sapiens that go back longer than that.
Yeah, Parker, can I speak?
We
yeah, I
have
believe that God made it.
civilization that goes back longer
Parker?
than that.
Yeah, Parker, if I may speak, yeah. So I believe God made it in
Yeah, go
such a
ahead.
way to make us believe that those things are really that old when in reality it's
Oh,
not.
yeah,
And
yeah.
then you might
Okay.
come to the conclusion that is God actively deceiving us? I don't believe
Wait,
that
so
he's
then how do
deceiving
you
us
wait? So
because
then how
God-
do you know based on 100% evidence that Adam and Eve existed?
Well, I
if-
know God existed. I can give you 100% evidence evidence that God existed.
Oh, actually, let's hear that.
Yeah,
what is this?
let's do
tell
that.
me.
Yeah,
Turn me
so
to Jesus right now.
All atheistic beliefs point towards like a finite amount of matter and an infinite space, correct?
Finite
and-
matter in an infinite space.
Yeah, all atheistic beliefs point towards this, right? So I think
I don't
that's
necessarily
completely-
think that's entailed. I think
Yeah,
when
can
you
please,
say
can
you're
give
an
me?
atheist, hold up, let me clarify. When you say you're an atheist or say you're an agnostic, agnostic just means you don't know what caused the existence of the world or existence of the universe. And for an atheist just means you don't believe in a God. So
Yeah, well, if
not
you believe in
believing, listen,
you believe in a necessary universe.
listen, not believing in a God, right, and not knowing what specifically caused the universe is not even asserting a worldview. It's literally just saying that you don't hold to those.
Okay,
Okay,
Parker,
so
you believe in
that
a
doesn't make
necessary
any
universe?
sense. You're saying that this is necessarily the case given the perspective, but the perspective doesn't assert any views. That makes no sense.
Yo, Parker, you know, a necessary universe is something that atheists believe in,
Hold up.
right? They don't believe in a contingent universe.
So you're talking about naturalists. So think about it this way. So this is a certain perspective. Now there could be an eternal natural set of circumstances that led to the Big Bang. That's possible. That's logically possible. Why don't
But the
you
matter
accept
must have
that
always
explanation
existed.
over the explanation that says that a God is required?
Yeah, because the matter must have always existed, right? And matter is
Sure.
composed.
Then you could say that
Okay.
aspect is you could say that aspect that led to the Big Bang is eternal. What's wrong with that? It could be natural
It's
and eternal.
Yeah,
What's
yeah.
wrong with
So
that?
yeah, so there's 100. Can you confirm, like, say the universe is expanding, right? Would you say that that's like a truth? Okay, so if the universe is expanding, when do you believe it started expanding? Like 14 billion years ago or so? Yeah. So if it hadn't, so we're assuming that time is eternal, correct?
Sure.
Yeah, so if time is eternal, right, and it had an infinite amount of time before this, before that point in time when the universe started rapidly expanding, why did it only happen 14 billion years ago when it had an infinite amount of time before that to happen?
Why did it happen at that time? Like that's
Yeah,
it's a
why did it
natural.
happen only 14 billion years ago
Watch this. Watch
when it
this.
had an
It's
infinite amount
watch
of
this.
time?
Watch this. It's a natural occurrence. You could say the same thing for God.
It's
God's
a natural
eternal.
occurrence?
Listen. God's eternal. Time is eternal for God because God's not outside of time. That makes no sense. You can't explain causation if that's the case.
Ontologically, yeah. I don't necessarily believe
Outside
that
of time?
holds. Yeah, I don't necessarily believe that time has to be temporal. I think it could be ontological.
You think you're atemporal? You think atemporal causation makes any sense?
Atemporal causation doesn't
Yeah,
make any sense.
explain
Yeah, I
to me
believe that
cause and
makes sense.
effect. Explain to me cause and effect
Mhm.
without invoking time. Go ahead, try.
Simultaneous. I don't believe that cause necessarily has to happen like before the effect. I think it could happen simultaneous to the effect. I don't believe there's like if you say there's like a certain amount of time between like something not existing and something existing,
So God
right?
did not exist
you would
before
say
us?
that there's like an infinite
Wait,
amount
I have
of
a
points
question. I have a
between
question. Did God exist before the universe?
Did God? Well, this is assuming that before is like temporal, which I don't believe that it necessarily has to be. I think it could be ontological.
Well, in the context of the Bible, it doesn't say God existed and then he caused the universe. Wouldn't that indicate there was a point where God existed and then a point where God existed plus the universe?
Yeah.
That implies time. That implies two different moments.
Yeah, not it doesn't have to be temporal. It could be
That was
ontological.
what are you talking about? You can't say that two separate moments are simultaneous. That makes
Well,
no
no,
sense.
I don't say the two separate moments are simultaneous, right? I just believe that time is like a matter of like entropy. It's like the matter of change between like one specific point and then another specific point. That's how you can measure time. I don't believe time is like an actual physical thing, right? I think it's just like a measure of like the change in a system. That's how we define time, right? So if there was no entropy, then technically
Did God create the universe?
Did God create the universe?
What is
God created
how about
the
this? What is creation? What does it mean? to create?
Creation? I would say creation is
It means something doesn't exist and then you bring it
Yeah,
into
so I would say
existence,
something
right?
that's like contingent. It hasn't existed eternally.
Oh, it hasn't existed and then it does exist. Two separate
Yeah.
moments. You have to. That's causation. That's cause and effect. You
Yeah, but
literally
you're
invoke
just looking at it
time.
from a
You
temporal
invoke
sense. It
time
doesn't
without
necessarily
realizing
have
it. So one, by the way, you invoke
Parker, it
time
doesn't
without
have to be
realizing it.
temporal.
Two, one, you don't even have an argument for the existence of God that goes 100%. That was an absurd standpoint for you to make. That you have an argument, especially for the Christian religion, that is 100% true. That's an absurd standpoint.
Parker,
and then
Parker.
for you to invoke that the rest of your worldview is true just based upon that is absurd when you have no argument.
Okay, can you calm down? Look, I'm gonna prove to
I'm
you
totally
after
calm.
this. I'm gonna prove to you after this that the universe, like at least like from an atheistic view, that they believe in a finite amount of matter and an infinite Euclidean space. All right. So let's just say this. Can you please tell me, what's a finite? Like, suppose that we have like n, which represents p over q, where p will be like a universal finite constant in the sense it will be like matter, right? The amount of matter in the universe over q, which would be like a limit approaching infinity, right? So n represents p in reference to q.
By the way,
Yeah, so-
there's no issues with these perspectives, but like you're not even giving an argument for why you
I just
hold up.
wanted to
So
ask
why
you,
you believe God exists?
what's a finite number
100%.
divided by an infinite? Yeah, what's a finite number divided by an infinity?
It would be like the lowest possible number, like probably
No,
zero.
it would be zero. It would
Yeah.
be zero. Yeah, so we just assumed a finite is something greater than zero. So is finite zero or is it one? Can zero equal one, Parker?
Wait, restate that. Sorry.
Yeah, so okay, we're gonna say like a finite number. Let's just say one, right? What's one divided by infinity?
Yeah, you just said that it was zero.
Yeah, it's zero, right? So does zero equal one?
No? Why are you saying it's zero equals one?
Yeah, but you just said zero equals one because we're assuming that like number can just be anything, right? So 1, 2, 3, it doesn't really necessarily matter. We just know it's something, right? We know it's not. It's like it's the absence of like nothing, which we know it's something, right? But we obviously know it's not infinite, correct? So we're just gonna use it as like a finite number. In this case, I just said one. So if I say that one is like an actual thing divided by infinity, that would entail that it would be zero, right? But initially I said it was one. So how does one equal zero, Parker? That would mean that the matter would cease to exist.
I don't see how I said that 1 equals 0. I didn't follow that at all.
Yeah.
Could you explain specifically where I made the claim that 1 equals 0? What?
Well, you did. You implied it.
How did I imply that?
Yeah, because you said, okay, can you confirm that matter is something greater than zero? Is matter greater than
matter is something. Sure.
Yeah, matter is something. So it means it's greater than zero, right?
Wait,
Zero
I just want to
like
clarify. When we say 0, we're approximating. Because it is essentially zero, but it's not necessarily 0.
0 is an absolute.
Wait, no, hold up. Because if 1 is something, right, of infinity would still be a number. It's not claiming that it's completely 0. We approximate because it's easier for us to understand.
Wait, it's not completely 0?
But no.
Okay,
like if you
just cooked yourself. You just cooked yourself.
I don't see how that. I don't see how that would be 0.
Yeah. All 4,000 people.
It would be, I think, almost similar to 0, but we approximate. That's what
almost
I think.
Similar to 0. Okay, yeah, guys, watch how he just cooked himself. Yeah, so I assume you know basic mathematics, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so if I say that say 1 over n and like n is approaching infinity, right? What would be that fraction? So this can be a fraction. 1 over
near
n
0,
infinity.
like basically 0, near 0.
It would
That's what I'm saying.
It would be approaching 0, correct? Yeah, you're right. It would be approaching 0.
Oh, okay.
But now,
then you just concede.
Yeah. No, I didn't concede. But now we're gonna say that it's not
what is this
approaching
point though? Like
infinity.
this is
It's not
so
approaching
irrelevant to
infinity,
why
but
you think
rather
that God
infinity is
exists.
an actual thing.
What does this have to do with God existing?
Yeah, because all like atheistic beliefs point towards a finite amount of matter and infinite universe, and I'll explain it to you. Yeah, so what position of the universe do you hold? I mean, you can
All
name like
atheists.
5 of
Wait,
them. I'll
hold
debunk all
up.
of them.
What does atheist mean?
Atheist is someone that just believes that things came naturally, things are all
That's
everything's
not
necessary.
what we mean
all
by
matter is
atheist. So
necessary.
when I mean atheist, I mean I don't believe a God exists. That's all it means.
You don't believe a God exists. That's
all
like
it means.
absolute, right?
So then what about the claim that I don't believe that a God exists entails that I hold
you'd have
any
to
particular
substantiate your
view
claim. Like what
such?
evidence do you have to believe that God doesn't exist? And then whatever evidence that you give me, I will debunk it
Your
by proving
argument
to
for
you that you
God
believe in a
just
finite amount of
resulted in
matter
you
and
asking me for
infinity in space.
evidence that God doesn't exist? Really? I could give you that, but
Yeah,
I could give you the
basically
reason
like
why
a
the Christian.
dichotomy,
Wait,
right?
hold up,
So it's
stop. I give you the reason why the Christian God doesn't exist, but you actually your whole argument for God was just resulted in you asking me to disprove God's existence,
Okay,
not
can you
giving
calm
me an
down?
argument for God.
Okay, really? Can you you can grant the dichotomy that either the universe is necessary or the universe is contingent and God is necessary, correct?
Okay. Well,
So
I
if
mean,
I just debunk
but
one of them,
but a necessary existence does not entail God's existence. You could,
a
by the way,
necessary
you're
existence.
talking about a certain. It doesn't. No, there could be again a necessary state could be fulfilled by natural qualities, right? Not only could it be fulfilled by natural qualities, but also other versions of a notion of God, like deist notions of a God, that does not entail
when
your
I
particular
say
prescription
necessary universe, I'm just
of Jesus
entailing-
Christ
yeah,
or Christianity.
Yeah,
When
I'm
I'm
just
asking you,
talking
when I'm
about
asking
time
you
and
for
matter.
evidence, right, that a God exists, 100%. Right, the contingency argument is not an evidence that God 100% exists
Listen.
under your own reference of what you consider to be God. You're referencing the Christian worldview.
So initially what I'm doing is I'm not proving that God exists, but rather I'm disproving that God doesn't exist. So by definition, so just by default, I would prove that God exists just by proving the idea of like a necessary universe.
I mean, that doesn't entail an idea
Yeah,
of
it's
like
a
a
true
personal
dichotomy.
being
The
that created the
dichotomy is
world.
completely
Again, there could be natural circumstances that led to that. I already
Wait,
explained that to you.
so wait, so do
That's
you
not
believe?
logically
Wait,
impossible. But by the way,
okay, wait.
again, none of these. I just want to be clear. None of these are argument for God. None of these are an argument for Christianity. None of these are an argument for why you support Trump or why this would defend the pro-life worldview. As you believe in separation of church and state under your own worldview, right? You don't even believe that every single aspect of your Christian view should be enforced in the context of the law.
All right, can you calm down, Parker?
Calm down? I'm completely
I understand
calm
you're trying
right
to
now.
pivot. Look, I understand you're trying to pivot, right? Because you're
What,
getting
you mean
absolutely
wrap us
demolished
back
right
into
now.
the topic?
Oh, you want to go? Fine. You want to talk about Trump? Yeah, I think that Trump is doing great for America. I think that he's helped the economy a lot. I think that I would say that the amount, like for example, like goods that you buy have slightly increased in price, but I also believe like the average wage that people are getting has increased more so than like the goods have increased. So normally mathematically you would actually have like a profit gain, right? So supposing like let's say you make $100 and the groceries that you need to buy is $100, right? So technically, now you
I
have
know what
$0.
I
And you
know
have the
what real
same
GDP
groceries.
growth is. You don't need to
Yeah,
explain
yeah.
that.
So and now the same groceries are $105, but
Okay,
you're
yeah,
making
just-
$110.
You're
So what's
explaining
happening
something
is,
unnecessary
yeah.
right now. Can I
So
respond?
yeah, so now you're gonna get the same groceries and you're gonna have $5 left over. I believe that that's what's happening in Trump's economy right now, and we see this through evidence. There's evidence to support this. I believe that the economy is getting better, and that's like I would say like for everyone, maybe like for like the very like low class, it's like more so the same as it was, under Biden's administration. But for like the middle class and upper class, I think it's done better.
Okay. So here's a few issues. Since Trump's got in office, we've seen lower real GDP growth. Since Trump got in office, since what we saw at the end of the Biden-Harris administration, we've seen higher unemployment. We've seen multiple months of reductions in job growth. We've seen lower real domestic manufacturing investment when we saw a massive boom under the Biden-Harris administration. You understand that I can point to like inflation even going up, right? Upward pressure on prices in terms of inflation, right? Caused by Donald Trump's tariffs. What evidence are you referencing that it's better off? Name one macro indicator that's better off right now than the end of Biden's administration.
Yeah, I just told you like overall, like just like the economy in itself, right? More so like what you have left over after like the cost of like after the cost of your needs. People actually have more savings now than they did under like the Biden administration.
What's your source?
What's my source for that? Yeah,
it's like they have more savings accounting for inflation. Is that increasing at a higher percent? Because you want to look at the increase, not whether or not it's necessarily higher. And by the way, I don't even think you have an argument for saying that it would be higher, right? Even, especially given the conditions that are happening right now. I don't think that people would be saving to the same degree right now. But you could give me a source for that.
Well, I gotta look for it.
Where did you see that?
But you're just gonna have to take my word for it now. You can search
I'm not doing that.
And also, you guys always come at like Trump's character. What's so bad about his character? What has
can you
he done?
answer my question instead of pivoting first?
Yeah, I just can't really check it right now. But like, you can do like the research on
not?
your own. But I'm right. Trust me, bro.
Well, no, I'm just asking like if you're gonna write. Trust me, bro. That was an embarrassing point. Yeah, since Trump's got in office, savings has gone down. Personal savings rate has gone down.
That's absolutely.
That's from
not
the
true
St.
at all.
Louis Federal Reserve, from the Bureau of Economic
Yeah,
Analysis.
that's a Democratic website.
That's a Democratic website, the Bureau of Economic Analysis and the St. Louis Federal Reserve. No, it's not. That is literally where you get the economic data. If you took an economics course, that's what they would tell you. If you actually did research, that's what it would tell you. You have no clue what you're talking about. And it's
No, I have
telling
absolutely-
in the conversation
listen,
right now
listen.
when you
You're
say
gonna
the
have to-
stuff that you're saying.
You're gonna have to do more research after this, right?
I
I'm
need to
telling
do
you I'm
more
right.
research. I just literally
Wait, can
did
you
your
explain to me what's
research
so bad
for
about
you and
Trump's
proved you
character?
wrong based upon your trust me, bro.
Yeah, well, what's Trump done? Like, how's his character? Like, immorally unethical?
No, look up personal saving rates or saving rate from
Fine.
the
You know what, just for this,
U.S.
even though
Bureau
you're
of
wrong, right?
Economic
I'll
Analysis.
grant you. Listen. I'll grant you that
I'm
you're right, but you're
serious.
not.
Like,
by
I
the
just
way.
looked at
You're-
it.
You're not. But I just think like it's just like irrelevant. Keep going back and forth with you, knowing that I'm 100% right and you're 100% wrong. All right. So just for like the sake of the argument, let's just presuppose that you're right. I'll grant you that, which you're not, by the way. I just want to go on to the next topic.
What's your source for saying that you're right?
Again, I just told you
Because
right now.
you just said the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis is a liberal source. By the way,
It's
under
most
the Trump
definitely under the red
administration, by the way.
Yeah. Listen. Can you calm down? Can you calm down? Watch this. I understand you're laughing. Listen.
Dude, this is just so comical, bro. Come on. Oh
This is
my
not
god.
comical. Well,
Oh my
look,
god.
we're gonna hold to the presupposition. I'll grant you that you're right, just for the sake of the argument. I don't actually believe that you're right. I know I'm right. Like I know I'm right. I don't believe I'm right. Yeah. So when you say that Trump is like morally unethical, can you please tell me how that is? Well, why do you believe that he's like this evil person?
Yeah, he was held civilly liable of sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll, forcibly
Yeah, that's not
penetrating her
true at all.
against her will.
Mhm.
He
That's completely
he
false.
was held civilly liable.
Yeah. Do you know what it's called? Artificial intelligence. That's this new thing, and
Okay,
it's completely
you're
lie.
trolling. You're trolling.
I'm not trolling. I promise.
No, you are. You are. Literally,
I'm not.
he was held civilly
Yo,
liable.
chat. Am I trolling right now? One's in the chat if I'm trolling. Two's in the chat if Dean. If
Yeah, I'm kicking him. Like what? That was like, imagine that was like them actually like genuinely like I'm so confused. They had that entire conversation. That was so embarrassing, dude. They were like objectively wrong on so many things. They were clearly trolling. At the end, I couldn't have told before that. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you beat that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. I know I went very off topic because I wanted to debate that for a second. Lily, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, well, now we know that was a troll. Soul, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Yilzia, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Matthew, thank you for the $10. Madison, thank you for the $1. And for the $1 as well. Thank you so much. And Dana, thank you so much for the £5. Thank you. Thank you so much. Amy Lee, thank you so much for the $1.27. I really appreciate it. Thank you. No, I actually didn't see that. Let me click on that and see. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 36.
Do you support Trump?
Now, yes.
No, yes?
Now, yes. Sorry, my English is not that great. If you
Okay.
don't mind.
That's fine. That's fine. But I just I guess I don't know what the answer is. So do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So why do you support Trump?
I like his policy, especially when Republican trying to remove the income tax things,
Okay.
and then
You think
Democrat actually shut down the government because of Democrat, and they end up like giving up. They didn't hold it. I feel like Democrat is kind of abandoned people at that point. They didn't fight until.
Well, he's not removing income tax. He's increasing tariffs, which cause a disproportionate negative impact to lower and middle income individuals as they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods. So he's actually making it worse off for people who are lower and middle income.
No, recently Republican they trying to. I read the article about removing income tax and adding sales tax.
He's not going to remove income tax overall. He's passed this big beautiful bill. It doesn't remove income tax. It just it reduced it, which disproportionately benefits higher income individuals. And then he replaced it with tariffs in terms of trying to get the revenue, and that's going to have a regressive negative impact on lower and middle income individuals as they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods because of cost of living.
But then, in my experience, people are having like over consuming unnecessary stuff. So, increasing sales tax makes sense to me.
You think
To
Trump's
say-
trying to address overconsumption?
Yeah.
What? I don't think he's ever talked about that. I think he
mean,
would.
just
I think he would think that's laughable, actually. Like, I think he
well,
would heavily disagree with that from his perspective. Like, I'm
no,
just trying to describe what his
that's
perspective is.
my guess that will happen if income tax is lower and sales tax increases. People will less spend unnecessary stuff, eventually saving a lot of I don't know, middle class fortune, I guess, because they don't spend much.
So
And
I'm confused how you're saying that it's going to be beneficial to the middle class to tax them
America,
more.
America.
What's up?
In overall, I think it's good for America's economy.
How is it good for America?
Those policy that Trump is trying to do.
Which policies do you like of his?
The lowering income tax.
Okay. Are you okay with? So you like the big beautiful bill?
No. Sorry, I don't know that. Sorry about that. I'll stop here.
Oh, okay. All right. I appreciate you coming up.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I am 22 years old.
Do you support Trump?
Actually, I used to, but I don't anymore.
Okay. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
26.
Do you support Trump?
I'm on the fence, but I did vote for him.
Like, so you don't, so you're on the fence of still supporting him?
I don't support everything he does, but it's like
Could you still vote
half
for
of
him?
what he did. But I still did vote for him, yeah.
No, like if you could go back right now and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I mean, I wouldn't like it, but I probably would still vote Trump.
Okay. All right. So why do you support Trump?
Well, I just got into this live, so I guess the last person who was talking about the economy and whatnot, personally, I guess you guys were talking about like the overconsumption or something like that. Like, I guess America is too kind of, how do I put it? I wouldn't say brainwashed, but we're too used to overconsumption of like consumer goods. And I kind of personally agree with the tariffs because it would cause more Americans to not buy unnecessary products that are made outside of the
That's
state,
absurd.
like TVs
It's
and
gonna hurt necessary things. So, like, I mean, I don't think that's a good way of addressing people like buying consumer products. If you want to like reduce overconsumption, I think this is like gonna lead to detrimental and harmful impacts, right? If you like care about people, you wouldn't want that to happen, right?
well, it depends on what kind of products because I do agree like
I mean, it's like these
TVs
are like
aren't
universalized
necessary.
tariffs on like most products.
I don't believe he did. He made some exemptions on certain like just what do you call it, like raw materials.
Okay.
So personally, I think that
Which
tariffs
ones?
is all. I think he did one on lumber,
I'm
certain
pretty sure there are still
metals.
tariffs to some degree on of lumber. I'm pretty sure, especially like I can check.
Yeah, I could be wrong. If you have the computer in front of you, please, I would genuinely. I always like to be proven wrong. But
Yeah, we have lumber tariffs.
yeah,
According to the National Association of Home Builders.
What was the percentage?
I think it's 10%. Here I
10%?
see new tariffs on lumber, wood product imports At a market wins. They said the U.S. U.S. Commerce today posted a 10% tariff on all timber and lumber imports, an additional 25% on kitchen cabinets and furniture after announcing that imports of these materials and products pose a national security risk.
Yeah, the thing is, it's like I know most of our lumber comes from Canada, but the thing is, like,
Oh
when
my
it
gosh.
comes, it doesn't.
Wait, hold up. It also says tariffs go in effect October 14th. Moreover, the tariffs on furniture products are slated to rise 30% on January 1st, 2026. And the kitchen cabinet levies are scheduled to double to 50% on the same date.
From Canada? Well, obviously it'd be whoever's importing it. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's just because we don't import a lot of raw material and we don't have a lot of manufacturing base anymore. And we just we buy everything from like other countries' businesses, corporations, in a sense. So the only reason I agree with it is because we could just be buying the raw material and, putting incentives in the governments to have smaller businesses have less tax cuts while having a progressive tax of like more larger corporations to, pay their fair wage. But I know Trump isn't that type of person.
Okay. So then why do you support Trump? Because it sounds like to some degree you wouldn't agree with his policy. Because you understand that his policy increases taxes on working class Americans and decreases taxes on the rich and wealthy. Whereas Kamala Harris is only going to increase taxes on income over $400,000 a year. She's going to keep all the tax cuts applicable to income earners under $400,000 a year.
Yeah,
so if you care about most people getting a tax cut, you would support Kamala Harris's plan.
I did, to a degree. The only thing my biggest thing was not having the debt ceiling be risen. Even though I know when that's also one thing that I got pissed off when that.
You understand that just happens with that happens with both administrations. They have to do that in order to keep the government afloat.
I don't think it's to keep the government afloat.
No, seriously, it is. It literally is.
The only reason it's to keep the government afloat is because they add more programs to it and they extend it.
Yeah.
Because they want to add more.
You mean like necessary things that people need?
Well, not necessarily necessary.
We're literally just trying to take care of the population. Like, dude, what's the point of all of what we're doing right now? Do you not want to take care of people? Do you not want to ensure that we have a baseline for everyone?
I'm not going to argue like healthcare and stuff, but like.
Wait, yeah, so you think that people should have access to healthcare? What's Trump's healthcare plan?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying
no. What's his healthcare plan?
I agree with having healthcare in our country. What my concern is more about is the money that goes into foreign wars and stuff like that, or the interest that our debt is majority of our.
Isn't Trump doing that?
Paid majority. Huh?
Isn't Trump doing that more?
Yeah, that's why I got pissed off about the big beautiful bill when I noticed that it was like another 1.3.
And it cuts children off of free school lunch and breakfast to the degree of 420,000 children on average every single month. Right? 2.5 million people on average every month off their food stamps, and over 10 million people off their access to health insurance.
Well, I agree with the food stamp part, though. I think that there should be an audit. You want to cut
people off of food stamps? So you mean the children that will have reduced access to free school lunch and breakfast?
I do believe there should be an audit for it.
An audit?
Yeah.
For the school lunch? Okay, sure. Shouldn't there be an audit for the defense budget? Maybe they should be passing that one first before you fucking hand them another $300 million a year. Like, dude, what is this fucking the military budget? And they're not even passing audits, and then you guys are literally going to sit there from the Republican standpoint and say that
I wouldn't call myself
it's SNAP.
a Republican.
Well, I mean, you're supporting Trump right now, right?
I'm on the fence. I voted for him, but everything that he stands for, I don't agree with. I also didn't agree with everything that Kamala stands for. So I was like very in the middle of both of them.
Okay, but like genuinely, like shouldn't we like try to ensure that children are fed?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, understand Trump's bill doesn't do that. It does the complete opposite. If you want to
think-
feed children, why would you support Trump? He literally actively is taking away food from children, like genuinely.
I think what is a bigger problem is more of the people who are in the assembly that have ties to like whatever deals that they try and make.
What?
I don't think like I don't know, it's hard to explain because I'm not like too versed in politics. I just get like I give my opinion and I want to hear others as well.
No, could you repeat? I genuinely don't know what your point you're trying to make.
I guess it's just like I wouldn't say Trump supporters entirely, but I do understand that a lot of Trump supporters want the same thing as Democrats. The only problem is that the ways we want it are completely different, and the outlandish remarks or the the extremes of every side is the only thing we see on the news or on social media.
You see a lot of extremes on social. I agree. There's a lot of extremes
Yeah.
on social media. What's the point of this?
Well, no, that's just it. I just like.
So here's what I gotta say is, that's the
Yeah.
reality of the world we live in. There's a bunch of extremes that exist on social media because there's a financial incentive for people to do that, for people on a content perspective in the media.
Yeah, the clickbait stuff, yeah.
Newspapers have. This has been the case throughout all of this time, right? So like, I genuinely am like, what's the. Yeah, we have to be able to acclimate to this, and we have to be able to critically think. That's why I do what I do, to be able to incentivize people to critically think, to like fact check their sources, to use credible information, because it's very very good. It's incredible. We need to make it more known, like just what's right.
No, for sure. For sure. I think I don't know. I think that a lot of people care about the same issues, but we're very divided because all we see are the extremes.
But that's the reality of the world we live in. Like genuinely, like the current president is extreme, like unbelievably extreme. You're gonna see a lot of extremes. We're literally like 9-10 months in. We're 10 months in now.
I think then what I like about Trump is that at least he's going to be upfront with the corruption rather than Kamala Harris.
Wait, okay, Kamala. So how is Donald Trump less corrupt than Kamala Harris?
No,
Explain
not
that
less
one.
corrupt. It's just that
You think he's
Trump
more corrupt?
I think they're equally corrupt. I just think
I definitely don't think that's the case.
I think that
I don't think
Trump
there's
is
any reason to
just-
believe that. I mean, Donald Trump literally reduced tariffs on Switzerland because he got a Rolex clock and a gold bar. Is that not
I think
corruption
that-
to you?
No, that is corruption. It's just I think that Trump is arrogant.
Can you give me one
enough
explicit
to
circumstance
show
of
it.
Kamala Harris from your perspective engaging in corruption?
I mean, besides the one that I've really only seen on the news where she withheld evidence when she was, I forgot, she was like an attorney general for our state, California, that she withheld evidence of like a marijuana charge.
Oh, you can't say
to
that on the
keep a
live.
marijuana.
I actually have to kick them because you can't say that on the live. It's TikTok TOS. It is TikTok TOS. I'll have to literally get the. I mean, I was thinking about doing a restart anyway, but I think the flag will still carry because it technically still did. But Adrian, you can come back up later on. I hope I can convince you. I would finish the conversation with you. But you got to say M drug because TikTok TOS limits that. But I might do a restart anyway. Maybe we'll just try to get another debate first, and then we'll try a restart if necessary. Alrighty. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
How old are you?
20.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
Okay. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay. And what's your birth year?
2005.
Okay. So why do you support Trump?
Immigration.
What about immigration?
Yeah, I support his deportation of illegal immigrants.
Okay. And why is that?
Well, because I think if you're going to come to the country illegally and commit crimes, you shouldn't be here.
Okay. So you think committing crimes, if someone does that, they should be held accountable, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So why'd you vote Trump? He was convicted.
Are you trying to pivot?
No, I'm not pivoting it at all. I'm just asking you if that's a
What
thing that
crime?
you believe in. This is a thing you believe in. Well, he was convicted of 34 felonies, and he wasn't put in prison because he was elected president. So if you think that criminals should be held accountable, why did you vote for a criminal to not be held accountable?
So there was no penalty for his New York case? Is that what you're trying to say?
In the sentencing, they were not going to send someone who's going to be president to prison, right? Otherwise, it would have been taken into account significantly more. So we could have likely seen Trump behind bars.
So do you disagree with the court in that sense?
What do you mean? Do I disagree with the court? I mean, obviously, I would. Yes, I think he should be in prison.
For
Like
what?
genuinely, I actually genuinely think he should be in prison.
For that specifically?
For
or
what?
something else?
Well, if you want to talk about for what, he pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers, and he called them patriots.
That's not illegal.
He called for the execution of people
No, he didn't.
who are Democrats, right? Literally just for saying don't uphold
Oh, wait, no, he didn't do
unlawful
that.
orders, right? Okay? He called for the execution of them. He's calling for the denaturalization of people who are U.S. citizens, legal immigrants, because they don't meet the standard of, wait, what was it? Like literally of upholding domestic tranquility, whatever the fuck that means. I'm sorry. What the fuck are you talking? He's violating people's constitutionally protected rights. He's literally committing crimes as U.S. president. And you're just like, you know what? This guy,
How is pardoning
this
people a
corrupt guy,
crime?
he's going to actually uphold the law to a greater extent, to what you've never seen before. I promise you that. Like literally, he's going to commit so many crimes like nobody's ever done before.
Is pardoning a crime?
By the way, no, I think that these are moral crimes. Like that's the way I'm referencing. So like if you were to if I had the ability to, legally speaking, yes, this is absolutely like something that meets that criteria. Yeah, like you cannot have people in a position of president doing these things. I think he should be impeached. I think he should be put in prison. I think this is absurd. You should not be able to do this as president. I actually genuinely don't believe you should be able to do this as president of the United States. He's actively undermining democratic institutions, and we're supposed to just sit there, like genuinely, like what the fuck that's crazy. It's genuinely crazy.
Do you
He's
think the
literally
pardon
incited.
power
He's incited
specifically
violence.
should-
He's not very popular. Right? He's
Do you
losing
think the pardon power
popularity constantly.
specifically is
His
bad,
his
or,
popularity is literally an insane portion of the population that is specifically heavily misinformed and literally cult brained, right, at this point, right, to support anything that he says. I mean, he's literally posting things on Truth Social speaking about him going and being president in 2028. Do you want me to pull it up? Do you want to see?
No, I believe you. He's
It's
talked about it a lot.
embarrassing. It's embarrassing that this guy's president. I'm genuinely serious. This is fucking insane. I hope people can realize that. This is crazy. Everything I just said is actually insane.
Okay, so back on the pardon thing, do you think like the presidential pardon, like that power is bad, or do you think it is just the way he used it specifically?
I think the way he used it. And I mean, I could say that in a huge portion of instances, the presidential pardon can be used in a bad connotation, right?
Do you think the way Biden used them was bad?
I mean, sure, there are circumstances. Like, I mean, I don't necessarily think like pardoning your son is necessarily something that qualifies as morally good, but like it's an understandable thing to do as it's your son. But like, still, especially when it comes to like doing favors for like family members, like genuinely like. I mean, in people that are close to you, that can be exploited, like to an absurd extent.
So on that degree, they're the same, no?
What is the same? No, how? There was no violent crime that he was convicted of. Hunter Biden was not convicted of a violent crime. And he didn't try to. And Hunter Biden did not try to literally undermine the 2020 election results and try to overthrow, like literally go into the Capitol and beat a police officer. He didn't do that. Okay, that was not Hunter Biden. Okay.
But it's still a criminal getting pardoned for like because he's related.
Yeah. So you could wait, but you can't say that it's viewed the same. Does that make sense?
It's still a criminal getting pardoned. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
No.
We're talking about the specific way in which it's pardoned, like the specific pardon that I'm referencing. That's when I tell you that.
Your problem is that it was a violent crime.
Listen. When I tell you that about him pardoning the violent rioters who beat police officers, the reason why I'm referencing that is because it tells you that he condoned the violence that happened on that day. So all his little placating that he like, he thought it was, he advocated for it to be peaceful. It was so peaceful on his behalf. He said that they shouldn't do violence. Then why did he pardon the violence? It's absurd. It is absurd that people believe that, right? Why do you believe that? Why do you still support Trump after hearing everything that I've just said in this conversation?
Because the left is worse in every way.
How is that even possible?
Well, starting off like on principles, like they don't like the country, which is a big problem.
How so?
They like say the country's evil and terrible.
Okay, who said that? Who said the country's evil and terrible? You mean right now? This administration? Yes, this administration is evil and terrible. What's wrong? What's wrong with me acknowledging the reality? I'm sorry. After everything I just mentioned, is that not your conclusion? Is that not the logical conclusion after everything that's been referenced in this conversation?
No.
No? You didn't hear anything that I said?
No, I heard what you said, but
then you would realize. And that was just some of it. I haven't even referenced everything. There's so many other things I can
reference. For a party
reference.
that is like okay with illegal immigrants coming in and just committing crimes. That's
No, any undocumented immigrant that's committed a violent crime or bad crime, right? We specifically think should be deported on the condition that we put in a prison in another country.
No, you don't.
Yes. What are you talking about?
No, you don't.
Yes, I do. That's my position. But like any undocumented immigrant that has not committed a violent crime or bad crime should be given a pathway to citizenship, right?
You live in LA, right?
Why are you asking me that? What a pivot.
Because my next question is going to be if there's like a referendum on if your city should be a sanctuary city, would you vote yes on that?
Would I vote yes on the? I mean, it depends on how it's defined as a sanctuary city. But yeah, sure.
As it currently is, like, do you
under? How about this? If it's defined under my view, yes. My view. I just told you. An undocumented immigrant that has not committed a violent crime or bad crime should be given a pathway to citizenship where they don't have to leave the country, right? And those specifically that have committed violent crimes or bad crimes should be deported with due process.
Is that how it works right now?
No. Over 70% of people that are detained by ICE have no prior criminal records.
No, I'm saying so like if a criminal commits a crime, do you think
like a really like a violent bad crime.
Dude, no, wait,
You
no,
think
no.
that they
Coming
should-
into the country is not a crime that I think is so bad. That means that
No,
like
I'm
someone should be
saying
viewed in that
they're an
perspective.
illegal immigrant and they committed a violent crime.
Yeah, I just said they should be deported.
So then, how do you do that in a sanctuary city?
What? I would say you. Well, I'm confused what you mean by sanctuary city.
So like when you
Do you think?
detain the person,
I'm sorry. Do you think sanctuary cities don't put like people who commit violent crimes in prison? That's such a ridiculous assertion.
No,
what are you
no,
talking
they don't
about?
communicate with ICE. Though.
What are
They
you
don't-
saying,
they don't-
dude? Like, can you name? Dude, I just can't even fathom that. That's your
That's
perspective.
not what I said. You're straw manning. Listen,
I'm not.
So,
I'm not.
No. So how it works is when you detain them, you don't tell ICE, you don't have to communicate with them that they're an illegal, right? Isn't that how it works?
Undocumented immigrant. Wait, sorry,
Yeah,
say it
isn't that
again.
how it works?
Say it
Yes,
again?
when you detain like an undocumented immigrant that's committed a crime in a sanctuary city, you're not like you're not forced to report that person to ICE, right?
You're not sure? I'm confused what your point is.
Yeah, do you not see that as a problem?
I'm confused. Do I not see that as a problem?
Yeah.
Do I think that I should be able to get all that data? No.
But
So
you
I don't
said-
see that
you
as a
agreed with
problem.
me that
Actually, I think that I think that's crazy. Yeah, I don't think I should be able to get that fucking information because over 70% of the people they're detaining have no prior criminal records. There's so many people that aren't getting due process. There's so many people that have not committed a violent crime or bad crime that should be allowed to stay in this country. They're not harming you at all. They're not a threat to your safety and security. And you're wasting your fucking time on people that are just trying to make a better fucking living for themselves rather than fucking focusing on people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes, right? Like the people in the fucking position in the
talking
presidency.
about those people.
Genuinely, what are you doing? Your priorities are dog shit, dude. Why are you focused on undocumented immigrants that haven't committed lower rates of violent crime, drug crime, property crime
I'm not
based upon the
focused on
studies
those
that are
ones.
in the
You're not listening to what
bibliography
I'm
in my
saying.
bio? You can check them out, by the way.
No, I'm talking about the ones that have committed violent crimes. That's what I'm saying.
You're talking about the ones that have committed violent crimes? Yeah,
Yes.
again, we've already told you multiple times. People who have committed violent crimes should be deported on the condition that we put in a prison in another country. We don't want
Yeah,
people
but they
specifically that
can't in a
committed violent
sanctuary
crimes.
city.
What's that?
That's the problem.
Okay, well, I'm confused. I don't know how you're defining sanctuary cities. I think that sanctuary cities still put people in prison, like who commit violent
No,
crimes.
but
You don't think
yes, I know,
sanctuary
but you
cities
s-
put people in prison?
Okay, hold on. You said if you're an undocumented immigrant and you commit a violent crime, you should be deported, right?
Uh-huh.
If you commit a violent crime and you're an undocumented immigrant in a sanctuary city, you don't get deported.
Okay. Well, I would disagree with any place that specifically does that. Is there any place you could point to that
It's
does?
like that in LA. What do you mean?
I think they deport people that have committed violent crimes. I don't think that's true that they would keep people in the country without putting them in a prison if they have committed a violent crime.
Are you sure?
Yeah?
So how did they make the when did they decide
I mean, can
to
you
like
can you
deport
give me the
someone?
source for that? Like I would genuinely be like I would think that's absurd. Like anyone who has committed a violent crime, of course.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. But isn't it the
But
way that
can you
the
give me the
sanctuary cities
source?
work
Can you
right
give
now?
me your
That's not the
source,
case.
man? What's your source?
The gonna make me get a source, bro. Not this.
You're gonna make
Trust
me
bro,
get a
that's my
source, bro. No,
Trust me, bro. Trust me, bro. That's my source.
No, Parker asked me for a source. No.
Trust me, bro.
Come on, no, actually, do some research. Is that really that difficult?
No, I'm just.
Dude, dude, seriously.
I'm
can you
confused.
do research?
No,
MAGA,
okay, hold on.
MAGA
Just-
needs
just-
to get some research. That's
No,
gonna
just
be the new.
help me out with this.
The
help me
new
out with this.
nickname, or not new nickname, new username for you.
Okay, help me out with this. So if they don't report an undocumented immigrant to ICE, why are you saying that they do? Like, when is this decision made to do it or when not to do it?
When there are situations where they have committed violent crimes and bad crimes.
And does it say that in the
Right.
in the law?
Dude, I don't even know the specific connotation of the law. Okay, I bet that specifically people have committed violent crimes and bad crimes.
Do you have a source
like
for
that?
that?
We would typically say.
Wait, why are you asking me to get a source when you're making the claim? Actually, that's true.
You're the one making a claim.
No, you're the one making. You're making the claim that they do deport them.
No, you were the one making the claim that there's some sort of prescription that they don't put people who have committed violent crimes in prison. Okay? That was your claim.
No, but weren't you making the claim that they do deport them?
That was your claim on their policy. You're making the claim on the policy, and you just don't want to look at the source, and you're trying to shift the burden like crazy, and you're grasping for straws.
Okay, where would I go to find that what you're saying is true?
I'm not going to tell you how to research, bro. I think you're going to have to figure that one out yourself. I think you're going to have to figure out how to research there, man.
Okay, if I find a case of a violent criminal not being overturned to ICE, you make a bet on it? Here, let's make a bet on it.
I'm not going to bet. Go do research. I'm serious.
You're not going to...
I'm waiting.
Oh, so you're not confident?
No, I genuinely didn't listen to what you just said there. I blinked it out. Would you like to just like...
Yeah, would
go
you
look it
bet
up?
that that's the case, that you're saying that if a undocumented immigrant commits a violent crime, they do get deported? I wouldn't be able to find a case of that?
Well, I don't know. I'm not sure. That's what I'm saying. But I would
Well,
I would
that's-
lean against that. I'm not like leaning against it enough to say that I would put money or... I only put money and bet on things that like I 100% am certain on.
Okay, well, my understanding is that is the case, and I think that's a bad leftist policy. That's one of the reasons. So you can say,
Okay,
oh,
well,
Trump this, Trump
can you go
that.
find it? Because that's by the way, that in that circumstance, that doesn't at all relate to my view. What's wrong about my view? I think it's embarrassing that you had to reach that, and you don't even have a source for that. You can just admit it's bullshit, because you're not going to look it up.
It's definitely not. I bet if I looked it up, I would back me up.
Okay, do it then. Oh, yeah. Then actually, would you? Okay, well then, what will you? Then would you put money on it?
Yeah, I bet my... Let me think about this. How much
This is
how much
so
bread you got,
embarrassing
Parker?
for you.
How much bread you got? I'm not trying to bankrupt you.
$20
I'm trying to
trillion.
get
$20 trillion.
20 trillion?
Yeah, dude. I was the first trillionaire. Okay. Okay, buddy.
A $5 bet that I'm right. How does that sound?
Bro. Okay. I'm not even gonna do that.
What?
I'm just
10.
like, how
What's
about
the
this?
minimum?
How
What's the
about
minimum?
this? How about this? You'd have to change your profile picture.
To what? Biden? Or
And
no?
I'm not gonna do anything. I just like genuinely like if you're just wrong, just admit it and change your profile picture and stop being a Trump supporter.
But I won't be able to prove you wrong if I find it. That's the problem.
Okay.
Like I'll
just go
find that
look
I'm
it up.
right, and then I
Just
won't
go-
even
ju-
get to like
just go
tell you
look
that
it
I'm
up
right.
at this point. Just go look it up, dude. This
No,
is
but
this
then I
is
don't get
like
the
this
satisfaction
is
of
his
telling you that
desperate
you're wrong.
attempt to be like I don't want to do research, Parker. Please stop making me do research, please, Parker. Parker, no, I don't want to link this up. No, Parker, please just if I do look it up, can you tell me like what I should like do to like find the own thing that I'm claiming myself? Like how could I find my own source? That's literally what he said. That's like actually what he said.
Hold on, I'm looking it up right now. I'm about to prove you're a fraud on stream. Just
Okay,
you wait.
buddy. Okay, buddy. I honestly, I'm not trusting his research skills. I'm not trusting his research skills. Based upon the conversation we've had so far. I'm not trusting that. I'm not trusting that. Alright, I'm going to say thank you to a few people I got to catch up on YouTube. And I just like, it's actually fucking insane that Donald Trump's literally posting stuff saying fucking Trump 2028. That's actually just so stupid. It's so ridiculous. Alrighty. Let me catch up real quick, everyone. I have to catch up. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, top of the screen. By the way, everyone, my Cash App is still down. It's still down. Just letting everyone know. I think I put it in my link tree as well so that people see. Chris, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Chris. I appreciate it. Jill, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Madeline. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the dollar as well. Thank you. It gets reported when they are convicted. Yeah, watch him not be able to find it. Matthew, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see it. Let's see if he could do some research here. Let's see. Watch him come back with like Newsmax. Donna, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, Deidre, happy birthday. Happy birthday. Donna's mom, happy birthday. Hope you have a fantastic birthday. That's amazing. That's amazing. W's. Autumn, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Tessa, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. We absolutely did. Absolutely did. I didn't get to go see family myself. I was actually at home alone, actually on stream because I'm sick. And I didn't want to get my family sick. 73 and still liberal, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Erotica, thank you for the $5 as well. Oreo, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Literally just to pay the bills, right? Pixel, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Cindy, thank you so much for the $2. Hope, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. Feisty, thank you for the $5. Sunflower, thank you so much for the 10. I appreciate it. Thank you. Elena, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you. Soul, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Yeah, the Piers Morgan Jubilee, I think it comes out on Sunday. That's what I saw on the thing. I just learned that today. I didn't even know it was going to come out yet. But I'm like chronically bad at checking my email too, so. Moo, thank you for the £2. Thank you. Laughing Leslie, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Actually, I think I'm caught up. I'm caught up on everything.
Wait, so I have a question for you on the specific. Are you saying
Wait,
that?
No, I don't have. Watch your source, man. What's your source?
No, I have a source, but like, are you saying that they are? So are you
What?
saying like if they detain someone that is a undocumented and they do commit a crime, they're obligated or they're required to, or you're just saying that they can?
Well, I mean, you would say that they can, and they do.
Yeah, but they're not required to.
They
That's
can
the
and
problem.
do.
They can and do, but they're not required, right?
Sure.
Well, that's the point I'm trying to make. Like if they
What's your point?
don't want that person to be deported, they just won't report it to ICE.
Okay. So if you don't want them to be, okay. So, but could you give me any instances of that?
I would have to find one.
Oh.
You know what? I concede on the point that I don't have enough information right now.
Oof, that's an embarrassing point. But I appreciate at least conceding that, acknowledging that.
I would have to do more information.
Okay. Would you like to provide any other reason why you support Trump? Because I mean, I think
Because
that
he
he's
was the better
indefensible.
candidate. That's why.
And name one quality he's better. Like literally, I don't think you can name one
Kamala had no
quality.
policies.
Kamala, she did. I can tell you them if you want. You just didn't do research. Again, surprising. You didn't do research. You know, I couldn't have guessed that one actually.
Okay, why would you tell a Trump voter that
Do you want me
to
do you
vote
want me
for
to tell you,
Democrat?
or okay? Why would I tell you? Because
like,
we
what-
actually care about affordability. We want to expand access to healthcare and childcare and housing affordability, right? And taking care of the working class and middle class, lowering taxes
Wait,
for
hold on.
working class people.
Hold on. If you
And families?
care about healthcare affordability, why did they end the government shutdown? And just like let the
because
tax credits
the
expire?
Republicans voted against an amendment that specifically would have taken the $40 billion that we're sending to Argentina, and it would have specifically put that towards $40 billion of healthcare subsidies for the ACA extended for 2 years, right, to reduce healthcare premiums for American citizens. So Democrats were trying to ensure that Americans didn't have their healthcare premiums go up in cost, which probably affects someone in your family, dude. Right? Whether it be your immediate family or extended family.
Yeah, but if they cared about it, why did they end the shutdown and make it? Because the Republicans didn't agree to extend that.
Wait, say that again.
The Republicans didn't agree to vote on that to continue the
No, they
subsidy.
shot down that amendment.
Yeah. So if the Democrats cared about that, why would they end the shutdown?
What?
You're saying they care about healthcare.
Wait, hold up. Those were the few Democrats that voted to continue it is not representative of the entire Democratic Party. I do agree it's an issue, but like it's not representative of the rest of the Democratic Party. It's representative of those Democrats.
What do you mean the few Democrats?
Yeah, there was like it was like 8 Democrats, I think.
Yeah. And like the messaging was like the party position was that we're going to end the shutdown and give up the healthcare subsidy now. Like if they needed more votes, then they would have got more votes. I guarantee it.
No, it's because Republicans weren't negotiating. Because they don't give a shit about harming the American people and cutting people off of health care. Because a hell of a lot of Republicans could care less if SNAP even existed.
Neither do the Democrats.
No, so many of the Democrats do. That is an absurd standpoint for you to say. I would say could you at least acknowledge, overwhelming majority of Democrats were against doing that. An overwhelming majority.
I would have to see polling data.
Okay, how many people were Democrats in the Senate?
I think there was... Wait, do you say in the Senate?
Yeah.
How many are Democrats? It's like 40... Is it 47?
I think it's 48.
48?
Mm-hmm.
48 Democrats.
That's, at least listed as Democrats. So, there's a dispute on whether or not some of them are specifically Democrats. But the point I'm saying is that that's still an overwhelming majority of Democrats disagree with those 8 Democrats. Okay? Can you at least acknowledge that?
No, okay. The Democrats that did vote to end it were the ones that weren't up for re-election. If they needed more votes, they would have got more votes. They strategically picked those ones to vote for it, just so that the ones that were up for re-election, they wouldn't have that be used against them in their re-election.
So, and again, you say used against them because they literally acknowledged that they didn't care about upholding the healthcare premiums. They could have, we needed negotiations on that. What happened to the negotiations on that? And also, why are you okay with the Republican Party just being completely okay with the government shutdown and not even negotiating? How are you okay with that? How do you overlook that?
Because we don't need the government subsidizing healthcare companies. That's why.
So you just want there to be lack of access to healthcare to a greater extent? You want people to lose access to healthcare? You want their healthcare premiums to go up? Is that what you want? Because that's what's going to happen.
I don't want that to happen, but I also don't want... Ideally, that wouldn't happen, but it's a difficult choice to make. You want to give government money to
It's a difficult choice to make. So,
that's what you
and
want.
you're saying the difficult choice is that you should just let them have higher premiums.
Yes, that's a better choice than giving money
costs.
to healthcare companies, government money, taxpayer dollars to healthcare companies.
So, okay, listen to this. Wouldn't you prefer a system where we had universal access?
No.
You wouldn't? Why?
Because the government's inefficient.
How? In the
Private
context of
businesses do
wait,
better.
but countries around the world have lower average costs of healthcare expenditure per capita comparative to we do.
If they're so much better, why don't you move there?
You understand because my family lives here?
So if your family lived there, you wouldn't. So you don't care about this country.
If my
you just
family
live
lived
here.
there, would I move there? Yes.
So you don't actually like this country. You just happen to live here because your family does.
I love my family.
Okay, actually, let me ask you a
like I'm
hypothetical.
talking like I'm gonna be wherever my girlfriend is, right? I'm gonna be
I don't have a problem with that,
wherever
but,
my
like,
family is.
hypothetically, if you could
right?
choose,
and
like,
that's gonna
where
be
your
in
family is
America. Like
located.
my family's just not going to move out of the United
I'm
United
saying like
States. They've
hypothetically,
lived
if
here
you,
their whole
could
life.
choose like where your family was, what country would you choose?
If I could, I don't have like a specific country off the top of my head. I would pick.
So you don't have any
I live
preference for
here.
any countries?
Well, I mean, I've lived here, so obviously I have a preference for living in LA. Like I like LA.
Do you like this country?
I like the country that I live in, yes.
So then,
But
why
you
are
understand
saying,
that
like,
I don't like the president. I like the country I live in, but I don't like the president.
No, but why are you always going like, oh, this country's doing this better, oh, this and this and this?
I want children in this
just go live
country
there if
to
they're
be
so much
fed.
better.
I want children in this country to be fed. I want people to have access to health care. I want people to have access to basic amenities that they need. I don't want people to have a lack of access to necessities. Why is that such an absurd take to you?
Healthcare
Why is
isn't
that
a
not a standard
necessity.
for you? Why do you think that everyone shouldn't have that? Like, genuinely.
If you want healthcare, then you have to work and pay for it. It's not a like human right.
It is.
It is not
It is.
grant-
Healthcare
No, it
is a human
isn't.
right. It absolutely is. Right? Okay, wait, then tell me this. Do you think emergency healthcare is a human right?
Yes.
Oh, so you do think healthcare is a human right, just only in emergency circumstances?
Yes.
Oh, wait, so you were just saying before healthcare is not a human right. Now you're saying that we should be paying for emergency healthcare? Why? Because it saves
Okay,
people's lives? Well, then that's
I
the exact
should've
same reasoning why I'm
clarified.
saying we should have universal access to healthcare, because 45 to 68,000 American lives lost every single year due to lack of health insurance. You know how many people have to literally choose between access to food and paying their rent and being able to pay their bills and being fucking stuck under literally so much medical debt because of the absurd costs that exist? We can get rid of that. Countries around the world have done that. The fact that we have that is absurd. It's
So-
absurd, and you're reinforcing it. And
No,
you have
I'm
done
saying
no
if you
research.
don't
This is
have
the
health-
issue. No research.
If you don't have health insurance, you should get it.
Okay.
And you know how you get it? You pay for it, and you get it, and you pay for it by working.
Okay, I'm
If you
sorry.
want health
You understand
insurance,
that
you work for
if there were hundreds of thousands of dollars of costs imposed on anyone in this live, that would bankrupt most people in this live, right? Do you agree?
That's why you
Right?
get health
and that's
insurance.
based on something that they didn't even choose. Health
That's why you
insurance
get health
doesn't
insurance,
always
right?
cover everything. You understand that, right?
Like
Health
what?
insurance, like genuinely, health insurance does not cover everything. It should be. The fact that that's even something that we have to think about is absurd to me.
What does
It's
it not
absurd
cover?
to me. And also, it's over cost because of the fact that you're leaving it up to the market too much instead of having a greater portion of bargaining power from like a public option that is going to be sufficient for everyone. You can still have forms of private, but why the fuck would you want that if you have a good system? I want such a good system that you can rely upon it. I think
so-
healthcare is so important. And the fact that you don't view it that way is absurd. It's absurd.
What specific things are you saying
do you
aren't
like
covered?
not care about people's health? It's gonna affect you someday. You just not care when you get there. I'm sorry, like
No,
that's
I
absurd.
do care. But what specific things are you saying aren't covered?
Wait, there are plenty of people that aren't covered. I'm just saying that like not everyone is universal coverage. There are millions of people in this country, tens of
Yeah, I know,
millions of
but,
people
like,
in this
what kinds of
country
things are
that
those
have
that aren't
they're
covered?
uninsured and
There's a
underinsured.
reason they're not covered, right?
Yeah, because the costs are so high.
Yeah, because we are a country that has
The costs are high, and because people can't pay
No.
for it, doesn't mean that they shouldn't be able to get access to it. Why do we have free public K
that
through
is
12?
not why. It's
Wait, why do we
because
have
medical
free
resources are
answer
scarce
this
and we
question.
don't have infinite
Why do we
coverage for
have
everything
free
for
public
every
K through
person.
12? Do you agree with free public K through 12?
Yes,
You do? Why?
because having an educated population is good.
Why?
Because they have better outcomes related to lifetime earnings and just overall well-being compared to
I don't
uneducated
think
people.
you're very educated, to be totally honest with you.
Well, I don't think you're very educated, to be honest with you.
Well, I don't think that's been proved in this conversation. And honestly,
Well, I don't
and if
think
that were
that's been
true,
proved
that
in
would
this
just be
conversation
evidence
that
to
I'm
my
about to
point. Wait, if that were true,
can't you
that would
answer my
actually wait,
question?
hold up, just pause. If that were true, that actually be evidence to my point that the fucking education system in the United States needs to be revamped. Okay, that's actually evidence to my point, if anything. Yo, no way.
Okay, can you answer my question that I've asked like 5 times? What isn't covered? What kinds of things aren't covered? I'm not saying.
Yeah, so you understand that people. I'm sorry, I don't have to give you the specifics on everything that is not covered. There are so many things that are not covered that are life saving, and I can give you. It depends on the circumstance, right? And I mean, I can give you specific circumstances, but I don't think it's necessary to do so to get you to understand that it does happen. The fact that you don't know it, right, means that you won't even understand it until it happens to you. Like, genuinely, that's fucking crazy. Like, I don't think it's something that I think you could do research. I think you can educate yourself.
Wait,
You
hold
wanted to
on.
educate society because K through 12 is important. You should do that yourself, genuinely.
Do you
Educate
think-
yourself on the fact that the healthcare industry in this country is fucking evil, right? Not because of the doctors and the nurses and the people who are providers of the care, but because of the system of health insurance that literally is based on for-profit and puts profit over people's lives. Right? And providers would totally fucking agree with that because they don't want fucking people to die because of lack of access to care. Because then why would they be doing what they're doing?
Okay, do you think that the medical system has infinite resources?
No, I never said it has infinite
Obviously not.
resources, but the resources
And because of that fact,
should be
there's a reason that insurance
galaxy.
companies can't cover everything. There's not infinite resources.
That's not because of a
everything can be
lack of
covered.
resources. It's because of greed. That's what it is. Because other countries around the world, that doesn't happen. It's because of greed.
No, it does
That's
happen
what
in
it
other
is.
countries.
You're saying that you should put greed over human life. That's what you're trying to say here.
What country are you
there's-
pointing to that has
literally, you don't
infinite
care.
healthcare resources?
How is this America
and can
first?
cover everything with the
Explain to
best,
me.
like-
Explain to me how allowing tens of millions of Americans to be uninsured is America first. Explain that one to me, because that doesn't sound very America first to me. That sounds like the rich first. That sounds like you want people who are very wealthy to be better off at the expense of people literally dying.
If they want health insurance, they can work for it.
Okay, so then so if someone can't possibly work for it, do you think that they should just die?
Why wouldn't they be able to, like, are you saying, like, for a disability?
Yeah, for example.
Yeah, I think we should have people that are disabled be covered. But if you're able-bodied, you should, and you can work, and you don't have health insurance, it shouldn't be given to you. You should work for it.
Okay, so then you're saying if someone is able-bodied, should they be able to get access to emergency health care?
They should be
all people
able to
who are
get
able-bodied
access to
should be able to get
emergency
access to
healthcare,
emergency
just not
health care,
preventative.
correct? Oh, just not preventative? Okay, but you don't understand preventative reduces the likelihood of needing emergency health care?
Yeah.
And do you understand
I
that
do
there
understand that.
you understand that like working still doesn't mean you're going to be able to afford all of the bills in plenty of circumstances because the bills become so expensive? And that can affect anyone. Genuinely, that can affect anyone. Think about a society that would be there for
about
no,
healthcare
think about
bills
this. Think about this. Think about this for 1 second. Think about a society that's there for your children, your grandchildren, the children that come after them, right? They're going to grow up in a society, right, where this isn't covered. Could this affect them? Would you care if it affected them?
If what affected them?
Like your children, your grandchildren, or the children that come after them, your great grandchildren. Would you
Yeah, what about
care
them?
if this inevitably impacted them? If it were to be up to just like private companies and insurance, if they couldn't afford it in these conditions?
If you want health insurance, why do you disagree with that? I don't understand.
Because I think that healthcare is a human right.
Why?
Because it's ensuring that you can survive. In the same way that I think safety needs to be upheld, this is safety as well. This is a necessary element of safety. It genuinely is.
When you give
You cannot
everybody everything
give
they
me a
need, it
definition
does-
of safety in terms of defining what a government should do. If a government should provide safety, explain to me how that wouldn't also entail that you have to care about people's access to healthcare as it ensures their ability to live. That is an element of safety. Okay? And we engage in preventative measures all the time to be able to do that.
If the government gives you everything you need and you don't have to work, why would you work?
Wait, say that again?
If the government gives you everything you need so you don't have to work, why would you work?
You understand that no one can just like literally just be like, oh, I'm not going to do anything and I'm just going to get a bunch of money from the government. That's not happening.
That people
right?
do that, actually. That is currently happening right now.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's not happening to the degree
Yes,
that you're
people
referencing.
choose not to work because they already have food provided for them. They already have a bunch of
It
stuff
is not
provided for
happening
them.
to the degree that you're referencing. You focus so much on the very small portion of specific circumstances where people who you think don't deserve it, right, to then take away access for people who do deserve it to degrees of millions of people. You are
Who are the people that
justifying
do
an
deserve it?
evil based upon, and you're judging people who didn't even do this. You're saying that they shouldn't be able to get access to their care because of like one other person who did that, or like a few other people that did that weren't
Yes,
them.
when there's a problem with the system, you don't continue with the system. That is how could you disagree with that? And currently the system is being taken advantage where it doesn't incentivize people to work. It incentivizes them to live off government programs and leech off the people who are working and are contributing.
Wait, I'm sorry. What is the labor force participation rate? Is it above 50%? So do you agree that at least most people in our society, and by the way, that's not that's the like where it's at is like relatively good. You understand that that's
how do you
actually
calculate that?
representative of the fact that people are working? Most people are
How is
working.
that calculated?
Right. It's talking about as a percentage of the population in terms of labor force. Like how much they participate in the economy.
How is that different from the unemployment rate?
How is the labor force participation rate different
Yeah, what's
from
the
the
difference between
unemployment?
those two?
The unemployment rate is calculating based upon people who are trying to look for work, like whether or not they get a job, right? And what percentage of the population who's trying to look for work doesn't get access to a job, right? And then labor force participation rate is like what percentage of the population is participating in the economy, because there are many people specifically who aren't looking for work because, say, they're on Social Security and they're retired.
What number are we targeting for that?
What do you mean?
Like, you know how we like target like 6% unemployment? What's our target labor force participation?
I'm actually not familiar with the target labor force participation rate.
Like, are we at a good, like you said 50%, is that good or bad? I don't know.
No, I mean 50%. I was saying we are above 50%. All I was trying to say for that, because I mean it's well above 50%. It's in like it's in the 60s. What I was trying to just mention to you is that most people are working. So this idea that like you're trying to make that like, oh, just like there's a lot of these people that are specifically just like living off our government programs, not doing anything, no work at all, and you know they don't have to do anything, and anyone can do that, is ridiculous, and it's absurd, and it honestly like harms people, because you're trying to reinforce these policies that restrict people from getting access to life-saving care, things that they need, right?
Okay,
From
hold on.
children getting
I have a
access to food.
compromise.
Like the Big Beautiful Bill cuts 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast every single month on average, right? Estimated by the Congressional Budget Office. Is that something that you're willing to accept?
Probably not the best thing, but you know, I don't get to ideally handpick everything. Wait, but I wanted to ask you.
So currently how it works is if you're working and you can't afford it, it gets paid for, right? With, what is it? It's Medicare, I think. It's like if you work enough hours a week, then you do get health insurance, right?
Under the Medicare, under Medicaid, you have to work
Medicaid.
80 hours a month.
Yeah,
It's 20 hours. 20
what's wrong
hours
with
a week.
that? What's wrong with like you get health insurance?
Yeah, because
if you are
because
working?
there are people who specifically haven't qualified for disability. They're not going to be able to get access to it, right?
But that-
and
that sounds
they
like
can
a
have this. Wait, if they haven't yet
niche-
qualified, because it takes no, it's not niche, because it takes years to be able to qualify for disability, right? So you have to understand that there are plenty of circumstances that are going to affect people in need because of the fact that you're just going to be a greedy little shit, honestly, that is going to just advocate for the people who make over $400,000 a year to get a slight tax cut, right, in order to literally ensure that people don't get access to the basic care that they need. It's absurd. It is absurd. Like, where are your priorities? This whole argument here is about priorities, okay? Are your priorities
Those
about
cuts
like the
weren't
working
made to
class and the
support the
people
tax
in
cuts. Those
need,
cuts were made
or
because
are
we
your
don't like them.
priorities about the rich? Okay, that's the distinction right now.
Those cuts weren't made to cover for the tax cuts.
What?
You're trying to like say that those cuts were made to cover for the tax cuts. You're saying they cut this so that they could like afford the tax cuts when that's not the case. We cut it because it de-incentivizes working.
So you're saying that you want to incentivize people to work by causing them to starve and have reduction in access to health insurance?
Yes, there's certain things you need to live, and if you want those things,
So
you have to work for
why
them.
can't you influence people to work through like a better mechanism. Isn't that possible? And also, by the way, if you want to influence people to work, right? Like, I don't know why you want to do that by harming them. That's fucked. That is actually fucked. You're saying, you know what? Because you're not working enough, I'm going to fucking hurt you. That's what you're saying, genuinely.
Do you think everyone should get a Ferrari by the government?
No, that's
Should
not
the
what I'm
government-
claiming. But I think that healthcare is a human right. I think basic necessities are a human right, and everyone should be taken care of. Your access to healthcare should not be tied to your employment. If you become unemployed, wait, if a recession occurs and people can't get access to a job and they don't meet your little fucking work requirement, should they just lose their health insurance?
You can do volunteer work. That's always available.
Okay. Okay, so you think that they should have to volunteer, right, 20 hours a week in order to be able to get access to food stamps?
Yes, as opposed to doing what? Just leeching?
Leeching. Okay, so you mean like, again, these are circumstances where it's supplemental, where people are needing to get access to it. People don't stay on this for a long. On average, most people specifically are off. I'm pretty sure. I think Dean went over this. Like, it's a bit after a year, right? Most people who are on SNAP, like, are off of SNAP by that point. So this argument that you're making, I think, is absurd. Because you're focusing, again, on something that is a very small portion of the budget, instead of focusing on the massive corporate subsidies, the massive defense spending. You're not focused on the massive tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires in the big, beautiful bill, right? That added $3.4 trillion to the debt, even accounting for the spending cuts that you're referencing. You understand that, right? Like, this is horrible economic policy.
People working is horrible economic policy?
No, this is horrible economic policy. It's horrible policy for people, right? And you're saying working. You understand you can incentivize people to work while ensuring these programs. By the way, under the Biden-Harris administration, we had these programs. We were upholding these programs, and we had 3.4% unemployment. Okay, 2 separate months. So under Trump, right, we got down to 3.5% in 2019. But those, I mean, these, like, you understand that, like, that's still lower under the Biden-Harris administration. Secondly, we can reference the fact that Trump, since he's got in office, there's an increase in the unemployment rate since he's got in office. So if you're saying you want people to work, well, what's happened since Trump's got in office?
I mean, the unemployment rate's still really low.
It's increasing, though, because of Trump.
How is he increasing it?
Tariffs, right? And the deregulation on AI. I would say both of those are relevant.
Those lose jobs?
Mm-hmm.
How so?
Which one?
The latter.
And actually deportations as well. But yeah, you were saying? You said which one? The latter?
Like
which
the
one?
Deregulation part.
Deregulating AI?
Yeah.
Yeah, the deregulating of AI extends the amount of firing of workers, especially if you don't have worker protections or enforce those.
Why?
Because it's replacing jobs to a significantly greater extent.
Like what kind of jobs?
I mean, I'd have to look at the makeup of jobs.
Is that a
that's
bad
affecting
thing?
most. Well, I mean, obviously to a certain extent. There, like you understand that, like, we obviously have to acknowledge that these profits are not going to be going to those people that were working those jobs anymore. So that's bad for them. It's really bad for them, right?
Are you against like the
it's
idea
very
of like
profitable for companies and massive businesses and the tech industry, right?
But are you against the principle of like technological advancements, like replacing old jobs?
No, I'm not necessarily against that as in a principle, but what I have to acknowledge is that, like, we have to have a mechanism that takes care of people or that incentivizes the creation of jobs so that people can go into where people are going to be taken care of. And we have to have a baseline for everyone so that their health care and their food is not tied to whether or not they have access to a job. Right? That's obviously an absurd thing, especially if you're going to acknowledge the possible effect of, like, especially AI onto our jobs. But also, the reason why we'd also want to look at deregulation of AI is because of the effect on the environment, right? And the water supply. And obviously that's an important effect as well to like look at, and that we need to ensure is regulated, of course. And Trump especially is not doing that through the context of his deregulation and defunding of the EPA, and that's obviously something to address.
So, okay, back on the food stamps thing. What are you saying would happen? Like, what's your claim you're trying to make about people working and that being bad? Like, why is it bad to work to be eligible for food stamps? I still don't understand.
If you want to increase the labor force participation rate, well, then you should be okay with immigration, right? Because immigrants, legal and people who are in the country undocumented, also have a higher labor force participation rate than natural-born U.S. citizens. So, hey, you want to increase the labor force participation rate?
We should have more.
It seems like, wait, you agree with immigration? So then you disagree with Trump, right? Because he's deporting people without due process, and he's against immigration. He literally said today. He said today on
not the legal ones.
No. Oh, really? You say that because today on Truth Social, Donald Trump talked about denaturalizing legal immigrants. He did that. He said that today.
Which ones?
Then specifically people who meet the criteria of going against like upholding domestic tranquility or something like that.
Okay, I would.
Isn't that absurd?
Just the True Social post, I don't really care for. If he actually acted on that, I would have a problem.
Oh.
Trump says a lot of things, but he doesn't always. You just have to look at his policy, bro.
Trump says a lot of things. That's all you have to say. That's all you have to say about that?
Yes, if he actually did that, I would
really
say something about it. But
really, no. He's talking about literally supporting that and going into that.
And you're just going to totally did that, I would.
So he's normalizing it. You understand that he's normalizing it?
If he did that,
are you okay with the normalization of executing your political opponents? Are you okay with the normalization of all of these things? Because you understand that normalization doesn't lead to a better set of circumstances, right? That's bad.
There's punishments for crimes. I have no problem with that.
Yeah, if there was, Trump would be in prison.
For what?
For what? Well, not only for the felonies, but for the fact that he was held civilly liable of sexual abuse. I would put him in prison for the fact that he assaults women. Over 26 different people have accused him of sexual misconduct, right? Do you think that all of them are lying?
Okay, both those cases you just referred to, he got convicted. So
he was held civilly liable of forcibly penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will. By the way, I just want to clarify as well. He bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where an 18-year-old came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms when Donald Trump would barge in.
Yeah, if he committed a crime, convict him of it.
Okay, I think that he should be convicted for these things. But just because our justice system hasn't specifically created the laws for that, right, doesn't necessarily mean that, right, that from a moral perspective, we don't believe that. And if you do believe that he should be put in fucking prison, then why do you support him for president? That makes no fucking sense at all. I don't think he should be put in prison.
He got convicted of those felonies, and he didn't...
No, I'm saying about all the things that I brought up. Do you think that those are, at least from a moral perspective, do you think that they should be considered crimes?
Are you talking about the 2 New York cases? Those?
Yeah, I'm talking about the fact that the reason why it was a civil case and not a criminal case is because it was past the statute of limitations. So, one, statute of limitations like that shouldn't exist for criminal cases, right? In terms of sexual assault cases. Yeah. Why are you laughing at that?
Statute of limitations should exist?
For sexual assault cases? No.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think that they should exist.
Why do they exist?
Why are you laughing?
Why do you think they exist?
No, you tell me. I don't think that they should. So you tell me why you think that. Why is that fucking funny, dude? That's so weird.
Because
you're honestly such a creep.
I'm a creep because I think statute of limitations should exist. Really?
Yeah, why? What's the reason?
What's the reason they exist?
No, what is the reason why you think a statute of limitations should exist for sexual assault in criminal cases? Tell me.
I don't know. I have to ask a lawyer.
Do you even know what a statute of limitations is?
Yes, if a certain amount of time passes between when the incident or like whatever you're being accused of happens and when it's happening in court, or like when you're indicting them, then you can't indict them.
Because it's been too many years since the time in which it happened. So why should that ever exist? If you don't have any reason, you'd have to ask a lawyer By the way, most lawyers would probably disagree with
No,
your
I'm not
position.
an expert
By the
in
way,
everything. When
I bet
something
most
exists,
lawyers would probably
I
disagree with your
automatically
position.
assume there's.
But
I
if
assume
you were
there's a
to
reason
find a
something exists,
lunatic,
and I
MAGA
don't
lunatic
just
lawyer,
automatically say it shouldn't exist.
what?
When something exists, I say there's probably a reason this exists, and because I'm not an expert in every field, I don't just say this shouldn't exist. So, first I would have to know why it exists to know why it shouldn't exist, right?
Do you know why it exists?
I don't. I'm not a lawyer, or I'm not like versed in law.
And also, I don't think you have to need to know why it should exist, because I don't think that there is a reason why
Yes,
it should
but when you're
exist that is
removing something, you have to
reasonable.
know why it's there in the first place. That is
I don't
very
think it's
important.
reasonable to think that. So you can tell me if you hold the position. Tell me. I think that there should be no statute of limitations because, right, people, right, it takes them years to come out because of the plenty of the stigmas that exist in our society from people such as yourself that don't believe victims, right? And
I
that
never said that. I just said statute
Oh,
of
really?
limitations.
Do you
should
believe
exist. Why are
Eugene
you
Carroll?
extrapolating that's the
Do you
same
believe
that?
Eugene Carroll?
Yes.
Okay. So if you believe Eugene Carroll, then why do you still support Donald Trump knowing that he raped her?
Because he has better policies. And also, he didn't rape her.
Okay, no, wait, so you don't believe her?
Well, I believe.
Wait,
what
so then you just
the
contradicted
jury
yourself, you
found.
idiot.
I believe what the jury found.
You believe what the jury found, that he
Yeah.
forcefully penetrated her against her will. Do you believe that's sexual? Do you believe that's rape?
I believe it's sexual assault.
Do you think that's grape? Do you think forceful penetration of a woman's vagina against her
No,
will
I
is
think
grape?
it's sexual assault.
You don't? You don't think that's grape?
I think it's sexual assault.
And by the way,
because that's
that doesn't demean how bad it is, by the way, even if you were to use a different term, but that's still fucking sick for you to feel like you fucking need to literally change the terminology. You don't think forceful penetration of a woman's vagina against her will is grape. You're a disgusting fuck, genuinely. Like, why do
court
you...
is the one who
you
decided
are
on that
so
terminology.
fucking weird. You're so weird. This is why I called you a creep. You are a fucking creep.
Do you
Genuinely.
think the
Like,
judge
genuinely
that said
are
it
a
was
creep,
sexual
bro.
assault is a creep?
You're a creep.
Is the judge a creep that said it was sexual assault?
No, he said it was grape.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he said that Donald Trump, in fact, raped Eugene Carroll. Did you know that?
Then
I
why
can pull
didn't
that
they
up for
convict
you.
him of that?
Do you
Why
want to
wasn't he
bet?
found civilly liable of grape?
No, he said that Donald Trump, in fact, raped Eugene Carroll. Did you know that? Because there was an appeal, and Eugene Carroll won the appeal. Donald Trump lost again. So do you want to bring that up? You want to talk about what the judge said? Because you fucking lost on that one again, buddy. You made up shit off of the fucking top of your head, and it wasn't even true. And you got cooked. That is straight instant karma. You just got exposed.
Okay, if he was found of rape, then why isn't he in prison?
Because the statute of limitations on criminal cases that you were trying to defend earlier.
I'm not necessarily trying to defend them. I'm just saying I can't say they should be removed
yeah, you
because I don't know
are.
why they're there in the first place.
You literally
Okay,
were.
if you're saying they should be removed, why did they exist in the first place? Give me the argument.
I don't think there's a good argument for it.
Okay, what would someone who made that law, what would they say?
I don't think there's any good argument for it. I don't think there's any good defense.
You can't steel man on the other side?
No, I don't think that's a position I would steel man. That's like honestly to me, that's like asking me to that's like asking someone to yo, could you steel man like this neo-Nazi position? Like, no, I'm not gonna do that. What?
You think it's
that's like that is that's yes.
Then why does it exist if it's so terrible? I don't understand.
What do you mean? You understand that I'm saying that this is so bad because it harms victims' abilities to hold their abusers accountable in court. And then you literally fucking don't believe it because of that. And by the way, you don't even accept the criminal case. So it's like the whole dispute
I do
of
accept the
it's-
criminal case. What do you mean?
Really? You accept? Okay, you do actually. The felonies? You accept the
Yes.
felonies?
Yes.
Well, I apologize. I got you wrong. I must have been thinking about someone else.
Guess what? He was convicted of those felonies.
Okay. So can we go back to what the point we were making?
Which one? With the statute of limitations?
Yeah, you believe that this happened, right?
Yes.
Okay. So then you believe that Donald Trump is guilty of this, right?
Well, what I probably think happened is that they had sex. That's probably what I think happened.
You're fucking disgusting, right? You understand that literally Donald Trump said, one, they never met. Two, right, you're saying that it was consensual. One, that was never the claim of Donald Trump. Two, right, literally E. Jean Carroll talked about the fact that it was not consensual. Why would you believe that it consensually happened if none of the people involved claimed it? Do you realize how fucking stupid that is?
Okay, for a second, let me take a neutral position. How do you determine whether or
you're
not it was
claiming they
consensual or
engaged
not?
in quote unquote consensual sex? You don't
Yes, how do
even.
you determine whether or not it was?
None of the individuals. Trump didn't even claim this. He claimed that they never met, and then he mistook a picture of E. Jean Carroll with his ex-wife when he said that he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type.
How do you determine if it is or not?
What's up?
Is it not impossible to determine if it is or not? I don't understand.
Wait, what?
Is it not impossible to determine if it was consensual or not? I don't understand.
None of the people involved claim that happened. Why do you believe that if that's not even a claim from anyone involved?
Well, one side did claim it and one side didn't.
Okay, so now you don't claim that?
No, what? I'm saying that could have been what happened. That's
Okay,
probably
why
what happened.
why are you posing a hypothetical that didn't happen when literally there's no evidence of that? Literally neither of the people
What's the
involved
evidence
claim that
for
that
it?
happened. What?
What's the evidence for it?
The fact that E. Jean Carroll had a consistent story over multiple decades. The fact that Donald Trump has 26 different people that have accused him of sexual misconduct. Right? The fact that Donald Trump literally bragged about walking in the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent. And literally an 18-year-old came out, so there were four girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms when Donald Trump would barge in. He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He has a history of sexualizing his daughter. Saying yeah to Howard Stern, calling his daughter a piece of ass. Saying he had sex in common with his daughter. Saying he'd be dating his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter. And calling his daughter voluptuous as being sexually attractive and curvy. Okay. You understand that, right? Like, and also you do believe E. Jean Carroll, right?
What I said is, I believe they had sex. That's what I believe.
Okay. You have no evidence to believe this, and it's fucking disgusting that you're saying that. You're literally saying a great victim, right, that it was consensual to them with no fucking evidence. That's so sick.
Are you a person that...
That's so
Are you
fucking
a
sick.
type of person that thinks that we should believe all accusations?
I think you should believe credible accusations, yes.
Credible? What makes them credible or not?
Yeah, like if you made a claim right now of something bullshit right now, we shouldn't believe that because there's not evidence. But for people specifically that are making claims about what they witnessed and what they happened
what evidence
in these
are we going
particular
off of?
circumstances, it's very unlikely for people to make claims that are inaccurate about this, especially when there's 26 different people that are accusing of someone of sexual misconduct. I have a question. Would you specifically believe that this was true if it happened to anyone in your life? Would you still stay friends with them if they had 26 different people that accused them of sexual misconduct?
Well, I don't know anybody that's like high status. It probably happens to a bunch of high status people like Trump.
Okay, so if you met someone that was quote unquote high status, if you met someone that was high status,
He's got a lot
would
of,
you would
there's
you
a lot
stay
of, he's a
friends with them?
controversial figure.
Would you stay friends with them if they had 26 different people that have accused them of sexual misconduct?
Not if those claims are incredible.
Well, I'm asking you the question because have
Yeah,
you
not
even
if those
looked at
claims are incredible.
you haven't looked at any of the claims yet? Just based upon the fact that you haven't looked
Yeah,
at
I
them yet.
haven't. And if I looked at them, they weren't.
Wait, if you
credible, then I
haven't looked
would,
at them
and
yet,
if they were credible, then I wouldn't.
Wait, okay, so you would, so there is so you would stay friends with them before looking into it?
No, I would look into it and then determine.
No, given that you can't look into it for 6 months, okay? There's something mentally blocking you from being able to do that from a logical perspective, okay? If that's the case, then can you answer the question?
Oh, this is a hard hypothetical. I would say no. I would not be friends with them.
So you wouldn't be friends with them, okay? So if you wouldn't be friends with someone based upon this standard, why would you still vote for this person as president? Based upon this standard, you would believe. By the way, and I don't mean it in that context. I'm not making a straight literal comparison. What the point I'm comparing is the likelihood of truth. If you believe it with a friend, that means you think it's very likely to be true because it's a friend, right? But if it's if you're referencing this, right? I'm saying we're trying to determine whether or not you believe it's likely to be true, right? So if you would believe that 26 different people accusing this individual of sexual misconduct would indicate that this would be likely to be true, at least from a perspective that you would indicate that you wouldn't be friends with someone, well, then wouldn't that be good enough reason to believe it's true to say that you wouldn't support Donald Trump? Because, again, we gave you the individual that is, quote-unquote, to your degree of high status, and you just somehow became friends with them.
Well, that hypothetical doesn't apply because I can look at the context.
Okay, have you?
No.
So you cannot currently access that right now. That's why I'm giving you the hypothetical in this way.
Well, you said 6 months. I would say I would look at it first and then determine.
What? Okay,
I
so
would look at it first and then determine.
Can you make a determination as of right now? Say that you couldn't possibly do that. You can't do any more possible research right now. It's impossible. Okay? Given that that's the case, can you answer the question?
Well, in that hypothetical, I would say that, like,
I'm just trying to get
no,
what
I
your
don't
thought
support him.
process
But
is
that's-
in this very moment. That's all I'm trying to get, man.
Yeah, but that hypothetical
Fucking
doesn't
hell.
apply.
What do you mean? It's literally right now. I'm trying to get the
I
idea
answered
that you
your
have right
hypothetical and I
now.
said it doesn't apply. What's wrong with that?
Oh my god, what do you
I'd
mean
say-
what doesn't apply?
It doesn't apply because I can look at the context.
You can't right now. It's not currently
Okay, I can't
accessible
right
to
now.
you. That's why I'm trying to get you to answer the question. Oh god.
I did answer the question. I said no, I would not support him. I did answer the question.
So you wouldn't support Trump. So you don't support Trump
If
currently.
I couldn't look at the context, yes.
So you don't support Trump as of right now until you do and look at research.
Yes.
Okay. All right. By the way, you have a Trump 2024 flag, and I just got you to concede as of right now that you don't support Trump until you do research.
Well, I would say it's more of a neutral position. I'm agnostic.
Okay, well, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that to the criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Crazy take, by the way. Allison, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Literally, I can't believe that I just got him to that. Holy fuck, dude. Oh my god, dude. Oh, that was pretty bad. I'm not gonna lie, that was pretty bad. Okay. Alrighty. We're gonna go into the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go on the next individual. Shannon, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Literally, though, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Shannon. Devin, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2. Allison, thank you for the 5. Jane, thank you so much for the 5. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 36 years old.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I currently do.
Okay, I think that they're trolling. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Rebecca, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Feisty, thank you so much for the $25. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Oh, they said hi as soon as I kicked them. I'm sorry. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. I have a few more people to think about, by the way. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's good? I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Absolutely.
What's your birth year?
My birth year?
You're talking about the ones that you have a bit of echo, by the way. Just letting you know. You have a bit of echo.
Hold on. Let me put my beats on. Hold up.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do. I do.
Okay. And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Man, easily Trump, bro.
Okay, for sure. I have a few people
Totally
to think
to
real
go.
quick. And then we'll go into our conversation. Jill, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Madeline, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $1. Thank you. Hannah, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Jessica, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Devin, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I think I'm fully caught up on Venmo. Maria, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Maria. Thank you. I don't know, honestly. Corey, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Andrea, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Elizabeth, thank you for the 5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Good some W's for Elizabeth. Amanda, thank you for the $25 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Amanda. Can we get some W's for Amanda in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Amanda. Also, I have to catch up on YouTube as well. Can we get some W's for all the gifters ever? And if you want to support me as always, Venmo and PayPal are in the link tree in the bio and in the comment section. In the pinned comment on YouTube and in the description on YouTube as well. My Cash App is currently down right now, just letting everyone know. Erotica, thank you for the... actually, I need to catch up. Erotica, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Or $10, actually. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you. Yeah, honestly. Zach, thank you so much for the $10 or $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it, Zach. Thank you. I know, that was absolutely disgusting. 73, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much. Erotica, thank you for the $5. Feisty, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Probably, honestly. Jabin, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Sorry, everyone, I'm sick. I'm just letting everyone know. I'm still sick. What do people think that you should have access to when it comes to AI? Takes all the... Honestly, they think nothing. It seemed like. Shelly, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Hope, thank you for the $2. Eric, thank you for the $10. Heather, thank you so much for the 5. Joshua, thank you so much for the 5 as well. All right, everyone. I'm going to... Pillion, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Doug, thank you for the 2. Toad, thank you so much for the 2 as well. Autumn, thank you for the 5. Tessa, thank you so much for the 10. And Donna, thank you for the 5. All right, I think I'm fully caught up, everyone. All right, so why do you support Donald Trump?
Man, I support him because of them immigration, man. Like, for real. On me. Hold up, can I warm up real quick? Hold up.
What'd you say?
Can I warm up real quick? You know, I do a little warm up for our debate. Even with my chick while I'm in jail. Try not to click out my decision, can't make bail, man. I'm gonna go as well.
All right, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 7.
Okay. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
hello. I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
I just at the moment, yeah, because I'm personally I'm a Christian, so I want to try and support
Can I ask you a clarifying question? If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who'd you rather vote for with the information that you have right now?
I guess because I'm a Christian, I guess whoever is more Christian. So I guess Trump.
Okay, so what makes you think that Trump is more Christian?
Because I don't think Kamala is I don't think she's publicly a Christian.
She is.
You know what I mean? Oh, she is?
Yeah.
Oh. Oh, yeah. But Trump did a lot of Christian things, my girlfriend's saying.
Right, like cut 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month through the big beautiful bill, while giving massive tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires.
And Kamala Harris lets illegal immigrants come and take all of the American
I
jobs.
can't hear her. If she'd like to come closer to the microphone.
I gotta go home.
She said, what'd you say? Sorry. She's kind of helping me out. I'm not really into politics like that.
And Kamala Harris lets illegal immigrants come and take all the American people's jobs.
Okay, that's just not true. Undocumented immigrants do not take jobs. They actually add to the level of jobs that exist in our economy. The idea that they take jobs is not true from an economic standpoint. Actually, we can see from the National Bureau of Economic Research that the level of immigration that we've seen over the past 20 plus years actually has shown that there's an increase in employment with the increase in immigration for people who are already in the country.
Oh, sorry, I kind of did this at bad timing. Do you want to say anything else?
No, I have to go. My parents are like mad.
Oh, okay. Um,
Oh.
are you?
Oh, they just left. Okay. Oh. Oh, her parents are mad. Diabolical. What? You know what's up, how old are you?
Parker, I am so sorry. I literally hate people who do this.
Oh, you're good. Don't worry. You're good. Let's go to the next individual. Only set a guest request. If you meet that set of criteria, list on the TikTok screen. Reese, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. And Trey, I really appreciate the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Give 2 W's for Reese and Trey in the comment section. Thank you. Yo, what's up, how old are
Yo,
you?
what's up, man? I'm 22. I actually was
Do you
speaking
support
to you
Trump?
and Santana. You guys did help. I did. I did vote for him, but you guys
Do you
actually
still
helped me
support him?
change my. Huh?
Do you still support him?
Oh yeah. No, I mean I would vote for him again if I could.
You
I'd
would?
get two of them. If I could. Honestly, I mean, well, JD Vance. If I could, I would change the vice president to another Donald Trump. I would want to have Donald Trump and then like another Trump as vice president. But you guys helped change my mind on something we were talking about. You guys actually did. I hate to say it because most of the time I don't really learn much from liberal people, especially liberal people who don't believe in Christ. But you guys did help change my mind on what you told me Jesus was socialist. We were talking a couple days ago, I think, and I looked it up, and
Stop,
apparently he
stop. No,
was. So
you're trolling. You've got to be trolling. Stop.
no, this is
So is Jesus
I
more
talked to you.
socialist? Have you stopped believing in Christianity?
You know, it's not that I don't not believe in it, but I kind of look at Jesus, who he was as a person, a little bit differently now. I mean, if
What do
he
you
really
mean?
was, well, I mean, okay, you gotta if
How do you
I
look at your Lord and
explain it
Savior
like this,
differently?
if I explain it like this, then maybe I can help change your mind a little bit and help expand and your brain. But basically, like I was looking it up in modern day, especially just people who research religion overall, they do think that he would have probably been more of a socialist than a capitalist, which kind of hurt, honestly. When I read that, it was like it was definitely a big shocking moment, and it just made me realize, like, wow, if Jesus was really just giving everything to people for free, then Jesus was one of those people who was making people be like, hey, you don't need to work, you don't need to be a good member of society, I'm just going to give this to you. So it does make me definitely look at Jesus like, hey man, what were you doing? Like I get Jesus was a good guy and everything still, but like I thought Jesus basically knew it.
Dude, Jesus is too woke, right? He's too woke for trying to feed people.
Honestly, I mean, dude, I don't even want to have those words
He's
come in
too
my mouth,
woke.
but a little bit,
You think
a little
Jesus is
bit.
too woke for trying to feed people?
Well, I just wanted to let you guys know
Like
that
this
you
this
guys
just
did help
has to
change
be
my
a
mind on
troll.
something.
This has to be
No,
you
I
have
mean
to
we
be
can
trolling.
talk about other. No,
Please
I have
just
notes
admit
on
it.
my computer.
Admit it. I need to be tied back to humanity. Trump just he literally advocated for going for another term. I mean, he literally talked about
What does that mean?
denaturalizing.
What is it? Well, I don't know what that
A third.
means.
He said Trump 2028 on his Truth Social.
Dude, yeah, he does. He says that a lot. People say a lot of things. I can say something that it wouldn't be true if I wanted it to be. I mean, he likes to joke around a little bit. That's right. You got to give him credit. He's the funniest American president. He's the funniest president. He's the funniest guy probably of all time. I mean,
Okay, yeah.
this guy's
This guy, yeah. No way that he's being serious with all of these claims. I just, if it's not true, I'm just gonna act like, or actually, fuck, I can't speak right now. If that actually was what he actually believes, I'm just going to act like that's not the case, for my own fucking sanctity mentally. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
22.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
What's your birth year?
July 15th.
And what's your birth year?
Oh, sorry, 2003.
And you said you're how old again?
22.
Okay. So, and if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Because he's the Trumpiest Trump there ever was.
He's the Trumpiest Trump there ever was?
Yeah.
And why is the Trumpiest Trump there ever was a better thing?
I don't know. He's just an awesome Trump man.
Okay. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty, do give it a second. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria.
Yo, what's up? I'm
Yo,
a big
what's up, pal, to
fan.
you? Oh, appreciate it. Appreciate it. Let's go on the next individual. Do give it a second, everyone.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yo, what's up, how old are you?
19,
Do you
2006.
support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I was raised in a Republican household, so it kind of imprinted on me. But I do believe in the stuff he believes in. Not all of it, but like the immigration, illegal immigration.
Hold up real quick. I need to clarify.
Yo,
Wait, so do you support Trump?
Mom, she's a MAGA supporter. Yo, Mom, you like Trump, right? What? I thought you said Trump was your daddy. Why are you so quiet now? I don't know, guys. Like, some people, like, they like to play mind games and, like, manipulate you and be quiet when they know they're losing the debate. But,
all right, well,
anyways, like, I'm actually, like, 23. So I'm a bit older than you think I am.
You don't support Trump. You were just trying to get her up. Who does?
Actually, I think Trump is a pretty cool guy. Intelligent, to like get away with so many things. Like,
Okay. All right. All right. So, Aiden, why do you support Trump?
Because I was raised in a Republican household, and you know I believe in some of his stuff, not all of it. I think he's a little whack job sometimes, but I do support him.
Okay. And why do you support him? Even though he's calling for the denaturalization of legal immigrants.
Yeah, so I agree with that.
You agree with denaturalizing legal immigrants?
Let me clarify. I think we should, deport illegal immigrants that are causing issues. If they're not causing issues,
No. Hold up. Denaturalizing legal immigrants. They're in the country legally.
Oh, legal?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. No,
he posted that on his Truth Social today.
Yeah, I don't believe in all the stuff. That's like I believe in some of it.
But are you willing to support him, in despite the fact that he said that?
Yeah, I feel like I would be better off. Like I personally believe I would rather have a Republican than a Democrat.
Why so? How are you better off?
Obviously I'm not like. Okay, give me a second. Let me gather my thoughts. Well, I don't want all the illegal immigrants here. I think we need to focus on our debt because we do have a lot of debt. He's trying to work on that from what I understand. So I think because we're in a lot of debt, I think we need to cut ties. Like with the Ukraine, like we don't need to be helping them. We need to focus on our own money.
Okay.
I believe.
So then here's a few things. One, Trump shouldn't be spending time on peace deals around the world. He should be spending time on countries here in the United States under your logic. Two, which he's not doing, by the way. The debt, he actually signed off on more debt-related spending.
So what was the debt?
$4 trillion more debt-related spending under his first administration, and since he's got in office, he signed trillions into law. So he's actually signed over $2 trillion per year into law.
So do you know what he pulled the debt out for?
Yeah, I can itemize it for you if you'd like.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's from the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget. Look at Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, Trump versus Biden, and it will show you.
Yeah. So, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it was Biden who, supported Ukraine with billions of dollars?
And so did Trump.
Who spent
He
more?
just did so at a lesser extent. I think that that's good to help Ukraine because of the Budapest Memorandum. What you're
I
not
think it's good,
understanding is that
but
Donald Trump is spending so much time on countries around the world all the time. Like, what about the 40 billion to Argentina, where Republicans specifically voted against an amendment specifically to take the 40 billion that they were going to send to Argentina and send that to American citizens to reduce their healthcare subsidies.
yeah, I mean, I don't
Not
think any
their healthcare premiums
You're good. You're good.
by the use of subsidies.
I don't think any politician is perfect. I just believe that I would be better off with Trump. I also, this isn't a troll. I do think he is funny. Like, not funny, but he's a funny for a president, a politician. Politicians aren't meant to be funny. He goofs off. Like, he does his little dances. I think that's charismatic.
Okay, and does that justify your sense of him being charismatic?
No,
Which,
no.
by the way, do you think it's charismatic when he says that windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before?
That is true,
And he
though.
said
So
that-
that is true. So I'm not trolling.
Yes, you are.
I
Yes,
believe
you are.
it's
Stop.
true.
Stop.
No, I'm
Stop.
not. I'm not.
Stop right now.
I'm
Stop
not
right
trolling.
now.
I'll switch the
There's
topic.
no
I'll
way.
switch the topic, but I'm not
There's
trolling.
no way you're.
I can
no
explain.
way
No,
you
no, I can
believe that.
explain. I can. You want me to? Do you want me to give my reasoning on why I believe that?
God, go for it.
You could. Okay, so when they put it in, there's whales use echolocation. This sounds dumb as fuck coming out of my mouth, but they use echolocation, and windmills. There's
No,
vibrations.
can you give me an empirical source indicating that windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before? Can you give me that? Give me
Oh
that
my
right
God,
now.
you're
You just
jumping
said that
back
was
to
true. I need a source
You want
right
me
now.
to? You want me to look up a source real quick? So I don't have any
Yeah.
off the top of my head. Yes.
Yep, I need a source right now. Diabolical. Diabolical. Diabolical, I tell you. Actually diabolical. I have a few people to thank in the meantime. Sky, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
So
yeah, no, definitely. I definitely will. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Sky. I really appreciate it. Kara, thank you so much for the $50. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yes, I understand. I do need to talk slower sometimes. I got you. I got you. Thank you so much. Great. Thank you for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I do every once in a while. It's very uncommon for me to do so. Did you find it?
yeah,
Oh, I can hear you when you're outside of the app, just letting you know.
I'm sorry. Give me a second. I'm just.
Alrighty, give him a second, everyone. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people.
You know what? I've proven wrong. You were right. I'm wrong. I will admit that.
Oh, okay.
I'm not a stuck-up Republican. I'm just a Republican. Now, I have a question
Oh,
for you.
Chad, I get to tell everyone about this. I forgot I get to tell everyone about this. Because there's an episode thing that dropped today showing on Sunday the Piers Morgan surrounded videos coming out that I was on. And I got to rage bait Piers. That was so fun. I loved it. It was great. It was a good time to rage bait him. I did the exact same thing that he did to me when he went on my show. When I went on his show. It was really funny. It was really funny. I can't wait for it to show because it was actually like something I really thought was fun. I thought it was so fun. I only got to speak to him once though, but that at least comes out this Sunday. All right, sorry. Go ahead.
No, sorry for cutting you off. I get it. You have a live going. So do you think we would have been better off with Biden or Trump?
Biden, 100%.
Okay, but what about have you seen that clip where he's like, you can describe America in one word, huzza-bada-bada-bada. Like, what about the lack of speech? And it seems like he's at times not always lucid.
Yeah, that's still
Like, this
preferable
one-
to Trump literally talking about like wanting to execute his political opponents and being held civilly liable of sexual abuse and trying to undermine our democracy and calling for him to run a third term, undermining constitutionally protected rights. I definitely think that Joe Biden on his deathbed would be preferable to Trump.
I just prefer to have someone, like, they both have knowledge, but I don't like having a president who can't speak.
That's Trump. He's incoherent. And also, by the way,
But Biden is a lot more incoherent.
specifically what you're referencing, I think is absurd to say that like that's your metric instead of like literally like our democracy, our rule of law, our constitution, our fucking basic ability to like engage. That not being
Yeah.
a relevant thing. I mean, he's literally promoting violent rhetoric, and the argument used to be, let's tone down the rhetoric. Let's tone down the rhetoric. Actually, we need to we need Democrats to tone down the rhetoric. Actually, the rhetoric is too violent. It's leading to people being attacked. It's so horrible. And then Donald Trump's literally calling for the execution of his political opponents because they said to not uphold unlawful orders. It's actually fucking comical. It's literally every single thing that Republicans have ever argued against Joe Biden is like practically always applicable to Donald Trump.
Okay, one last thing. Is there any resources that I can have? Because I'm not a
For
well-versed
what?
Republican. I was just born into it, and you're making me like you give me a lot of things here. Is there anything I can look into for like Democrats or like something that's not biased? I don't want because I watch Fox News, and I know that's like you can't watch both. I mean, is there a way that I can watch it non-biased and get the truth?
AP News, NPR, PBS, Reuters. Those are the best ones for media. If
Can
you want to
you
look
say
at
that again?
economic data, the Bureau of Labor Statistics, St. Louis Federal Reserve, Bureau of Economic Analysis, Congressional Budget Office. Those are all good ones.
All right, thank you, man. I'm like no hate. This is like I'm just trying to learn. So thank you very much, man.
All right, appreciate you coming out.
Yeah, thank you.
Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. Again, listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Yo, what's up, how old are you? You gotta unmute your microphone. How old are you? Okay, I think they accidentally are there. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. We're just looking for some debates. Also, everything in the bibliography is in the bio, and it should be working now.
Nigger, 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 nigger.
You're disgusting. So fucking gross. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. You get to how old are you?
Yo, I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
I do, but like not everything. Like I'm kind of like an independent at this point, but I did vote for him.
Okay. If you could go back in time with the information that we have right now and either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I would still vote for Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
I feel like he had better policies, and I didn't agree with as much of Kamala Harris I did as Trump.
Okay. So, like, on what do you agree with Trump on that you don't agree with Kamala Harris? Calling for the execution of your political opponents, talking about denaturalizing legal immigrants because they don't uphold domestic tranquility. Whatever the fuck that means.
My mother is an immigrant, and she's legal. She's never had to deal with nothing like that.
And he literally on Truth Social today threatened to denaturalize people because they quote unquote don't uphold the domestic tranquility of the country.
Oh well, if it was today, I wouldn't have heard about it. I wasn't paying attention.
Sure. I mean, but like, given that you hear it now, like, is this like alarming?
Well, like I said, I don't really support him anymore, and I don't support either party. I think they're both almost evil. I feel like they're all sellouts.
Okay, so you think all politicians are sellouts? Is that your view?
Basically, I think they're all.
So then, why do you vote for a politician by supporting Trump?
I wasn't thinking this way back during the election.
Okay, I just want to let you know, like, you could vote against Trump. Trump is significantly worse. We have to acknowledge that.
Well, the thing is, I've seen videos of like Kamala and stuff. Like, like being like racist, and I mean Trump is too, but I mean
What did Kamala Harris do that's racist?
she's done a lot of weird accent stuff, and
Code switching is not racist. And also, like, if you're referencing Donald Trump, he is a racist. If you acknowledge that, then why do you support him?
well, like I said, I didn't think that when I voted for him, and the reason why, one of the large reasons why I don't support him anymore is because of the Israel stuff. Like both parties are involved with Israel, but I feel like everything that he's doing with
So you
Israel
don't support, so you wouldn't vote for Trump anymore?
No.
Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Sorry, everyone. I am still sick. Let's go into the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
What's your birth year?
It's 2005.
What month?
February.
Okay. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Last time, and I wanted to finish this debate with you, we were talking about Roe v. Wade because I made the point that he facilitated the conditions that field. We didn't get to finish our debate, and you did tell me that I could come back up tomorrow and finish it because I got banned for something against TOS.
Okay.
Like just for the day, you said. Yeah.
All right.
You want me to recap that for you?
Yeah, just go back to the part that you were at. In terms of what you
Okay.
argued.
So I told you, I am anti-abortion across the board. Laws need to be made against it.
Across the board?
Yeah. As an anti-IVF, IUD.
All right. Do you think great victims? Do you think a 10-year-old great victim should be able to get access to an abortion?
No.
No? You think a 10-year-old great victim should be
abortions.
forced to go through a pregnancy? What if someone's dying?
No abortions.
If someone's dying,
No
should they be able
abortions.
to get access to an abortion?
No abortions.
If both the fetus and the pregnant individual are going to die, if they don't get access to an abortion, should they be allowed to get access to an abortion?
No abortions.
Okay,
It's
you're
completely-
stupid. So stupid, dude. Get off my stream. What the fuck, dude? What the fuck, dude? Like, genuinely, that's so fucked. That's so fucked. Like, there's no way they actually hold that position. Jesus, that is so fucked. That is so fucked. Blair, thank you so much for the Galaxy, thank you. Apparently he crashed out with Dean and Santana. And they wouldn't let him talk about his abortion stance. That's so absurd. What the fuck, dude? Like, literally? What? Even if they've died? Even if both the fetus and the pregnant individual are going to die? Oh. Wait, this person's a liberal. Sorry, I should have turned off my microphone. I need to get liquids in a second. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Sorry, I joined by accident. Big fan.
You're good. Appreciate it. Here, chat, give me literally 30 seconds. I just need to get some liquids real quick. I literally, my throat is getting so dry. Sorry, everyone. Sorry, everyone. I'm back. I apologize. Bro, someone said I'm fake coughing, bro. That's crazy, bro. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Let's go on the next individual. Yo, what's up, Paladin?
Oh, it's me. Hey, I'm 24. I was
Do you
born in
support Trump?
2001. Begrudgingly.
Okay. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump, again, begrudgingly.
Okay, I have a few people to thank real quick. Regina, thank you so much for the $30 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for Regina in the comment section right now. Thank you so much for the $30 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Make sure I'm catch up. Let me make sure I'm caught up on YouTube. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Oreo, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. That is true. Julian, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5 as well, and for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Mr. Demon Sushi, thank you for the $2 as well. Thank you. I think I'm fully caught up there. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat in the pinned comment on my YouTube. Alrighty. So why do you support Trump? Quote unquote, begrudgingly?
Begrudgingly. I mean, I don't. There's a lot of things that I don't like, and I'd like. If there were a better option, I would prefer it. Like, I just see him as the lesser of two evils.
Like, if you could go back in time, Kamala Harris was the better option.
Oh, yeah, absolutely not. But that
Why
could
not?
be a different. The reason that I'm more in support of Trump is primarily immigration issues, how they're going to handle civil law, and for example, some of the crime issues that are happening. And international policy, which he's disappointed me on so
give me
far.
specifics that you
So
like
for
Trump on.
immigration, for immigration, I think that immigration ought to be limited, and I don't think it needs to be easier to come into the country. And I think that we have too many people coming into the country at the moment.
Wait, how old are you again?
I'm 24.
You're 24?
Yeah.
Dude, you know your following list is public, bro.
Whatever, bro. Look. The immigration stuff.
Jesus Christ, bro.
Do you want to talk or no?
Bro, I mean, bro, it's, I don't know. Like, the likelihood that it could be bad is pretty high, bro. I mean, like, there's like 1 million accounts, bro. I don't even know. I don't know if there's like you just follow a bunch of like, dude, you literally follow like sex bot accounts, bro.
Yeah, it's
You
an old
literally,
account
you
from high school.
literally follow sex bot accounts, bro. Like, dude, like, I'm so confused. That's so weird, bro.
Yeah, it's an old. So when I first started TikTok,
It's an old account.
When I first started TikTok, I had a porn addiction, and I would
Okay.
use this account. And so when I open the app, it defaults to this account. Now I've switched over to a different one that I use. I just got on this quick so I could get in the queue. I mean, if you want to talk, we'll talk.
I'm conflicted right now. That's all I can say. I'm
Is it because I
conflicted.
started to bring up points you weren't expecting? What are you?
Yeah. Okay. And yeah. So what? Go back to what you were saying, I guess.
I mean, you're deflecting pretty hard.
Dude. I mean, I don't know, man. That was something a lot of people are spamming in the comments section. Okay, actually, there's like literally, dude. I don't know. There's people that literally look like children too. Like I don't know. I just like, I'm just gonna err on the side of I don't care to talk to them. Like, that's... Yeah, definitely. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what up?
Yeah, do you support Trump?
I'm 31. Yeah, I do.
What's your birth year?
94.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who'd you rather vote for?
Probably Trump. Definitely.
Okay. Okay, so why do you support Trump?
I mean, honestly, it's two things. Leaders respect him, and immigration, for sure.
Okay, what leaders respect him?
I mean, it's just like the general sentiment, you know?
So could you give me any specific leaders?
I don't know. That one dude he was shaking hands with, and he kind of like brought him in hard.
That
Remember
one
that?
dude he was shaking hands with is very descriptive. of who
Yeah,
it
I
was.
can't remember his name.
You know,
I can't remember who it was.
Yeah, what you mean?
But
you
he
mean,
brought him right in.
Okay, you're trolling.
No, no, I'm not. Why does everyone think that?
I mean, you just said it kind of like you were trolling.
No, not at all. But yeah, it feels like, you know, on the world stage, they respect him. If they don't respect him, they definitely fear him. And immigration is just, you know, it's right up there. Like he's getting it done. And I feel like he's just more, you know, more effective as a leader.
Okay, so you can't tell me who respects him. What immigration policy?
Just the fact that they were starting to send away, you know, the felons. I kind of don't like how
Send away the felons. He's a felon. Yeah, let's send him the fuck away.
He is. There's literally I can't deny that he is a felon, but that did feel
send him away, right?
Very politically it felt very political what they did to him.
And
Like if
what
there was
makes you
any
think
other
that?
president left or right, they probably wouldn't have dug that deep into his past, you know?
What do you mean? That happened. There were thousands of other cases that held their abusers accountable in the context of New York for sexual abuse. For the context of the felonies, I mean, that's not digging too far in the past. That was like when he was running for president.
Oh no, I was talking about his 34 felonies where it was kind of a bunch of BS.
What was BS?
It's like yeah, he technically broke the law, but if this was any other president, you know, they probably wouldn't have, you know, dug that deep.
He technically broke the law, but he wouldn't have been held
definitely
accountable.
did.
I mean, if another
100%.
candidate for president like violated the law, that would have come out. Like, and it does come out. So, like, you understand that, like, it's.
I mean, they definitely
I don't
do.
know why you're using this as a defense. Like, this is ridiculous.
What do you mean?
I just said.
All right, well, I just think if he was any other president, left or right, Democrat, Republican, they probably wouldn't have prosecuted him.
Dude, like, what is up with all the people joining up just having, like, weird shit? Like, his first video is so weird, dude. It's so weird. Just go on the next person. What the fuck is going on, bro?
What is this?
Yo, what's up? How old are you? YouTube, you don't want to know. You don't want to know. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Let's try to get the next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 39.
Do you support Trump?
I do, yes.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Probably Donald Trump.
Okay. How do you feel about the fact that he posted on his Truth Social today that Trump 2028, yes?
I'm kind of on the fence about that. Yeah, I'm not really sure how to feel about that one. I guess I mostly support him because of his stance on abortion.
So, would you support him for 2028?
Yeah, I think I would.
You would support him for 2028?
Yeah.
Even though it violates the Constitution?
Well, I mean, I think the Constitution is a really good and important thing, but I think also that, times change and
Times
I
change, so you
don't.
just think that he should be able to be running for president for the rest of his life?
Well, maybe not the rest of his life, but I mean, if they, added a stipulation to the Constitution that, they could run for more than 2 terms, I don't think I would be like abhorrently against it or anything.
You wouldn't be against it if he could run for another term, and you would vote for him, even if it violated the Constitution at the time he did it?
I mean, like I said, if the Constitution was changed, I don't know. I don't know.
This is what he posted, by the way. And this is a violation of the Constitution. I'm sorry, YouTube, you can't see it. Only TikTok can see it, but, like, this is absurd. This is absurd. Do you see this? I should just keep it there, because that's fucking nuts. You're on his side for Trump 2028. Okay, so what about abortion?
I just like his stance on it. I don't agree with abortion. I don't believe in it.
You don't agree with abortion? Okay, so what about it?
No. I mean, I try to keep myself open-minded about a lot of stuff, but I can't get around the fact that I believe that it's murder.
Okay, why do you think it's murder?
Because it's it's ending the possibility of life.
Ending the possibility of life. Okay, so do you think it's wrong to use birth control? Think it's ending the possibility of life to a greater extent?
No, because doesn't birth control, I mean, it prevents conception from ever technically happening, right?
So wait, but that's preventing life. You just said that was wrong.
Okay, well, I guess what I meant to say is preventing conception. Once conception happens,
Preventing
I think
conception.
that...
Wait, you just said preventing conception. Yeah, that's what birth control does.
Yeah, no, I mean, okay, maybe I'm wording it wrong. I mean, like, once conception happens, I think it's wrong after that. If that
Okay,
makes
so you
sense,
think
if I'm wording
you
that.
think IVF is wrong?
IVF?
Yeah, because they discard many zygotes and embryos as a part of the process.
Well, no, because I don't think that...
But that's after conception.
Okay, well, okay. You have me a little stumped on that one. I don't know. I hear you and Dean a lot. Like, you bring up the, if a person was on life support debate, like, would you unplug him? And, I just think, like, because it's
No,
just,
that's
it's
the
such a
situations in
different...
which they are brain dead. Like, do you think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead? Separate question, but the point I'm referencing here is that you don't think it's murder to discard embryos and zygotes in the process of IVF. You don't think that's murder. You don't think that they're people. So what's the reason? Is really the point, because that's after conception.
It's just, I don't know. I feel like if a woman is pregnant and conception has already happened and there is a child growing inside of them, I can't wrap my head around how it would be okay to terminate that in any way, shape, or form. I don't know.
Sorry, I'm sick. So,
It's okay.
yeah, you're okay. So why would it be okay to? So, if you're referencing IVF, you think it's okay to discard it. Why do you think it's okay to discard it? I think the reason is going to be it doesn't have a subjective experience. It doesn't meet the criteria of past or present and future subjective experience. That's the criteria that I think that we would place on personhood. That's why we don't think it's wrong to like freeze embryos and discard zygotes.
Yeah,
And we don't think it should lead to prison time. But if you discard your baby, yep, that probably would be like neglect, and you'd probably get some charges for that one, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't understand. Like, to me, I think that, no matter what stage of life it's at, that it's, if there's something growing, it's, it's alive in my eyes. I can't think
Yes,
of
then
it
it's
any
wrong
other
to
way.
discard zygotes and embryos. You think IVF is wrong?
Well, I don't know. I guess I haven't given enough thought to that particular aspect of it.
Okay. So is there anything other than pro-life policy that gets you to support Trump? Because I think him calling for the execution of his political opponents, being held civilly liable of sexual abuse, acknowledging that he engages in sexual exploitation by bragging about walking in the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where an 18-year-old came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms. I mean, like, what specifically would be enough to say that maybe you wouldn't be able to support him from that context?
Oh, I thought all of that grape stuff was just like allegation. I didn't know any of it was actually proven.
Yeah, he was held civilly liable unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people for forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will. And plus, 26 different people accusing Donald Trump of sexual misconduct, I think is evidence in of itself. I mean, what is the likelihood of every single one of them lying?
Oh, I had no idea it was that many people either. That's alarming.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, so I mean, I think that in of itself is enough reason to not support Donald Trump, let alone all the crazy stuff he's doing all the time.
Oh, yeah. Well, I guess it's clear I have a lot more research to do. To be honest, I grew up in a cult, and I've only gotten away in recent years, and so I'm there's so much I'm learning and I'm figuring out, and all this political stuff, it's complicated. It's very, very difficult, but I really enjoy watching your and Dean's lives. I've learned quite a bit from them. I don't get to watch them very often, but when I do, it's a lot of fun. I think you guys are really great.
All right, well, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming
Thank
up.
you. Thank you.
Have a great day. Have a great day.
You too.
Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet this set of criteria list on the TikTok screen. If you support this lunatic on the TikTok screen, do send a guest request right now. Only send a guest request if you support this lunatic. This is an actual lunatic. Look at this guy. It's embarrassing. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates. Alrighty. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
25.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who'd you rather vote for?
I'd rather vote for Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Because I feel like he's the only one at this point who's willing to break the rules to fix things.
Okay, how is he fixing things?
Well, I feel like his mass deportation is good. He's getting America back on track. His tariffs are good. And I do support Trump 2028.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
So even though it violates the Constitution?
Well, that's kind of what I mean when I say he's willing to break the rules. Like, he's
Oh,
willing
so yeah,
to
you're
go
just
with-
totally okay with violating the Constitution and him being instated as dictator? Would you be okay with that? Because it's breaking the rules.
Not as dictator.
Wait, why not?
Well, that is going too far. Like that.
Wait. Why is that too far? But not calling for the execution of his political opponents, violating constitutionally protected rights such as due process.
I feel like he should not have like
Calling for the
reposted that.
denaturalization of legal immigrants.
Yeah, like I don't support that. But
You
I feel like he
understand?
does
What do you
destroy a
mean?
lot
You
of
can't just
stuff.
say I don't support that. You have to realize that that's one of those fundamental things that you can't fucking go against. Is literally going after people who already have legal citizenship, who have already gone through the naturalization process.
Okay, I do sort of see your point about that. But okay, this is kind of a random point. So if you don't want to talk about this, I understand. Um but what if I told you that Donald Trump predicted that COVID was going to happen? In 2017, he basically predicted that it was going to happen and that it would largely be over by like 2022. That would have crazy implications, right?
One, I don't think he predicted it. Two, he got rid of the pandemic team in 2017. If he did that, why would that mean that he predicted it? If he predicted it, why would he get rid of the pandemic team? That makes no fucking sense. Do you
Well,
believe
I
that's
can
like? Do
explain
you
why I
understand
think
that's the most incoherent thing that's ever came out of someone's mind on my live stream? Like literally. One, it wasn't over in 2022. I just
I
want to
guess
clarify that. Two, like
no, I know.
you understand. He got rid of the pandemic team. If he believed a pandemic was going to come and he cares about our country, why wouldn't he have kept the pandemic team?
To be honest, I didn't know that he did that.
Interesting.
But can I tell you why I think he did predict it? Because I just feel like that would have crazy.
Before you do, give me 1 second. Caitlin, thank you for the
Gotcha.
$50 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Caitlin in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Caitlin. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I've been making sure to take care of myself. I promise. It's literally I've been on top of it this time. I feel like I've been doing everything I need to. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Alrighty. Go ahead. You're saying?
Gotcha. Okay, so you're probably gonna think I'm trolling, so please allow me to explain. I did once, I think it was maybe a couple months back. I was on Dean's and I was trying to explain, and he thought I was trolling. So, essentially, do you remember the infamous tweet? Despite the constant negative press, Kofefi, and nobody knew what he meant. COVFEFE. It's obviously not a real word, but COV is like COVID.
Looks like I came to the same conclusion as Dean. They're totally trolling. You had to preface it that way? You put me on guard. I'm like, yeah, he's probably trolling. So the next individual, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Alrighty, do give it a second. We're getting this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Oh my. Oh my. Tracy, why do you still support Trump after everything he's done recently?
Actually, I just wanted to ask you a question, can I? Because I had a conversation the other day with my friend, and
Sure, go
she's
for it.
gay, and she's in science. And so she said she's gay, but she doesn't support the whole trans thing because she works in science and
Wait, does this relate to your reason why you support Trump?
no, but I wanted to know what your intake was on that.
Okay, Tracy. Unless it relates to why you support Trump, I probably won't answer it.
Well, I think I kind of do support Trump for that because her and I were talking and we were having a conversation that it lets cycles. Like, we're not worried about transgender people.
I'm sorry, but yeah, I feel like it doesn't relate. You were just saying that. So, how old are you?
Wait, can you hear me? I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
Yes. I kind of wanted to continue the conversation earlier about like pro-life policy.
And hold up, what's your birth year?
2005.
Okay, and if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Specifically with like pro-life policy, like I heard your conversation with the woman earlier. I'm kind of confused, like what your standard is. Like, why do you not like value the life in the womb?
I value it once it's sentient, past or present, and future subjective experience, which doesn't happen until 20 through 24 weeks in the womb. If you want to reference like cellular life prior to that, I don't really see any reason to value it to the degree in which you would say that someone shouldn't have the right to determine specifically what to do with their own body, right? That'd be absurd.
Okay, yeah, so that definitely clears things up. So with that, I understand like you personally don't value it because of the you value fetuses based on subjective experience, but my question is everyone values things differently. Like if you're shopping for a house, like I might think a house is more valuable because it has 3 bathrooms, but you might not think it's as valuable because you want 2 bathrooms. Like I think we all value things differently, and I think it's kind of like a little bit subjective to say like, oh, a fetus is not valuable because it doesn't have subjective experience, when we all value those like characteristics differently, and there's not like an objective standard, like, because you're saying you personally value it for that reason, but that doesn't mean that it's an objective standard, Oh, where'd you go? Are you okay?
Sorry, I'm sick. Yeah, I'm sick. I do think that morality is subjective. So I don't see the issue with that. What's your issue with my perspective?
My issue with your perspective is that it's like entirely subjective. Like you're saying like, oh, a fetus.
Okay, what do you mean by subjective and objective? Because what I mean by subjective is like it's true dependent upon the stance of the individual. So it's just reflective in a descriptive sense of their psychological preference.
Yeah, exactly. So if it's subjective, then why should we value the fetus based on what like you think? Like, oh, you think it's valuable subjectively because of it doesn't have sentience, whatever you think that is. But I think a fetus is valuable not because of sentience, but because of X, Y, and Z. And this guy might think it's valuable because of X, Y, and Z. So I don't understand like your argument being like a fetus is not valuable because it doesn't have emotional sentience. Well, that's a subjective characteristic. Like, what if like someone else values it based on a heartbeat?
So is any of the other characteristics you're going to point to. Why do I take this one? Because I think it's reflective of the intuitions that I have on the matter. And I think that that might be very similar for other people, but it might not necessarily be similar for other people. But I do think that, obviously I think that you probably agree with the, like, I don't think you see it as murder to unalive a cellular organism.
No, I mean,
like,
by definition.
Do you think it's murder to discard zygotes and embryos through the process of IVF?
No, I don't think abortion is murder necessarily.
Okay.
I mean,
well, then you don't think it should be illegal, right?
I mean, I agree. The reason why I support Trump is because he appointed the Supreme Court justices that overturned Roe v. Wade to the states.
I don't know why you support that if you don't think it's murder. That makes no sense.
Because abortion doesn't have a constitutional backing. There's no like fundamental right to privacy. And that's what Roe v. Wade was based off of, and the reason why it was overturned in Dobbs.
I mean, if you care about the Constitution, you wouldn't support Trump. That makes no sense.
Okay.
Well, and by the way, even if it didn't, you still would want it to, at least in the baseline, or at least for now. And also, not every right do we have is it ingrained in the Constitution. But I mean, I think that like, it's obviously based on the interpretation we would want to have, right? That's based upon the way that you have these particular laws set up is to protect people, and interpretations of the law are still meant to do that. And I think that that's an important mechanism for protecting people. And I do think that there is a fundamental right to privacy listed in the Constitution. I just think that you're saying that it's not applicable to abortion.
Well, no, there is no right to privacy in the Constitution. Any decision
I'm pretty sure there is.
Well, no, any decision
what do you consider privacy? Wouldn't the Fourth Amendment be under a notion of right to privacy?
See, I understand that, and that's why, like, in cases like Griswold v. Connecticut, which gave people the right to like contraceptives, like the court said, like there isn't an explicit right to privacy in the Constitution, but through penumbras, like the Third Amendment, like it kind of implies privacy because we can have soldiers. Like the Fourth Amendment, like you said, like it kind of implies privacy. But there's no explicit right to privacy, which is why Roe v. Wade was overturned to the states. There's no explicit right to privacy, which is why
that's their claim. That's their interpretation. I don't hold that
that's
interpretation.
a Supreme Court interpretation. Like
Yeah,
that is
under
like
right
the
now.
highest.
Yeah, that's the current Supreme Court's interpretation. Because of the fact that Donald Trump put people in the Supreme Court, the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade. That was not the prior interpretation of the Supreme Court.
I mean, I understand that, but the Supreme Court is like, and like
Roe
the law
versus
is like
Wade was supreme law of the land. You know that, right? Like, that's what it was for
Yes.
50 years. So that's
And
my
so
that's my
was-
point. Is that like this is just a separate
Parker.
interpretation, and we could have totally had an interpretation that is consistent with Roe versus Wade still being in place. Now, would it be better to have legislation to codify this into law? Of course, but I do think that there's a interpretation, like the interpretation is completely legal.
Okay, so going back to your first point about, Roe v. Wade was the supreme law of the land, laws change, interpretations change.
Sure.
Just like how, I mean, I could sit here and say, obviously,
But
I
why
don't
is your
agree with this.
interpretation better? You just said that people should be able to get
Parker.
access to it. You don't even agree with that interpretation then, because whatever
Parker.
interpretation you want is probably going to be just reflective of your personal values.
Wait, just listen. So, like, I just, like, don't understand when you say, like, oh, well, Roe v. Wade was supreme law of the land for a long time. So was things like Plessy v. Ferguson, which was, like, separating facilities. That was supreme law of the land until we overturned that, thankfully, by Brown v. Board. Things change, interpretations
Don't
change.
compare segregation to abortion. You don't
I'm
even
not
think that it's
comparing-
you don't even think abortion's murder.
No, well, I'm not comparing the two, obviously. They're very different.
Yeah,
I'm
but you
just saying
understand that I don't think that the legal statute, specifically in terms of the interpretation, right, of the Constitution, that
don't
would
say-
mean that people shouldn't be able to get access to abortion, right, is the statute that I would agree with. But obviously, I would disagree in the past specifically with that Supreme Court determination. I'm confused what your
Well,
point
don't
is.
say then. Well, like, you can't say then, like, oh, Roe v. Wade was the law of the land. Like, a lot of things were the law of the land. That doesn't mean that they're right.
I never said just because something's the law of the land, it means it's right. I was
Then,
telling you
then
what
why-
was the case because you were prescribing that this is the current interpretation of the Supreme Court, which is what you were prescribing. You originally made this claim and appealing to the legality.
I'm not appealing to legality here.
You were. If you watch back the conversation, you can watch and see that.
Well, I can't walk backwards. I'm not good at it. But basically, I just don't.
I meant like you can go onto YouTube. I'm on YouTube.
Okay,
You can
we can
find
do
it.
that later. But honestly, like, I just really don't understand your stance on abortion because, like, your whole thing with like sentience, like, that's just so subjective. I'm like really not understanding how you like think that's like going to
Wait,
be an objective
every view on morality is subjective.
I understand that, but then why?
And
can
Brett,
why
thank you so
should
much
we-
for the raid. I really appreciate it, Brett. Hope you had a good
No
stream,
problem.
man. Sorry?
Oh, sorry. But I just like, so you think that like the standard should be emotional sentience or subjective experience?
Should be subjective
Yeah.
experience, yes.
Okay. Well, like, why is that so correct? Like, why is that measure better than any other measure? Can you explain that?
I think it's just more preferable based upon my own intuitions.
Well,
And I
can
can
you
give
tell me
you
what
general
those intuitions
descriptions. Like I can give you scenarios where like
Yes,
you know,
I
it's
really,
gonna be
like-
more reflective of our intuitions, like in the context of IVF or in the context of brain dead individuals. Like we don't think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in our family that's brain dead. So we don't think it's based upon the context of cellular life. So based on what scenarios really it's essentially we're just using moral language to describe the emotional feeling that we have about how people should act in certain circumstances.
Okay, I would love to agree with your position that emotional or subjective experience should be the standard in which we judge abortion, but like you're not really giving me an explanation of why we should use subjective experience.
Well, I just think I just said it's going to be more reflective of our intuitions based upon the examples that I've provided.
Well, what intuition? Like, can you explain this?
Well, I mean, like, you might not have the same intuition as me, but based upon the intuition that I have, right, obviously I don't think that it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead. I don't think it's murder to discard zygotes and embryos, right? And based upon those particular reasonings, right, it's probably going to indicate something towards valuing something later in the pregnancy. Well, then what is that? It's not just a heartbeat. It's not just,
Why?
arms. It's going to be a subjective experience.
Why? But like based on my own intuition,
Because
like,
I think that's the
it's arms.
individual basis for our personhood.
But I think
I mean,
arms.
why do you think why do you think someone's dead when they're brain dead?
I think that based on my own personal intuitions, like having an arm and a heartbeat is what should qualify as personhood.
And
Based
I
on my
think
own
most people would
intuition.
see that as absurd. Just saying that other people can have different positions is not a response to my position.
Oh. Would y'all like to move on to healthcare?
I'd maybe like to see a response to what I just said.
I don't understand what you're asking. Could you repeat the question?
I do think that this is access to healthcare. And if you want to talk about healthcare, Trump doesn't even have a healthcare plan. What's his healthcare plan?
I'm not sure.
He isn't either. He said concepts of a plan. 10 years into running for president of the United States. Doesn't even know. You don't know. So how could we even talk about healthcare if you don't even know what his policy is or his plan is?
I don't know. I just learned it from the classical liberal hype house.
Okay, you're trolling. You're trolling, aren't you? Can you admit you're trolling?
No.
Yeah, what were you in 2020 political TikTok?
I miss it. Bring it back. I'm a
Stop,
neo-Marxist.
please. Stop, please. So you're not even a Trump supporter.
Well, no, I just wanted to, talk to you.
Damn, political TikTok 2020 is a throwback, though. That's kind of crazy. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Diabolical. That's just diabolical. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. List on the TikTok screen. There are literally very few people on the planet that would get that reference, by the way. Political TikTok 2020 was so incredibly niche. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
43.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd still vote for Trump, but I just wanted to touch on something you were talking about with the
Can I say
previous-
thank you to a few
Yes.
people real quick?
Yeah, no, of course.
For sure, for sure. I have a few people to thank real quick. Let me go on to YouTube, thank some people real quick, and then we'll move on to this conversation real quick. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes on TikTok. And if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes. Root, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Winnie with the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Winnie in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Erotica, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I did hear about that, I think, Winnie. Silent, thank you for the $20 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I can't right now because I'm sick, but I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Erotica, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate it. Fee, thank you so much. Really appreciate the £2. Oreo, thank you for the $5. Julian, thank you so much. Julian, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you, Julian. I think I'm fully caught up. There. Other than Zachariah, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Alana, thank you for the $3. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh, it's good to see you as always. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And honestly, though, literally, though, I think that's something that they never take into account. And Claudia, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Claudia. Give some W's for Claudia in the comment section right now for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. No, seriously, you don't have to participate in it if you don't believe it, and it can be legal for other people, literally. Alrighty, so why do you support Trump?
Okay, well, I just want to touch up on what you're talking about with the previous caller. She said, it was interesting, you said morality is subjective. I believe that's postmodernism. And
okay.
just to give you some, well, do you think one interpretation is subordinate to another interpretation?
Do I think one interpretation is preferable to another?
Yeah, is one
Yes.
subordinate? Yeah.
My position is preferable to others. That's why I hold the position. And preferable is in relation to myself. So that's just a descriptive statement. Yes, I prefer my position because that's my position. Otherwise, I would hold the position that I prefer.
Do you think there are canonical interpretations, like authoritative interpretations, overall, and for mankind?
I think that you can, yes, but I don't think that there needs to be objective morality for that to be the case. And I also think the idea of objective morality is nonsensical.
Well, I think the canonical interpretations would be cooperation, competition, death, and suffering. And I'm just coming from a perspective of a conservative.
Mm-hmm.
And just to give you that worldview. And I just wanted to point that out. That's all I really wanted to say. I appreciate the show and everything.
Okay. I guess though, like, why do you support Trump though?
I think he's doing a good job. People aren't giving him a lot of credit, but
Okay. Like what?
he's got another 3 years. I just didn't like the inflation under Biden.
Okay.
That's all.
How did Biden cause that inflation?
Let's see. Well, he did put more money into the economy. You know, too many dollars chasing after too few goods. You know.
Did you know Trump signed off on more debt-related spending, over $4 trillion more, comparative to the Biden-Harris administration?
I didn't know that.
Yep, you can find that from the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget. Look up Biden versus Trump, debt-related spending, Committee for Responsible Federal Budget.
Okay, I'll look at that. Well,
That's what they signed into law.
Okay. Well, I appreciate it, Parker. I'll let you go, man. I just wanted to let you know a different view.
All right, for sure. Let's go to the next individual on the send a guest request. If you meet that set of criteria, listed on the TikTok screen. Jessica, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much for some W's for Jessica in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Jessica. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Frankie, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Definitely am. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Frankie. Gwen, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you. Yes, I definitely would. Gwen. I definitely would. Alrighty. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Parker, you need to decorate for Christmas. I actually was thinking about doing that. But we're not even in December yet. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Alrighty. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty. We probably have like another hour or so left on the live, at least, everyone, I think. What's up, how old are you?
I did not mean to join. I was clicking.
Oh, you're good. Did Dean go live today? Yes, he did. Aaron, thank you so much for the $75 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Aaron. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm not old enough to run for any offices. I'm still 23 years old, but I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. But also, like, yeah, I don't think I would even want to run for office anyway. But I definitely want to, inspire other people too.
Whoa.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 30.
What state do you live in?
I'm in UK, England.
New state dropped. Hey, everyone, look at that. New state dropped. But Aaron, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. That is so kind of you. Yes, I think it's important for young people to run. I've myself never really wanted to be someone to run for office or anything. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I am 19 years old.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
What's your birth year?
2006.
Okay, 1 month?
July.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Definitely Donald Trump.
Okay, is there a way you can get closer to your microphone?
Definitely Donald Trump.
Okay, so why do you support Trump?
Well, first of all, the Thirsty Excitement Act that was passed next week.
Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen.
Parker?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do. Can I break the rules? I've debated you before. Is that okay?
How long ago?
We've debated like probably 3 or 4 times, but most recent was
Probably not then. If I can't find anyone, maybe. Push the Galaxy, thank you, Tessa. But 3 to 4 times is, yeah, that's definitely like a lot. Yo, Tip, how old are you? Yo, Tip, how old are you?
Yeah. You
How old
good?
are you?
I'm 30.
It's the same person. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. We're just looking for some debates. Alrighty.
Hello?
Yo, what's up?
Can you hear me?
Yes, is your mom there?
Yes. Hi, Mom. You ready? Hold on one second.
Alrighty, everyone. In the meantime, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people, everyone. Just letting everyone know. To give it a second, everyone.
His name is Parker. I know. Say hi. Hey, Parker.
Hey, what's up? So, why do you support Trump?
Well, I've been really concerned about the direction of this country for a long time. I was really raised a classical liberal. I was a liberal all my life. And, I grew up, I'm now 60, almost 67 years old. So, I opposed the Vietnam War. I opposed the wars in Iraq and all that. I grew up in Washington, D.C., but I also learned to sort of stay under the radar politically because, I lived there. So I've never really been very political and have always been registered independent. And I still am. I'm registered independent. I voted for Obama, and then voted for Jill Stein during 2016 election, and because I was not happy with anything. But when Trump won, I couldn't help it. I just kind of giggled. Something in me just told me that things were going to change. And that we had somebody who was sort of outsider now, outside of the usual political spectrum, someone from outside. And that's what we needed at this point, because I believe we're going into the fourth turning. I don't know if you know what that is, but there's a book called The Fourth Turning. It's a very interesting theory about cycles happening every 80 years. And I believe that we're at the end of a grand cycle, and that we're at a crossroads with our country, and the choices we make right now and the leadership we have right now is really important as to where we're going from here.
Okay.
So, and I think that Trump, I look at him as in the fourth turning. There's a theory that you need a certain type of leadership, and they come out of often they sort of come out of left field, and that's where Trump seems to fit in. He came out of left field. He's brash, and I don't approve of everything that he says or does, but the general direction I've been watching for the last 2 administrations, this one included, and what's happened in the last administration, I really thought it was beginning to try to turn the ship of this country around from a place that I feel it's been going the wrong way. I feel like it's been going very much the wrong way, largely in part due to corruption in the government, that the government's gotten too large and corrupted. And that it's kind of just the ship of state is just steering. It's just steering its own course without any buddy at the helm. And I
Okay.
think now we have a strong person at the helm.
Okay. A few things I have here. I think that Donald Trump is probably the most corrupt candidate in modern American history. I don't think he's very strong for the country. I think that, in fact, he actually projects weakness from a global perspective. And then also, like, what about him specifically being outside of the quote-unquote usual political spectrum makes that good? Because I would argue the manner in which he is actually incredibly harmful.
Okay. I don't really know why would you say that he is corrupt? I know that you believe that he was taken to court legally and that he was some sort of felonious criminal, but those charges were all thrown out. And it's very clear evidence that the Biden administration was conducting lawfare against Trump. I believe that there's just been that there's a deep state, okay? And if you don't believe in a deep state, then, a lot of things don't make sense. But
what
if
is
you do,
what is the deep state?
the deep state, there's also a deep church, okay, in the church. There are political players that are running a different game than we would want in this country and what we would want in all departments of our life. They are, I believe that there is a cabal. There's a cabal of puppeteers, puppet masters.
So are you a
that
QAnoner?
are at the very top.
Are you a
Not a
QAnoner?
QAnoner, because there's no such thing as QAnon, but there's Q.
Course. Yeah. There's
Yes, I
Q
followed
and
Q from the
what
very
happened to
I followed Q.
Anon? What happened to Anon?
You know what?
Wasn't there two separate?
people were
Were they two
called the
separate
people-
groups, Q and Anon?
Yes. No, there's just Q, and then there's Anons. Okay?
Okay, so there's
the
two
mainstream
separate
media
groups.
decided to call it. No, they're not different groups at all. They got misnamed QAnon by the media, okay? They were called QAnon, but the movement is actually just people who follow Q.
Okay,
Which
but,
is,
like, here's my
if
biggest
you know
issue.
what Q is, I've followed Q
familiar.
since the very first post.
Yeah, I'm familiar.
I followed them since October 17.
Yeah,
I
so-
have been following
Hold up.
what's been going on since Trump did the sword dance in Saudi Arabia.
Hold
Are you
up,
familiar
so-
with that?
No, I'm actually not. So here's my point: is that like all of these conspiracy theories that it relies on have literally no evidence to believe. Genuinely. Okay. The
So say
dispute
you.
to these particular ideological perspectives is that they lack any evidence. Like seriously, they're not rooted in evidence.
What kind of evidence would you accept
What kind of evidence would I accept? Like anything. Genuinely, there's
as
none.
evidence?
Yeah, like I would accept anything that increases the probability of it being true. And there's
Okay,
been nothing that I can see at all.
Do you believe that our government has our best interests in mind in every department?
No.
Can you
Because I think
explain that?
there are Republicans in government that clearly don't care about American citizens.
Oh, but it's totally divided along Democrat and Republican lines. You don't believe in there's a uniparty where they all have the same
I do
interests?
not. No, I don't. Why do
Okay.
you believe in that?
Um,
and if you believe in the uniparty,
all
then
the-
why do you support one side? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I don't. You didn't ask me if I support Assad. I don't.
You,
Okay.
you
I
do
don't
support
support
Trump, right?
Assad.
I asked you why you support
No,
Trump.
no, I don't necessarily support Trump. So that's where I want to go a little deeper, which is that
Isn't Q about like how? Do you think that Trump's a Palladian?
no,
You don't think he's an alien? Why not?
his wife might be a Palladian, but I don't know.
You think his wife is an alien?
I don't. It's look, I believe in entertaining every possibility, and I believe that there are things stranger in this world than are in your deepest dreams, oh dear Horatio. I don't think that we know. I don't think that we know. There's a lot we don't know.
Okay, but
And I
you
like to
can't
hold
just
it
say
all
that you want
very
to believe in
lightly.
whatever because we don't know. Because otherwise, you could just believe that anyone you want is an alien. What makes you think that I'm not an alien?
I don't believe really that aliens are here in that way. Aliens might be here in the form of like viruses,
Actually, can I ask you
but
this question? This is a question I've been asking people for a while. You believe in the deep state, right? The deep state controls everything, correct?
no, I do not believe. I believe that there's a struggle that the deep state does not control everything. In fact, that there is a struggle for sovereignty between the deep state and several countries, governments
Does the
or
deep state
people or
control the
people.
media?
The deep state has been controlling the media, but now there's alternative media, and the people like you who are independent journalists or trying to be independent journalists represent a completely new form of journalism, and
Okay.
it started with blogs. It started with the internet.
Why
And
would
the
they let that
internet,
happen?
well, because the internet got away from them. I think the internet
Then
really
why'd they
got away
release
from
the
them.
internet?
The internet was initially created by the military, of course.
Yeah, why did they release it though?
Release it? Well, it was the genie that got out of the bottle. I don't think they released it on purpose. I think
Mhm.
it was just something that was destined to happen. The internet had to happen. The next stage from here is that we'll read each other's minds. If our consciousness keeps expanding, we'll just read each other's minds. The internet is just like training wheels for that.
Okay. So, okay, like
I'm really out there. I know.
essentially my
I'm a very
point
out
is
there
that like
thinker.
they would have a control. If the deep state controls most things in our society, they would have a control over what we are specifically consuming in terms of media. That would be the assumption. So then you would assume that these different types of independent media, such as myself, are controlled. Like that seems to be the conclusion because it entails that there's some level of mass coordination across the media. And if there's not that mass coordination across the media, then it seems like they don't have the control like you're saying they do. Then how could you say that they are, controlling our society in the way that you do? Insofar as that, like, again, they're using lawfare against Trump and going after Trump. And how would Trump even get in the position of power that he did if there's such a quote unquote deep state cabal that's going after him?
For all I know, Trump is part of the deep state also.
Oh.
Like I hold every possibility open, every possibility. I do, because I maintain what I call sort of an academic detachment from any of these outcomes. And I'm just open to what hopefully the truth is. But I will say that.
What is truth?
Yeah, well, that's what Pilate asked. It's a very hard question to ask. It's a very hard thing to answer. But I'll tell you, it's never clear. But it is clear that the mainstream media has been directed and has been controlled by.
Can I clarify my question? When I was asking you
by
what...
the CIA, by Mockingbird, and they've had their 4 a.m. talking points. There are people that would talk about their 4 a.m. talking points. At 4 a.m., they get contacted in the middle of the night and told what the storyline, what the spin is on the latest narrative is going to be. And they literally all the MSM channels will say the exact same things.
So you're just explaining how a corporation runs.
Yeah, well then, okay, it's a pretty
That's it.
deep
That's literally just how a corporation runs.
Then all the corporations are one then. So they're all who's directing what the corporation is expressing?
The business owners and the stock and the employees, not the employees, the stock owners.
But how come
Investors.
they're not really allowing journalists to go out and question things? They have to sort of stay within certain pretty defined narratives. Very well defined narratives.
I mean, it depends on the context. I mean, that's how the business is deciding to run itself. Not all businesses have that.
Is that what journalism is? It's just business?
Yeah, journalism is in the context of a society run by business.
That's absolutely true, but journalism didn't always just reflect that they're part of a corporation or a business. Journalists were actually considered to be free thinkers. They were part of the fourth estate.
If they're independent from a corporation.
Yeah.
And also, by the way,
there
when
you go.
And also, like, if you want to say like they were viewed as free thinkers, that doesn't necessarily mean that they are to a greater extent as well. That just means that there was more trust, right, particularly within journalism. But just because there's been distrust brewing against journalism does not necessarily mean that that's on the fault of journalism, right? That oftentimes, like, especially here with Trump recently, this is because of the fact that there has been literally straight up psyop campaigns by, right, people who have different ideological narratives, right, especially like Donald Trump, to make the population dumb, like genuinely, like we're believing things with no evidence here. There's no basis in evidence. If we're looking for truth, we should rely on evidence. How do you find truth? Evidence. That's essentially the question I was asking you, was how do you find truth? Not necessarily what is truth. How do you find it? And I think how you find it is evidence. I think that's very clear to all of us. And if you don't have evidence, well, then you shouldn't hold that particular view or belief, right? As it's not going to be reflective of what actually is the case.
There is evidence that their lawfare was committed against Donald Trump.
Such as?
During the entire Biden administration. And before that, the Russiagate thing points to that Hillary Clinton and Obama were all conspiring, were conspiring against Trump and trying to frame him with the Russiagate narrative, which turned out from the Christopher Steele dossier, turned out to be totally false. Do you deny that was totally ended up being a false?
The Russia investigation actually determined
him?
that there was interference of Russia in U.S. elections, and it also determined that there were members of the Trump administration that colluded with Russia. Now, it didn't indicate that Trump himself did so, but it was a valid investigation to undergo. Now, this is an investigation. You don't think that we should have had like investigations? And if they were going to frame him, they would have directly said that the charges applied to him.
Look,
for the investigation.
With all the things that he underwent, if they had anything on him, he surely would have been knocked out of the political race and be put behind bars.
If they're framing him, then they can just claim whatever they want, right?
But you know what? It's
if
all
they're framing
it's
him, I have a
clear.
question. Why was it a civil case and not a criminal case of sexual abuse? And if they're framing him, why did he just get one crime that he was convicted of out of all the other ones that were people he was gone after for? It's almost like, there was a court process and it actually has to have a legitimate basis in order to be considered to be accurate.
Not if all the judges and all of these people are just they're just determined to keep a certain agenda going, a certain narrative going, and a certain party in power. The Democrats want to stay in power.
Okay, so there's Democratic media, there's Republican media as well.
These judges, they just wanted to create lawfare.
Oh, right? I just want to let you know, you got a misinformation flag, so I actually have to go on to the next person. I do appreciate you coming up, and I appreciate talking to you.
No problem.
I do actually have to go to the next person because it's TikTok TOS.
Thanks,
but
Parker. I love you.
appreciate you. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, everybody. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Do you know what Dean keeps on hitting?
Daniel, thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Carly, thank you so much for the $10. I actually have debated him in the past. Jessica, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Jenna with the $5. They said, happy birthday, Parker. I can't believe that this is still happening. Amelia, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Emily, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, I wish I would have saw that earlier. I know why. It's because they're a supporter. It was their parent. And then, I think I'm fully caught up. Alrighty. Bill, thank you so much for the membership subscription. Let's go on to the next individual. Batman, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I am feeling a little bit better today. I still do feel a bit sick, though. And I still am a bit sick. Candace, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Go follow DJ Timmy!
What? Was that a child? Jeez. Jamie, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And Gabby, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Probably have 40 minutes or so left on the live, everyone, just letting y'all know. Probably like 35, 40 minutes. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Does Dean fuck you in the ass, or do you...
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Yo, what's up, how old are you? Okay, Joe, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Joe in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Joe. I really appreciate the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, Parker. Thank you. Anthony, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, and what's your birth year?
2006.
2006. What month?
May 27th.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Why shouldn't I support Trump? I'm a Trump supporter. Give me some reasons that I should not like him.
He was held civilly liable of sexual abuse. He bragged about walking in the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where an 18-year-old came out and said there were...
Why is he not in prison for that?
Because of statute of limitations for SA cases in the context of New York on criminal cases, meaning it's been too many years since the event occurred where he can't actually be tried in a criminal case, even regardless of the amount of evidence.
Fish polish.
Do you not have anything?
Hello?
Do you not have any reason to respond there?
I feel like if he actually committed this crime and committed to it, he should be in prison. And why is he not?
I just told you, and you didn't listen.
No, but isn't there a thing on sexual abuse where
I'm waiting to get a response.
It can go to any time frame.
And also, can you not chew in the mic?
That's all game.
You want to keep going? Tell me.
Are you a dry beater or a lotion beater?
Are you trolling?
It's are you a dry beater or a lotion beater?
What's making you laugh so much, dude? I genuinely don't understand. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
And what's your birth year?
2006.
And what month?
October.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I don't know.
Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that sort of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
19, dude.
And what's your birth year?
06, March 14th.
Okay. And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Yeah, I'd probably just settle at Hitler at that point, bro.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
September.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because I think abortion should be left up to the states.
Why?
I think that it's murder.
And why?
Because, like, if you were to kill a pregnant woman if you were to kill a pregnant woman, it'd be double homicide. So, I think that.
Okay. A few things here. One, you don't have to consider it that. Right? Two, you can consider it that without even saying that it's valuable until the point of sentience, just because it was a planned pregnancy.
What do you mean valuable? Wait, that until sentience? What?
Yeah.
Say that again?
Subjective experience. That's what it is. You know how you're currently experiencing things? That's what I value. I think that's the basis for our personhood.
Okay, but why don't you value it if it, like, just has a heartbeat?
Because that's not going to be something I consider to be a basis for personhood. Like,
So
do you
the
think it's
heartbeat's
murder to pull the
not
plug on
enough?
an individual in your family that's brain dead? They still have a heartbeat?
No.
Okay. So then what's your point?
Well, I just think since it has a heartbeat, and I just think since it has a heartbeat that it's murder, and I don't agree with abortion at all. I think it's wrong. I think there's just other alternatives.
And that is?
I
And
mean,
you're not really telling us
adoption,
why it's wrong.
adoption, or foster care.
Yeah, but that's saying that someone needs to go through the context of a pregnancy against their will, which is wrong.
Well, if the other option is killing it, then I don't think that that's wrong.
What? You understand that, like, it's literally not an... Do you think IVF is wrong?
No.
Okay, so that kills zygotes and embryos. They're discarding it in that context. Alrighty. Why do you want to prevent other people from getting access to an abortion if you can't even give us, like, a good reason as to why you why you think that way?
Well, I just know that it's not good for a woman's body.
Let them make that decision for themselves. Who are you to make that decision?
Yeah, but well, I mean, it's mainly just because I think that I just see it as killing a baby. So
Yeah, but like, why? You don't consider it to be killing a baby
Because
when
it
you're
is a
discarding a zygote or an embryo through the process of IVF.
does it have a heartbeat though?
Do you only So do you think abortion is okay prior to a heartbeat?
Yeah.
Yeah, you do?
Yeah.
When does the heartbeat start?
I think it's really early, like 5 weeks.
No, the heartbeat does not start at 5 weeks. That's absurd. Okay?
When is it?
You might have an argument for like 11 through 13. But even then, why do you value just heartbeat? Do you think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that is brain dead?
I mean, I guess. Kind of is.
Nothing?
No, I don't know. I mean, I'd still say no.
So it's not murder. But they have a heartbeat.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, I guess you're right.
Okay, so then if it's not murder in that context, what is the reason? It's because you don't value heartbeat alone.
Okay. Why do you value sentience?
I think it explains why, like personhood, or what we value the best, our intuitions on the matter.
Okay.
Any other thing you want to talk about before we go on to the next person? Or any other reason why you support Trump other than like just abortion?
Yeah, I just think he was better for the border.
How so?
Well, I just think that under the Biden and Harris administration, Harris didn't do such a good job with the border, and that just led to more crime and sex trafficking and illegal people getting into the country.
So actually, there's no evidence that undocumented immigrants commit more crime than natural-born U.S. citizens, accounting for population. Actually, they commit lower rates of violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the country comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens.
So you're saying it doesn't increase the crime?
They do not increase crime. They actually decrease the crime rate, if anything.
How do you think...
most people who are bringing DRUGS across the border, 80 to 90%, are U.S. citizens.
What was that? You said 80, 90% what?
Yeah, 80 to 90% of people who are bringing DRUGS across the border are U.S. citizens.
But, I mean, the other percent, I feel like that should... I mean, I just feel like it's too much. There's too many crossings.
Okay, what makes you think that?
The numbers, I mean...
The numbers. What about the numbers?
A lot more crossings and missing children under the Biden-Harris administration than Trump.
So more crossings. Sure, that's because of economic insecurity that existed around the world, which caused more people to come to our country. You said more missing children. There's no Biden administration policy that led to more missing children.
Well, it's not the policy; it's just their control on the border.
And when you're saying missing children, it's more of a documentation thing. It's not actually missing.
What do you mean it's not actually missing?
Yeah, they're not actually missing. One, most people who specifically are claimed to have been missing actually weren't missing. That is true. They happen to have been reported and then they're found.
Do you think Kamala did a good job with the border, though?
Did she do a better job with the border than Trump? I think so. Because I think Democrats prioritize deporting those that have committed violent crimes and bad crimes to a greater extent, and they use greater levels of due process.
Okay.
Anything else?
No, I'm actually not a Trump supporter. I was just fucking around. This is too hard to do. I'm sorry.
I've had too many people do that today. It's actually a bit brutal. It's a bit brutal. I've had like multiple people do that today. For so long too. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Go follow DJ.
Dude, it's a fetus. Let's go to the next individual. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Let me go check out my, let me catch up on YouTube real quick, actually. Clark, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it, Clark. Can we get some W's for Clark in the comment section right now? Ellie, thank you so much for thank you for the $2. Anthony, thank you for the 10. And Brianna, thank you so much for really appreciate the 5. Thank you. No, literally. Literally, though. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
April 19th.
Okay. April 19th, 2006. And you said you're how old?
18th.
and you were born 2006.
Parker, let's have a conversation, man.
So the next individual in the send a guest request, if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, it's
Parker,
audio.
you can't find no one to debate because MAGA's dead. You fucking rule, bro. I love you.
Thank you. Bro, probably. Maybe MAGA is dead. Maybe MAGA is dead. Or they're just scared of debates. Apparently they're liking
Hello?
Trump's Truth Social post, but they won't debate me. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What?
How old are you?
22.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
03.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Because, like me, we want those fucking borders closed.
Okay. I'm sorry. I almost thought he was going to slur, so I kicked him. And they sounded like a troll anyway. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, yeah, it's 25.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
What's your birth year?
2000.
Okay. And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I think, still vote for Trump, but I would call out Trump out for the stuff he's doing for Latinos. I will call him out and say, don't ruin it.
I mean, how do you feel about the fact today he posted about he wants to denaturalize some legal immigrants who he thinks are not, or who are undermining domestic tranquility, whatever that means?
I'm gonna be honest. I know this is gonna sound a bit wrong, but I'm just grateful that it's not Latinos that he's talking about in that situation. Because what he was talking about,
there are a lot of
Eastern-
there are a lot of Latinos specifically that are naturalized immigrants in the United States, and that could be at
Unfortunately
risk if he's
not.
threatening them.
No, that's the point. Unfortunately, the immigration system is so corrupted that there's barely any Latinos affected by this. Those who are getting affected by this are
That's dishonest and false. There are many Latinos
How?
that specifically have been naturalized immigrants. What are you talking about?
well, if you're including Mexico, which is our neighbor,
That is an
that's high
absurd. That
numbers.
is an absurd thing to say.
What do you mean? It's not. Central American countries, South American countries, they don't get naturalized. What your numbers probably add up is Mexico, which is our neighbor. That should be top 3 relationships. But if you remove Mexico, those Latin countries get disrespected and spat on. Why do you think 48% of us voted for this man who said horrible things about us in the first term, bro?
Okay, so I think that immigration needs to be treated better. Of course, I don't think that Trump's better for immigration. I don't know why you'd support Trump for immigration if you want immigrants to be treated better. They actively have been undermining due process rights for immigrants.
No, because he wants to. What he ran on is making it fair. And for example, you guys keep saying, "What's our new policies?" Isn't that worse that he's not doing new policies and he wants the immigration system to be fair instead of it being corrupted?
By the way, there are 24.5 million naturalized citizens in the United States.
But how many are Latinos? That's going to be a bad number.
Millions.
You can't just say millions. It's not true.
Wait. Okay, it's not true. Do you want me to?
I mean, yeah, I don't want you to, but I mean, I just know it's not true. And then I told you, I mean, if you remove Mexico from those numbers, like, come on, bro. My Central American
And
people,
also,
my South American
why
people.
are you removing Mexico? That's ridiculous.
Because that's our neighbor. That should be a top 3. Like, without Mexico, those numbers are flawed. Those numbers are bad if you remove Mexico. There's lots of countries there.
Can you give me any? I don't understand what your point is. I genuinely don't get it.
Okay. I'll just, because we're miscommunicating. Why do you think 48% of Latinos voted for a man who said the things he said and did the things he said to us? Do you think we're just silly, or do you think we have a perspective? Straight up. Let's just cut the crap.
Obviously, there would be a perspective, but I don't think it's relevant for me to explain why I think other people voted a specific way. Can we talk about why you voted a certain way, and we can talk
No,
about
but it
why
makes
I voted
sense.
a certain way, and we can have a conversation about that?
No, we can because what I'm saying is, Parker, you got to be consistent when you're calling out the Democrats and immigration because I think you have a big platform, especially for Latinos,
I call
and I
out
think you need
Democrats all the
to.
time.
No, you don't.
Yes, I
Because, for
do. I
example,
constantly say that I disagree with the Democratic position on immigration.
yeah, but not towards Latinos, bro. I don't know if APAC funds you, but dude, you don't focus on
APAC
the
funds
Latino
me?
immigrants,
That's
bro.
embarrassing. You think APAC
Bro.
funds me?
I just know though that when you talk about illegal immigration, and I'm just
Dude,
like,
that is
let's go
so
finally,
embarrassing.
Parker,
That's
and it's
so
not
embarrassing
Latinos.
that you don't have any argument, that you just had to say I'm APAC funded, bro. That's crazy.
No, I do have an argument, but you're basically
You know
saying,
I think that
oh, I
Israel's
mean, I don't
committing a
want to hear your
genocide, right?
perspective.
You know that I think that Israel's committing a genocide, right?
Well, I mean, not all
Would
Jewish are
APAC pay me
Israel.
to say that?
I mean, yes, actually, yes.
Yeah,
That's why you
APAC
have that
would
huge smile.
APAC would pay
Get that
me
money though, bro.
to
Get that
say that
money.
wait, APAC would pay me to say that Israel's committing a genocide, that Israel is a Jewish ethno-supremacist state,
Yes.
right?
Are you
Yeah,
mad at
APAC
Blackjack?
definitely pays me to say that for sure. That's absurd. Like genuinely, that's so absurd. Yeah, I can't hear you when you swipe out of the app. Barbara, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much for all the stress you deal with dealing with trolls. Yeah, it's a bit brutal. Samantha, thank you so much as well for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Maybe so. Maybe so. And Solomon with $100 on Venmo. Give me some W's for Solomon in the comment section right now for the $100 on Venmo. Thank you so much for wishing wellness, brother. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for Solomon in the comment section right now. That is so kind of you. Thank you so much, Solomon. I really appreciate it. Give me some W's for Solomon in the comment section right now. By the way, the person who just said I was funded by APAC just left. That was embarrassing. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. Wait, was that the person? Did they just mean to leave? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Were you just on the live?
No.
I thought they were. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
50?
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, that goes to my uncle.
Okay. And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris with the information that you have right now. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump?
Huh? Trump? Okay, so why so? Why would you support Trump?
Why do you support him? Because he does everything for us.
What has he done for us that you like?
Send some money to us.
You said what?
Send money to us.
Sending money to us? I mean, I don't think he's sending more money to us. I think that, if anything, he's reducing the amount of money going to the average American as he's imposing tariffs that tax everyone to a greater extent and cause prices to go up.
Say something, Seth.
I know, whenever it goes down.
You what?
I'm waiting for the prices to go down cheaper.
Well, since Trump's got in office, we've actually seen prices go up. Secondly, we're seeing them go up at a higher rate since previously. And thirdly, also, in terms of this, Trump's tariff policy, we know from an economic perspective, causes prices to go up.
So ask him what's your question for me.
So what's the question for me?
I guess, like, why do you still support Trump at this point, I guess?
Why do you support Trump?
Because he's a good guy.
And why do you feel like he's a good
Okay. I guess, like, at this point, why do you think that he's a good guy?
He might make that everything cheaper now, like the gas and stuff.
Well, the point that I was kind of making is that since Trump's got in office, gas prices have gone up, and we've also seen prices across the board going up.
I know that.
How do you know that?
How you know that?
Because I just told you, like, tariff policy. I guess at this point, is there anything else you would like to specifically bring up before I do go on to the next person?
No.
All right. Well, I do appreciate you coming up. Thank you very much.
You too. Have a nice day.
You as well. You as well. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Leo, how old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
December.
I'm sorry, I just lean against that being the case. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, how old are you? Oh, I think they accidentally joined. I was like, maybe the baby joined on accident.
So,
Yo, how old are you?
I'm 47.
And do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, and if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris based on the information you have right now. Who'd you rather support?
Donald Trump,
Okay, why so?
because Kamala Harris was gonna make my grandkids transgender.
Okay, I think they're trolling. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you beat that to the criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello? I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
2007.
Okay, and what month?
April 19th.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd vote for Donald Trump for 4 main reasons.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
First point is manufacturing. Second, the unemployment rate. Third, I think tariffs are good.
You just cut out. I can't hear you right now. Hello? Hello? What just happened? Are you there?
Yeah.
Okay. So unemployment since Trump's got in office has gone up. Real domestic manufacturing investment since Trump's got in office has gone down. Why do you support Trump?
The manufacturing, he added like over 450,000 new jobs in his first term. Is that true?
No, in his first term there was a net loss in jobs.
No, I don't think that's true.
What policy did he pass to cause manufacturing job growth?
What policy?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
No clue? So then
No.
why do you attribute like a success to him for that?
I've read something that said 450,000 new jobs were added to manufacturing in his first term.
Yeah, but that's just a claim. You need evidence of that. Don't you agree that you need evidence?
Yeah.
Okay. So why do you believe it without evidence?
I mean, I could pull up the evidence.
Okay, go for it.
Give me a minute.
In the meantime, everyone, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes, everyone. I think we're at like 1,500 right now. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes, everyone. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people. Straight up to 2 million likes, everyone. I'd really appreciate that. We'll try to get another person up here to help him out. We'll try to get another person up here to help him out. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, you're a nigger. Parker, you're a...
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next individual and send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
I do not, but I would like to appreciate
you. I'm just looking for some debates, though.
If you go on presidency.uscb.edu, you'll see that it says the U.S. added 510,000 new manufacturing jobs between President Trump's election in February 2020.
Yeah, and when?
President Trump's election in February 2020.
His election in February 2020?
Yeah.
What?
That's what this article says.
That doesn't even make any sense. He was... What? I'm so confused. The election that he won was in 2016, and then he was inaugurated in 2017.
Well, I'm talking about his first term. Yeah.
Okay, so if
From
you're
his
saying...
first
are
term,
you saying if
from
you
the
cut it
start of
off...
his-
Hold on, are you saying if you cut it off at February 2020?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you
So-
cut off a whole year of his administration...
I'm saying from the start of his first term to February 2020. I'm not sure what is confusing.
Yeah, I understand. So you have to cut off a whole year of his administration? And also, by the way, just because jobs happened under the administration does not mean they were caused by that administration. For example, under the Biden-Harris administration, there was an increase in 15 million jobs. But a lot of those are bounce back relating to COVID. So there's no reason to say that this was caused by them. Now, if you want to look at the Biden-Harris administration, we can actually see that there was a massive increase in domestic manufacturing investment, right? Accounting for inflation. And since Trump got in office, we've actually seen a decline in real domestic manufacturing investment. Okay, they just left. Let's go to the next person. I don't know how much longer I'll have left on live, everyone. We're not really getting many debates right now. This is kind of brutal. Like, no actual real debates. It's been pretty brutal, everyone. I'm sorry. You know, how old are you?
Excuse me?
How old are you?
34.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for? Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. You've been sitting in my guest box the whole day. The whole day.
You tweaking out on my homie.
The whole day. AJ, that guy has been that guy. He's in the live every day, by the way. He's been in my guest box the whole stream. The determination just to get kicked is crazy. It's crazy. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, you are not Dean after a battle. That is crazy. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. We probably have one more debate left on the live, everyone. Just letting everyone know. We probably only have one more debate left. He's still in the box. Why do you keep doing this to yourself?
What are you talking about, buddy? You crashed out and wouldn't even debate my homie.
I did debate them.
No, you didn't. You crashed out and
I
kicked
didn't
them and banned them.
I didn't kick them and ban them. I had to remove them from the stream because of TikTok terms of service. Okay?
Again?
And I said that they can come up later.
Yeah, he came up.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did. He came up and you banned him.
Was that today?
Yeah.
What'd I ban him for?
You literally crashed out on his abortion stance.
Oh! Is your friend the guy that says that you should be able to get that he supports getting rid of abortion access in every circumstance?
Yes.
You psychotic fuck? That's your friend?
He was debating that point.
Wait, even in circumstances in which it would be the death of both the fetus and the pregnant individual, why would you be friends with such an idiot? Such a fucking absurd, horrible person.
He was just debating the stance. I don't think you can judge.
So he doesn't
somebody
actually have
based
the
off of
view?
one.
Why would he say that? That's fucked.
I didn't say that.
And also, like, that's not something to fuck around about.
See, this is what I'm talking about, the grift. Like, it's
What
not
do you mean the
something to
grift?
fuck
Me
around
saying that
about.
like you shouldn't fuck around
like
it?
Roe
Isn't it
v.
you
Wade didn't get
grifting?
overturned.
Wait. Didn't you just
Like,
support
Roe
him
v. Wade didn't
grifting?
get overturned.
Didn't you just support him grifting for attention if that was true? Sounds like you're the grifter, bro. All you want is attention. You want attention so badly.
I don't
You
need
sit in my guest box the whole day, dude.
I'm learning.
You're learning from my stream?
The Socratic method, as Dean would put it.
You know what? You're right. You are learning from my stream. But damn, you watch my stream so much. Like, I genuinely, like, it's actually crazy. It's not even just watching my stream. You send guest requests. You're obsessed with saying that I'm a grifter, dude. Like, literally, you do this. You do this all the time, dude. All the time.
I know you see these people
I genuinely
calling you
stop.
out. It's not just me.
Stop. This is the last time I'm ever going to ask you this question. I'm serious, by the way. This is the last time I'm ever going to ask you this question.
Okay.
What the fuck is your obsession with calling me a grifter?
It's not an obsession. It's a statement.
It's an obsession. But what is your obsession with it? Tell me.
I'm trying to teach just as much as you are.
So are you
trying
trying
to
to use it?
educate.
Are you trying to use it as a method to be able to inform my audience or something? Or do
It's
you actually believe it?
elicitation.
Wait, do you actually
It's
believe it yourself?
elicitation.
Do you believe it yourself?
It's called elicitation.
Do you believe it yourself?
In some aspects. I mean,
You don't.
I'm
So wait,
conservative.
you're literally grifting for attention. You are unironically saying something that you don't actually truly believe in order to
Grifting for
get something out
education.
of it. You're grifting.
For education.
So, dude,
For
you're
un-
just AJ. You're just a projector, bro. You're just a projector.
That's what I say about you.
Yeah, you're literally a grifter, bro.
How?
You
How
just
am I
proved it.
grifting, Percy?
You just proved that you dishonestly are holding a certain perspective just to be able to get my attention on the stream and just get the stream's attention.
No, you force people to do that.
No, I don't.
You
How
do.
did I force you to do that? Fucking what the
Because
fuck are you talking about?
intellectuals aren't going to sit around and blindly support Trump.
So tell me, how did I force you to do that? How did I force you to send a guest request?
Because you don't change your fucking prompt, Parker.
So because I continued the same prompt, that forced you to
Because
send a guest request?
It's the best for your griftness, buddy.
You're not answering the question. So you decided to grift because I'm grifting? Is that your view?
No, I'm just
Okay,
saying
so
it's
then why are you
forcing us
grifting?
into a.
So then why are you
It's
grifting?
forcing us. No, I'm not grifting. I'm educating.
You are
just
grifting.
like you, buddy.
just
right?
said that you just said that you don't even actually hold the
Grifting for
perspective that I'm really a
education.
grifter.
I'm not grifting for money like you, buddy.
But you're doing it for attention.
No.
Embarrassing. All right. Please, just get out of my stream. Like, if any mod sees him, just ban the guy. I genuinely, I don't want him in my stream anymore. All right, last person for today, everyone. Last debate coming up. Abigail, thank you so much for the $30 on Venmo. Thank you so much. for the cringe that people today are putting you through. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for Abigail in the comment section. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Let's go, DJ Timmy.
They made a whole new account. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
And what's your birth year?
07.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Probably Donald Trump.
Yeah, I think there's that good too. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, hey, I'm young, but I want to debate.
Oh, you gotta be 18 plus to join the live TikTok TOS, everyone. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. By the way, if we don't actually get a debate, I probably won't even be able to have a conversation because my girlfriend is on the way here. She might be here pretty soon. So, I don't know if I'll be able to get some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Do you support Trump?
I do, yeah.
What state do you live in?
I just think that you're paid for and you're a faggot.
You're disgusting. You're a fucking horrible person. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
He literally sent me a thing. I declined it.
How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Bro, I'm so elevated.
You came up on your other account just to get banned again? Block him, block him, block him, mods. Mods, block him, mods. Just block him.
Dude, I'm gonna be able to
block him, mods, block him.
make another.
Block him, mods, block him. Woo! He got blocked. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? He's gonna make another one? Well, then we're just gonna block him on that one. And then he'll make another one. And then he'll make another one. And then he'll make another. He'll give up at some point. BC with the $50. Thank you so much for the grift is strong with you, good sir. In all seriousness, I support you because donating to DNC does shit. Keep debating. Hope this does something. Thank you so much, BC. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. These are W's for BC in the comment section right now for supporting the grift. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Right now, Chris, AJ, whatever their name is seething. He's so mad. He's so mad right now. He's so mad that people are supporting the grift. I tell you that. He's madder than you've ever seen before, I promise you. CYN, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. I am feeling a little bit better. Thank you very much. Happy late Thanksgiving. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's going on? But I'm 25.
Do you support Trump?
Of course.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I'm voting for Donald J. Trump, buddy. Ain't no way I'm voting for the Kamala Harris.
Kamala. I have a question. Have you ever been up on my stream before?
Nah, I never have. This
Never once. You've never trolled on
I've
my
been
stream
on
before.
Dean. I think I do remember. I think I was on Dean's stream and you popped in.
You're not like
that.
like a known troll that every single time I identify.
Yeah, because you identifying it fuck.
It's been a while since I've seen him. I actually don't mind him sending a guest request right now. Oh, that's kind of funny. It's always kind of funny whenever I see him. Cause like I literally remember so vividly what his voice sounds like. He used to troll for such a while.
Hello,
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
What's your birth year?
2007,
What month?
February.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Because I think that everything he believes is right. I don't believe in abortion.
Chat, I low-key agree. I agree. I do agree. Yes. Let's go to the next individual. I hope I'm not wrong, but I think I'm not. By the way, everyone, we probably have a few more people. If I can't get a debate up here, I'm going to call it quits for tonight, everyone. Hopefully we can get a debate. Hopefully we can get a debate. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
Yo, it's good, bro. I'm 20 years old.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2005.
What month?
July.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump all the way.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Because honestly, I like his policies. I like what he's trying to do. I like what he's trying to build for our country.
Like
I like
what
how
policies?
he's going along, and I like just what he does in general.
Like what?
Like just helps out our country in general. Talks with
By
other
doing what?
countries. Negotiates.
Like what negotiation did he get that was good?
He's close with Putin. That's helpful. So we
He's
have
close.
somebody
He's
on
close
our
with
side.
Putin. Do you want him to be close with Putin?
Well, if we weren't close with Putin, then that could be dangerous. There could be a war that would break out. With Biden, it was dangerous because he wasn't really doing anything with Putin.
I feel like they're a kid, chat. I feel like they're a kid. I kind of agree. Ethan, thank you the $5 for AJ's getting jealous. He's so jealous, I tell you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You talking to me?
Yeah.
I'm 60.
Do you support Trump?
Absolutely.
Okay. And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
It wouldn't be a question. Donald Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
The man might be slightly offensive in his personality, but the man does his job. He's kept his promises. And the guy's fighting, even for people like you that hate him, where he lives in your head rent-free. He's fighting for you. He's making America better. He negotiates. He's brought peace. He's strong. He's bullheaded. Sure, all of those things. But as far as a leader, he's doing a great job.
Okay. Has he repealed and replaced the ACA? Has he built the wall and made Mexico pay for it? Has he ended the Russia-Ukraine war in 24 hours? Has he dropped the Epstein files?
So you like looking at timelines, and you pick things that you know are far more complex than you'd like to believe, but you know they are. You know that on day one, he began working on negotiations to end the war in Ukraine. You know that, and I know that.
He said he would get it done, and he said he would get it done in 24 hours. That was absurd.
You're right. Sure he did. But really, are you that childish that that is something that you think any rational person would believe? Or do you believe
So then why is
that
he saying, why is he running on something that no rational person would believe?
Because you don't want to listen up to his follow-up. He has clearly said on day one, what did he do? He started with policies to bring the Ukraine and Russia to the table.
So why didn't he say he would start on day one rather than saying that he would finish it on day one?
Because
isn't that dishonest?
Oh my God. Let's talk about the dishonesty of Barack Obama. We can do the what ifs all you want. We can do the what aboutisms
Tell us.
if you
He
want.
wore a tan suit. So dishonest.
You listen to you. You're picking up childish things.
What did he do that was dishonest?
Barack Obama?
Yeah.
Did you see what was in the Affordable Health Care Act?
Yeah.
And you believe that everything that was in there he said was above board?
He said was what?
Above board.
What do you mean by above board? I don't know what you mean
Everything
by
that
that.
is contained in that Health Care Act, you believe it's all above board and that he was directly honest about all of that leading into it?
I think he was honest, yeah. How was he dishonest?
Have you seen the way that certain prices... Well, one, he lied about what the CBO said. Let's just go there.
What did he lie
straight up
about?
lied.
What about the CBO?
He said that the Healthcare Act would be sustainable, and that the CBO, he claimed, the CBO said that it would not be in debt and that it would continue, and that
was that the estimation at the time?
The price of participation would remain and not escalate to the situation it has now. The CBO now.
Wait. I don't think he made a claim about the future, because that obviously he wouldn't know the numbers from the future. Can I ask you this question? Was he reporting on the CBO numbers at that time?
He misreported the CBO numbers at that time.
He misreported them. So can you give me a single source? Can you give me a single source indicating that he misreported them? And by the way, misreporting them doesn't necessarily indicate this. Misreporting them doesn't necessarily indicate dishonesty. It could have been a genuine misunderstanding.
So we can if you want to play that game, that's fine. But we can go further, and we can also look at the man's comments and his workings behind the scenes, particularly on what he did underhanded leading up to Donald Trump's first election.
Like what?
You see, you're going to deny that any of that happened.
Like what did he do?
But the truth is out there, and
what
you know
game?
it. And we can continue.
What game did he do?
You don't believe that in any way, shape, or form he attempted to use his power to influence the outcome of elections.
Of course, he supported Hillary Clinton.
Are under investigation, and that his actions that are now under investigation, working with state, election controllers to undermine the voting process in the United States.
That's not true. He didn't do that. There's no evidence of that.
He's under investigation right now for it.
Yeah, and has the investigation indicated any evidence of that?
The investigation's ongoing. We don't know.
And you know that Donald Trump literally sent false slates. You know that Donald Trump in 2020 he sent false slates of electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win, to try to steal the election in 2020. He still to this day says that. Yes,
that has not been proven.
That's exactly what he did. That was his legal defense, was that it was legal for him to do, and that there were quote unquote alternative slates of electors. That's what his lawyer said.
Was he upheld in the Supreme Court?
What?
Was that upheld in the Supreme Court?
Was what aspect of it?
The entire aspect. You're claiming that he was accused and found guilty, and you're wrong. He wasn't. It's an accusation, nothing more. An investigation that went nowhere. But when we do look at the cases that have been brought up in front of the Supreme Court, not only has the Supreme Court sided with Donald Trump.
What case do you think would have gone to the Supreme Court?
I'll pull up some specific now.
What case do you think would have gone to the Supreme Court that you were referencing that I just said?
The one that you talked about, investigating him about sending false, that he was wrong.
Yeah,
in sending.
So to clarify, this is what they argued to the Supreme Court was their ability to engage in. Now, the Supreme Court not identifying that they specifically engaged in a violation of the law is not evidence that it shouldn't be a violation of the law, as he's actively undermining the election results in 2020, right, by doing so, because those quote-unquote alternative slates of electors were not legitimate electors, and they weren't to actually clarify the election results, because that's not how Donald Trump used them. He still today undermines the election results even when there was evidence indicating that he was wrong. So it was clear that it wasn't to ensure the integrity of the election.
I understand how you're twisting the words of that, but again, if you look at the Supreme Court ruling, they negated all of what you just said.
What did they say?
In the very hearing that you just cited, the Supreme Court sided with Donald Trump and found no wrongdoing.
So,
I mean, so if you don't think,
pause.
okay,
So,
I would love to be able to pull up the transcripts. Hang on, I would
can.
love to be able to pull up the
I have a
transcripts.
question. I have a
of that
question.
particular case, because if you pulled up the transcripts of that particular case, you and I both know that the very things that you just brought up, if you don't think those things were discussed in front of the Supreme Court,
in the court
and yet
case,
the Supreme Court,
in the court
Supreme
case,
Court
listen,
still
in the court
upheld
case, did it say that Trump
no
didn't do this?
wrongdoing.
By the way, when you say no wrongdoing, I don't think that's the claim that it made. The claim that they made is that there necessarily wasn't a prescription of violation of the law. Just because there wasn't a violation of the law doesn't mean that there shouldn't be a consideration that it was a violation of the law. So we do think the law should be set up in a particular
Did you just hear
way.
you contradicting yourself?
There's no
You
contradiction.
just contradicted yourself.
How so?
Yes, it is a contradiction. Okay, when you say that the Supreme Court found that there was no violation of the law, you said, and I quote, if you play this back, you'll hear it, you said, doesn't mean there wasn't a violation of the law. That's a contradiction.
Listen, I said
that's
doesn't
exactly
mean,
what you said. Sorry,
Listen,
you might have tripped over
listen,
your words and you might have
listen,
misspoke.
Listen.
No, I am listening.
No, you're
you might have
misunderstanding me.
misspoke.
You're misunderstanding me.
No, I'm not. You might have misspoke, but that's exactly what you said.
Do you want me to play it back? I can explain it to you.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
Okay, I'll play it back for you.
I would love to be able to pull up the transcripts.
I have a question. I have a
of
question.
That particular case, because if you pulled up the transcripts of that particular case, you and I both know that the very things that you just brought up, if you don't think those things were discussed in front of the Supreme Court,
in the court
and yet
case,
the Supreme Court,
in the court
Supreme
case,
Court
listen,
still
in the court
upheld
case, did it say that Trump
no
didn't do this?
wrongdoing.
By the way, when you say no wrongdoing, I don't think that's the claim that it made. The claim that they made is that there necessarily wasn't a prescription of violation of the law. Just because there wasn't a violation of the law doesn't mean that there shouldn't be a consideration that it was a violation of the law. So what do I mean by
There
that?
you go. You
Listen,
just said it. Now explain it. You
I
just
am.
said it. Now explain it.
Yeah, I know you're gonna crash out.
That's exactly what I heard you say, and that's a contradiction. There shouldn't.
That's not a
there
contradiction.
shouldn't
Would
be
you like to
violation.
stop? Would you like to stop crashing out so I can tell you?
Dude, I'm shocked that. Yeah, let me hear you explain your contradiction. Sure.
There's no contradiction because when I'm talking
there
about what should be considered as a violation of the law, I'm talking about what I think the law should look like, not what the law currently looks like.
Oh, so you want to make laws up so that you can maintain your accusations of Donald Trump's wrongdoing? Great. That's really
I think
rich.
that I do think
That's a
that there are
nice job.
certain I do think that there are certain laws that should exist that currently do not exist. Yeah.
But
what's so
the
crazy
correct
about that?
law is the law. No, because what you're trying to do is say that Trump is wrong by your standard of laws, by your laws that don't
Isn't
even
that what
exist.
you guys claim about the border? That we're wrong based on your standard of laws?
No, we're talking about laws that are already on the books in the manner in which that you enter our
No,
country
but you're
legally.
talking about how you'd like to enforce them, because not all laws. Wait, listen. Not all laws on the books do you enforce. So you're talking about how you want to enforce them.
No, we're talking about that laws should be enforced.
Not all
It's
laws.
not about
Like for
how.
example, you're
The
currently on
laws clearly
TikTok.
prescribe-
Hey.
The laws clearly prescribe how they're.
You're
the laws
currently
clearly prescribe how they're enforced.
You're currently on TikTok. TikTok has been banned by the federal government. It's currently illegal, right? And it is the case that it's not just it's not being enforced by the Trump administration. Okay? So not every law is necessarily enforced. So they do choose which laws they would like to enforce and which ones they would not like to. Now, can we, from an individual perspective, say, I think that this should be legal, or I think that this should be illegal? You understand that we do this all the time. We claim that things should be
But we
illegal or we
can have
think
that
that they should be
conversation,
not.
but
Like, isn't
yeah,
that
we
what
can
Donald
have
Trump
that
is doing when he's
conversation.
claiming that the Democratic lawmakers that are veterans that said that you shouldn't follow unlawful orders, like he's saying that they engaged in seditious behavior? Isn't he making his own prescription of what he thinks the law should be, as the current law does not classify it as seditious behavior?
Actually, the law does clarify seditious
No, it
behavior.
doesn't. That what they said is not seditious behavior. Saying that you should not follow unlawful orders is not seditious behavior.
That's not all they said, and you know that.
Wait,
That's
what
the
else?
only
What
part.
else did they say? What else did they say that was seditious behavior?
Did you watch the entire video?
Yeah, tell me. I'm just waiting. What did I miss?
I'm asking you a direct question.
I said
Because
yes.
you
No,
know
can you tell
exactly
me?
what I'm talking about.
Can you tell me?
The entire video?
What video are you referencing? Because maybe we're not referencing the same video.
No, the video that the 6 congressmen and women put out. Did you watch the entire video, or have you only watched the part where they said you don't have to follow illegal orders?
I've seen. I don't know if I've seen the whole video.
I haven't watched the entire video. Okay.
Well, then you tell me.
So they went on. No, they went on to make other statements concerning Donald Trump. And if you watch the video in its entirety, to draw the conclusion.
Was it like a very long video or something? I've watched a few minute video of them speaking about it.
It's there. They created one video. It's the video that went viral. It was directed at enlisted men.
Yeah, weren't they just saying do not follow unlawful orders? I'm pretty sure I've seen this.
They went on. They went
Actually
far further than that. That was only.
What did
one
they say? Tell me. What did they say?
I'm asking you to go watch the video.
Can you
Educate
tell me what they
yourself.
said that you think is seditious behavior?
Yes, they brought
What?
up. They brought up the fact that not only should they not do it, they went further. They went 4 degrees further with their claims. They said that if you do not need to follow Donald Trump's orders, so they in that video in its entirety.
Yeah, they said
what
don't
they
follow
did
Donald
was
Trump's
they
orders
instilled-
if they're unlawful.
They instilled.
They said don't
discord,
follow Donald Trump's
disharmony.
orders if they are unlawful.
They went further than that, much further than that.
What?
And you
Tell
didn't
me.
watch the video.
Keep telling
I'm not
me.
gonna-
Tell me.
I'm not going to debate with somebody that didn't watch the
What?
video, but is drawing conclusions based on a snippet of the video, which is what you're doing.
Wait, then tell me. Then
So I'm asking
just tell
you
me.
to watch the video.
Can you just
Why
tell
don't
me?
Pull it up. Pull it up and play the whole video for your audience.
Okay, I would, but like, can you
Educate yourself and the
can you
audience.
just tell me before I do that?
I'm telling you, they went 4 degrees further. Each one of them made statements, and the only statement that the only statement you've heard that they said was not to follow illegal or unlawful orders. So we get to intent. What they said further in the video is where we get to intent. Their intent was to create disharmony, discord, and distrust. And they actually said not to trust their leaders. Okay, that is interference. And if you look at what sedition is in the U.S.
Saying
Constitution,
not to trust is
and-
not seditious, by the way. Well, that's
Oh wait,
ridiculous.
no. If you see, you
By
haven't
the way,
read
here
the
we're gonna
article.
play the we're gonna play the video for you because you're acting like a little crybaby. What video? Where'd you find the video?
I think it's still available on YouTube.
Yeah. Like what did you look up to find it? Because I just want to find that on YouTube.
Yeah, if you do a search, Google search on Senator Sedition video,
Senator Sedition
and
video.
and it's more than a 3-minute video.
It's more than a 3-minute long video. Where's it at? I
Yeah,
can't.
dude, why do you keep pivoting? You've
I'm
pivoted
not, I'm
away
not
from.
I'm not pivoting. You just said you just said to
pivoted
look
away
it
from
up.
the
Wait.
border.
You just
You
said to look it
pivoted to
up.
4 different
Wait, how am I
topics.
pivoting?
I
You
know
just
you're
said to look it
looking
up.
But I know you're still looking at least you're looking this one up, but you do keep pivoting.
What did I pivot from?
The border. You brought it up. I started to hammer on it with facts, and you dissuaded. You pivoted on the election interference, and why Obama's being investigated. You've pivoted on everything.
Wait, no, didn't we have a conversation about Obama and we were talking about the Constitution already? And then I brought this up in relation to that conversation?
Continue.
Weren't we talking about the Constitution and I brought this up in relation to the
Play
conversation
your
about the
video. Go
Constitution?
ahead.
Well, I haven't
It's more
quite
than
found it
3
yet.
minutes.
Does anyone know a title for it I could find? Because all the other ones, like, have commentary that I see. They don't actually have the video. Where is it at? I'm trying to find the video. I keep seeing like a thumbnail of the video, but I don't see it. Try their IG accounts. Mark Kelly. Senator Mark Kelly. Is this it?
Up next to my airplane. I've been shot down, nearly shot down multiple times.
No, I don't think that's it. Sorry, chat. I genuinely don't know where this video is. Would you like to tell me where you found it so I can try to get it myself? I can't hear you. You swiped out of the app, just letting you know. Fiona, by the way, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Fiona. Oh, that's so nice. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Fiona. Thank you. Okay. I'm really confused where this video is.
Been pulled.
Where'd you find it?
It's been pulled.
Okay, how come we can't find the video at all, though?
YouTube has pulled it.
Okay.
And I don't know, maybe it's a result of the fact that the Pentagon is now investigating.
Let me find this. Democrats say not to follow unlawful orders. TikTok. Orders.
Yesterday, if you Googled...
Here we go.
Congressman Jason Crow was a captain in the United States Navy.
Former CIA officer.
Former Navy. Former paratrooper and Army Ranger.
Former intelligence officer. Former Air Force.
We want to speak directly to members of the military
and the intelligence community
who take risks each day to keep Americans safe.
We know you are under enormous stress and pressure right now. Americans trust their military.
But that trust is... This administration is pitting our uniformed military
and intelligence community professionals
against American citizens.
Like there we go. That is seditious.
To protect and defend this Constitution.
And right now, the threats to our Constitution aren't just coming from abroad, but from right here at home. Our laws are clear.
That is seditious.
You can refuse illegal orders.
You can refuse illegal orders.
You must refuse illegal orders.
No one has to carry out orders that violate the law or our Constitution.
We know this is hard and that it's a difficult time to be a public servant.
But whether you're serving in the CIA,
the Army, or Navy,
the Air Force,
your vigilance is critical.
And know that we have your back.
Because now, more than ever,
the American people need you. We need you to stand up for our laws,
our Constitution, and who we are as Americans. Don't give up. Don't give up. Don't give up.
Don't give up the ship.
What was seditious behavior? What is seditious behavior about what we just listened?
You just heard them say, coming from within the United States.
There are threats against our laws and our Constitution? That's true.
Particularly in the ranks of the military. That is outside of their purview. And that is sedition.
What? That's not sedition. To say that. It's not. It is not outside of their. It is not outside of their purview to say that Donald Trump is causing division. That's ridiculous.
To purposefully instill.
You think it's sedition to say that Donald Trump is causing division? That's ridiculous.
Yes, it is. You're accusing the commander-in-chief You absolutely. That goes
Okay,
beyond.
so what is define sedition? Define sedition.
Again,
Define sedition.
They are interfering with the military.
Define
Well,
seditious
here-
behaviors. Saying Trump is causing division. Yeah, that's apparently seditious behavior, and he thinks that's punishable by death. You can't say that Donald Trump is causing division. That hurts my feelings. That really hurts my feelings. You can't do that anymore. You better stop that right now. That's seditious behavior. Saying that Donald Trump is divisive, how dare you? That is against our Constitution, our country, and everything that this country is founded on, because we have to be 100% pro-Donald Trump. And if you're not 100% pro-Donald Trump and you think that he's not causing division, well, it looks like Trump could call for your execution. And that's totally okay. Trump supporters will totally defend that one. You said that Trump caused division? How dare you? That's seditious behavior. And Donald Trump's going to repost something calling for your death. Like he already did. Dude, this is ridiculous. This is absurd. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Make sure to hit 2,000 likes. Try to do that if we can. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 2 million likes before we end it today. This is the last conversation for today. Just letting everyone know. It's diabolical. You back?
I'm here. I never left.
I hear you now. You did. You couldn't hear you when you swipe out of the app.
You understood that he clearly, the intent to create disharmony is sedition. It's right there in the definition.
Wait,
all right?
They're not intending to create disharmony by saying that Donald Trump is causing division.
Oh, you interrupt me every time I start reading it to you.
Because what you're saying is stupid.
Lawful civil authority or inciting disloyalty. That is sedition. Or
you say that one more time?
To cause the destruction of lawful civil authority or inciting disloyalty or insubordination or refusal of duty. That is all sedition. So they were addressing...
Wait, of legal duty, by the way.
God,
duty is legal. It's a legal basis, and that's the authority to the Constitution.
Oh my God, you interrupt every time because you know you don't want me to make a point.
Make your point, man. Make your point, you fucking crybaby.
Oh my God. Look at how you go. You can't
Put your
handle
tears
this.
in here.
You say what you want. You're a petulant little piece of shit. You know that. If you're going to call me a name, I'll call you a name.
Well, you've been crashing out this whole time.
If they had made their statements on the floor of Congress, then Congress would have had the right to let it go or censure them, but they didn't. They went beyond the floor of Congress. They made a video directed at the military. They were interfering with enlisted people. And in that statement, they clearly were creating a situation using their civil authority to incite disloyalty and or insubordination. If you look at the oath that all military take, all ranks, yes, part of it is not to obey illegal orders. Now, if you know any enlisted man receives an order through the ranks, that order has been vetted by at least seven different levels of military. So that means 7 levels of military have all agreed it's a lawful order. So for them to do this, you have to look at their intent. Why were they addressing, beyond their authority, enlisted men? If it weren't for the intent to create or incite disloyalty or insubordination, that's absolutely what they were doing. To deny that is intellectually dishonest. And you know damn well that's what they were doing. And by definition, that is sedition. Now, if they claim all they were doing was reminding military personnel that they don't have to follow, but you played the video, so that's not all they said. But even if you stick with that, then Trump bringing up the act of sedition, he wasn't calling for anyone to be hung. He was just reminding senators that sedition does happen to carry the penalty of death. That's all.
He also reposted something saying HANG them, George Washington would have. Secondly, they're only in the context of sowing disloyalty. Is sowing disloyalty in terms of following the leader even when they make unlawful orders? That's what they specified and they were claiming. What did they claim in the video that we listened to? Listen, what did they claim in the video that we listened to that was specifically trying to sow disloyalty in situations in which it's not referencing unlawful orders?
They did reference unlawful orders. They said they were coming from within.
Yes, which means threats
Who are they
specifically
talking
towards
about
our
when they're-
Constitution.
so-
Donald Trump is
so-
actively coming after our Constitution. He has given unlawful orders specifically to ICE. He's given
Name
unlawful
one.
orders.
Please name one.
Yeah,
Please name one.
Yeah, specifically in terms of the unlawful orders, like for example, the one in which they deported Kilmar Brega Garcia to a concentration camp in El Salvador, SICA. That was an
already know
unlawful
that.
order
That was
determined by the Supreme. Wait, was that an unlawful order determined by the Supreme Court?
By the way, he was given due process.
After they violated the order from the Supreme Court.
The plane was already in the air.
I'm sorry. Yes, they could have.
And the
They could have
Supreme Court,
limited
by
that
the
from
way,
happening.
No, the Supreme Court didn't decide that while he was being deported.
Well, I'm sorry. You understand that literally can be limited in the first place. Secondly, the Supreme Court just literally said that Donald Trump was in violation, okay? And that he was not doing the right thing.
Or did they bring him back? Did they bring him back?
Wait, so I'm sorry. He's
Hey, no,
making
stop. Did they-
this is
Parker,
well
did they
after.
bring
This
him
is
back?
well
Did they
after. They
bring him
said
back?
they tried to
No,
claim
no.
that they couldn't, which was a lie, and they clearly were able to, right? He was literally tortured while being there. Okay, that's just an example of one unlawful
Oh my
order.
God, he
Let
had
alone
margaritas
all the
with
other
the
ones
senator.
where they specifically are
God.
able to like literally
Margaritas with
not.
the senator.
You're not even listening.
You're laughable. No, I'm not, because at this point you're laughable. Because the Supreme Court decision came down after the action had already taken place, and did he disobey the Supreme Court? No, he didn't. He brought him back.
He did disobey the Supreme Court. That's literally what the Supreme Court said.
As soon as the Supreme Court
He did disobey the
ruled-
Supreme Court. What are you talking about?
soon
Do
he
you not
brought
remember
him
when he
back.
disobeyed it?
Did
He
they bring
literally
him
talked
back or
about
not?
disobeying it after. What are you talking about?
No, that's not true.
He did. He
was
literally
not
did.
deported. The Supreme Court did not rule until after he was already deported.
Wait,
Sorry.
but they were
Check your
talking
timeline.
about. He was
Check your
saying, "Oh, there's
timeline.
no way
Check
we
your
can get them
timeline.
back. There's no way we can
Check
possibly get them back."
timeline. We did get him back.
No, you understand that was then proven wrong. And by the way,
What was
you're again, the Supreme Court themselves determined that he was in violation of that order. Secondly, I can keep giving
what
you
order?
plenty of
Which
different
order?
examples. I can give you plenty of different examples of how Donald Trump has violated literally the constitutionally
waiting.
protected rights of Americans, right? Which again would be a basis of following unlawful orders under that perspective. Push the money gun. He sent the National Guard into areas in which literally he was not allowed to, because there's
And
a
the Supreme
constitutional
Court
issue with
upheld
doing so.
that. He had the right to.
No, he did not have the right to.
Yes, he did. He has the right to send in the National Guard when a
Not to
state
air- not to-
government fails. When a
not-
state government fails. When a state government fails to protect federal agents and federal property, he has that right, and that has already been determined.
It's only
TNT.
in specific emergency circumstances which were shown to have not been present. So he actually didn't have the
Yes,
right in the circumstance in which he sent them.
Yes, the endangerment of life. The endangerment of
What
life.
was there to protect?
of federal agents.
Wasn't it determined that they
Federal
weren't
agents.
actually protecting, and it was actually just
Yes,
making
it
it worse
was.
off?
Yes, it was.
No, it wasn't. The court
states-
specifically,
no.
the court
In
specifically
every
determined that
state
it was.
that
It was.
happened-
What are you talking about? I live in LA. Like, you understand that we had the National Guard, and that was in violation of the law. The courts determined that because the governor did not say that they were okay, and it did not meet the criteria for emergency circumstances. They weren't protecting federal because it was actually making our federal buildings, because it was actually making it significantly worse off in terms of the safety. In terms of federal buildings, because of the fact that it caused significantly more uproar. I can't hear you and you swipe out of the app, just letting you know. And by the way, you never even mentioned what was seditious behavior, like in actual factual terms. You just keep claiming that it's seditious behavior and that they were trying to sow disloyalty, when I can give you plenty of examples, again, of these unlawful basis of things that specifically Donald Trump is advocating for. He literally called for them to be executed by saying HANG them, right? George Washington would have, by reposting that. That's insane. No presidential candidate should be fucking allowed to do that. That's absurd. That's absurd. You're out of the app and I can't hear you. You have to be able to see me in order for me to be able to hear you. Alright, I think he's like almost leaving. Yeah, I should ask him where he was on January 6th. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes before I end the stream today, everyone. I would really, really appreciate it. Oh, he left. He left, bro. What was his name? Maybe he accidentally left. That's so absurd, bro. What was his name? Brian. Brian, send your guest request back. Send your guest request back, Brian. Alrighty, if he doesn't come back, I'm gonna get off for today. I'm gonna get off for today if he doesn't come back. We've got over 5 hours for today. Do give him a second. What was his name again? Brian. I don't see Brian. I do not see any Brian. It looks like he ran away. It looks like he ran away, chat. Looks like he ran away. Otherwise, I do not see Brian. The Duke, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Literally pardoned violent rioters on January 6th. Literally. I do not see Brian. All right, everyone. I'm going to give it like a minute. If he doesn't join in a minute, I am just going to get off for today. Because my girlfriend did just get home. Alrighty, I don't see Brian. Give him a minute. I'd appreciate everyone if you go check out my YouTube videos. I'd really, really, really appreciate it. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. I don't see this guy. I'm just going to call it for tonight. I'm just going to call it. I love y'all. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. I will see everyone later. Have a good night, everyone. Bye-bye. I will see everyone tomorrow. I don't know if I'll be on live earlier or later. I'll keep everyone updated. It'll probably be later in the day. But I'll see everyone. Love y'all. Good night, everyone.